Chapter 151. If you want to use a superhero as a pawn, don't be ignorant. However, the joint bureaus of all countries have agreed to this agreement. Tony continued. But they take Superman very seriously. So the release date of this agreement in the system is to be determined, and wait until Superman appears. Tony talked about the information he got from the authority system. You also know that it's been half a year since you disappeared. Now that you have appeared, I think someone will come to us with this agreement soon. Looking for the door? Lin Feng snorted coldly. Aren't they afraid of death? Is it because I have only shown a kind side for a long time? Let them think that they are so bully that they want to experience the wrath of Superman. What do you think of this agreement? Lin Feng suddenly asked Tony. I want to know what your attitude is. Lin Feng remembered that during the Civil War, Tony led everyone to sign this agreement. However, Tony's answer was unexpected. I don't want to sign this bullshit agreement. He is depriving us of our personal freedom. I don't think anyone in the Avengers would sign this shit. You really think so? Lin Feng looked straight at Tony. Of course, Lin. Why do you look at me like this? Lin Feng's eyes made Tony a little puzzled. It's nothing. I thought you would agree. Lin Feng waved his hand. Lin Feng was a little surprised that Tony did not agree to the agreement as in the original book. But this Lin Feng can also figure it out. Although Tony is a playboy, he has a strong sense of justice, and at the same time he habitually takes responsibility on his shoulders. Ultron was created by him. And the destruction of Sokovia is Ultron's arm. It can be said that Tony is the chief culprit in the fall of Sokovia. Coupled with the sad words of the Black Mother, she reprimanded the actions of the Avengers, which made her whole family disappear, which made Tony feel a deep sense of self-blame and guilt. Then the Secretary of State seized the opportunity to release those pictures, the casualties caused by the Chitauri incident and the Sokovia incident. This also led to why Tony was willing to sign this contract-like agreement. However, in this case, Tony clearly overlooked one thing. That is, whether the coalition authorities can be trusted. Even places like SHIELD have been infiltrated to this extent by Hydra without anyone noticing. If you want to say that there are no villains in the top management of the coalition authority, Lin Feng will be the first to not believe it. Moreover, where there are wars, there are casualties. It is not to say that accepting the control of the authorities will cause no more casualties. This is pure nonsense. Now, however, what happened in Sokovia has not happened. Coupled with Lin Feng's intentional or unintentional guidance, it is reasonable for Tony not to sign the agreement. Having said that, Lin Feng still decided to put eye drops on Tony. One of the provinces was led astray by the coalition authorities without paying attention. I will not agree to such a bullshit agreement. How disgusting the dark side of the US government is. I think you can understand. Lin Feng said the words dark side one by one, and the implication was very obvious. Tony nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Of course I know how dark the authorities are. You know, Lin, I've never wanted to deal with them. In his database, there are countless ugly transactions recorded. Everything, in their eyes, can be measured by money and interests. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Tony is very smart, and he just needs to stop when he says something. Superheroes are not pawns they can control. Where there are people there is a struggle. Helpfully they won't be really stupid enough to put this deal in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind giving them a big cleaning. Want to use Lin Feng as a pawn? I'm afraid I don't think I've lived too long. The bloody breath in Lin Feng's words rushed towards his face, and Tony couldn't help shivering. Good guy. Superman's rage is chilling to think about. The kind Tony couldn't help but pray for them, hoping that they would not be fooled by lard and angered Lin Feng. Okay, let's ignore this for now. This is for you. Tony took out another triangle reactor to ease the serious atmosphere. This is? Lin Feng took it. He is familiar with this. Isn't this the Mark 85 reactor? You're done? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Good guy, it's only been a few days. When I came last time, the progress was only about 60%. No, Tony explained quickly. The performance is only about 90% of the one you gave me, but it has all the necessary functions. As for the rest, it is basically limited by current materials and technologies. Speaking of this, Tony is also a little distressed. Some things currently do not have this kind of technology, or are finished products. All of this requires Tony to remake the structure and produce it himself. Fortunately, the technical problems have been completely overcome, and the rest is the stacking of materials. And after my adjustments, the size can be adjusted according to the wearer's figure, and even the appearance color can be adjusted. Although I really don't want to admit it, but with the poisonous sting, I can almost stay in the laboratory for 2 days without eating or drinking. And I don't know if it's an illusion. My brain has become more useful than before. Tony stretched out his hand and gestured randomly. Can you understand what I mean? That's the kind. Suddenly changed from a family car to a super sports car. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Only by experiencing the symbiote possessed can one understand how powerful he is. The stinger undoubtedly strengthened Tony's clever brain and magnified his specialties. To let such a Tony develop into Avengers 4, it is estimated that Mark 185 will come out. At that time, when the purple sweet potato essence comes again, it may be who will beat who. Don't tell me, Lin Feng really wants to see this picture. But with Lin Feng around, it might be difficult for purple sweet potato essence to fight Tony. After chatting again, Lin Feng left with the replica Mark 85. He happily flew in the sky wearing his battle armor. Although not as fast as his own flying speed. But he is handsome, who can turn down a chance to be Iron Man. Although he is a Superman, Lin Feng is also a big boy. I can't put it down for this smooth and handsome mechanical shape. As for the superhero management plan, Lin Feng is too lazy to bother him for the time being. It stands to reason that Lin Feng is now Silver Superman. If someone makes himself unhappy, let him turn into ashes. But Lin Feng still felt that he was from Blue Star after all. Therefore, when dealing with the same kind, we will unconsciously enlarge our tolerance. For other races, Lin Feng would have kicked in the door long ago and taught them a bloody lesson. For now, Lin Feng intends to wait and see what happens. After all, this agreement was obtained by Tony through special means, and it has not been formally implemented. Now I hope that the authorities can recognize themselves and cancel this agreement. Chapter 152 Aunt Surprises Hostility. Lin Feng plans to stay in Blue Star for a few more days, mainly because of the weird spaceship. The 9 countries will completely overlap in these 2 days together. Lin Feng wanted to see if his guess was correct. So Lin Feng planned not to travel far for the next few days. As for Susan's life experience, we can only put it on hold for a while. After all, the life experience can be investigated at any time, but the Juxing Lianzi will happen soon. From time to time, Lin Feng would use his superpowers to observe the status of the spacecraft. It just seems to be the same as when Lin Feng left, and has been slowly rotating. As for Zheng Xian, he didn't do too much research on the spaceship. Maybe it was because Lin Feng's words served as an early warning, or maybe it was because he wanted to study, but there was nothing he could do with the protective cover. This Lin Feng is too lazy to care about it. He just wants to wait for Juxing Lianzi now. But before the arrival of Juxing Lianzi, Blue Star ushered in another guest. No, it should not be said to be a guest. It should be said to be a returning wanderer. On the afternoon of the second day after Lin Feng came back, he became lazy. He was wearing a pair of big sunglasses, lying on a deck chair by the pool. He found that he liked the laid-back feeling very much. Breeze, sunshine, and clear water. Maybe one day the Marvel Universe will no longer be in danger. When Lin Feng retires, he should find a planet full of beaches and seas to spend his later years. But this is just Lin Feng's wishful thinking, leaving aside whether there is such a planet. As far as Lin Feng's current lifespan is concerned, well, I am afraid that there is no such thing as old age. The phone on the table vibrated suddenly. Lin Feng, who was basking in the sun, frowned slightly, and connected without looking at it. Lin Feng. A familiar voice came over. Huh? Braised egg. Lin Feng sat up, but he didn't expect that marinated egg would call himself. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng came to his senses. It seems that he hasn't informed the marinated egg about Pietro's situation. But since Pietro has come back, he should have contacted Black Braised Egg himself. Did you forget? Are you asking about Pietro? Pietro has been found, and he should be back soon, Lin Feng said. Not about this, Braised Egg replied. Earlier today, Pietro had returned to SHIELD. Of course, a mission report is indispensable. The details of the tasks experienced in the 3 months were also reported to the Spiced Egg. As surprising as it was, the call wasn't for Pietro. There is a person who wants to meet you. I hope you can come to SHIELD. That man brought a very important message. Someone wants to see me, Lin Feng repeated lazily. But he didn't intend to leave at all. Who? You'll know it when you come, it's very important. Black Braised Egg emphasized. It's very important. Who wants to see me? Let him come to me directly, I'm in the villa. After speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone. It's true, he didn't even let himself take a good rest when he returned to Blue Star. It's like Trademark is joking, it's too much to meet. If you want to see yourself, you have to go there yourself. Lin Feng just wanted to enjoy the sunshine, and he was too lazy to serve the guys from SHIELD. Inside the space carrier, Black Braised Dan put down his phone, and showed an expression that was as expected to the woman in front of him. Look, I said he won't come. The woman had blonde half-length hair and was wearing a tight battle suit with a blue mane color. The figure is not bad, but the face is a bit square. The woman's eyes were a little cold, mixed with inexplicable anger. Sure enough, as I guessed, with some power, you will become arrogant. In that case, I'll go there myself. The woman acted resolutely, and after she finished speaking, she flew out of the space carrier and flew straight towards Lin Feng's villa. Snapped. Before he could stop it, he slapped himself on the forehead, sweating uncontrollably. This woman is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and it's still the kind of combat power that explodes. Lin Feng wasn't a good opponent either. When these two met, they might have a fight. Quick, get ready for the plane. Let's go to Lin Feng's villa. Black Braised Egg picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered. These two ancestors must not fight in Blue Star. Boom. With a soft sound, the woman landed in Lin Feng's villa. She saw the lazy Lin Feng at a glance, and walked over without hesitation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, pulled up his sunglasses, and looked at the person coming. He keenly noticed the hostility and anger in the woman's eyes. Or for yourself. Simply inexplicable. Where is the aunt coming from? Break into a private house and I can kill you at any time. Do you understand? Lin Feng didn't show mercy, and expelled the visitor without the slightest politeness. After Black Braised Dan called, Lin Feng used his superpower to scan SHIELD. Although he said he didn't care, Lin Feng was still curious about who was such a big name. Then he saw this woman who had inexplicable hostility towards him. It's Aunt Marvel, Carol Danvers. Lin Feng didn't know how he provoked her, and even gave himself an arrogant evaluation. Since she feels that she is arrogant, then be arrogant to the end. Lin Feng is too lazy to spoil her. The aunt was hostile to her as soon as she came up, and Lin Feng would not use his hot face to rub someone's cold ass. People respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. Lin Feng's talk directly raised Carol's weak hostility to an annoying stage. Call yourself aunt. Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked out his ears. Listen to that. Listen to that. What are you doing so loudly? This aunt. The menopause is here or the aunt is here. Why are you so irritable? The frightened mother in the movie doesn't seem to be so irritable, does she? You still have the time to bask in the sun. Your name has spread throughout the universe. Spread across the universe? Lin Feng was puzzled. What nonsense. I don't seem to be making big moves in the universe, right? You are unscrupulous. Collect infinite gems fearlessly. Now, almost the entire universe knows that you have 5 infinity gems in your hand. Carol's tone was cold, mixed with anger. Jing Ma's words made Lin Feng sit up. Good guy? Who the hell leaked the news? I haven't advertised that there are 5 infinite gems. Lin Feng immediately thought of the little raccoon, but it was rejected immediately. The little raccoon is not a big mouth, There is no reason to spread the news that he has several infinite gems to the whole universe. But in the Marvel universe, Lin Feng only came into contact with the little raccoon. Oh no, strictly speaking, there are also the Legion of Xanar and the team of Yondu the Predator. However, Lin Feng was not sure if they saw and recognized his Infinity Stone. But the information that he had 5 infinite gems was leaked, which made Lin Feng smell a hint of conspiracy. No matter who spread the news, there was absolutely no kindness in it. Chapter 153 Unreasonable Shocked Mom, do you want to hit? Then let you play enough. Seeing that Lin Feng was silent, Carol became even angrier. Do you know what the Infinity Stones represent? That is the most powerful force in the universe. Do you know how many people covet these things? Do you know how much danger this news will bring to Blue Star? The surprised aunt asked 3 times. Lin Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that Carol's hostility towards him comes from his collection of infinite gems. This move brought a huge amount of potential danger to Blue Star. So Big Mom developed hostility and anger towards herself. Yes, Carol has a sense of justice. It can be seen from her constant saving and helping weak planets in the universe. Figured it out. Lin Feng leaned back on the recliner, and lay down again under Jingma's murderous gaze. I think it's a big deal, isn't it? Just that the news leaked out. Whoever dares to come to Blue Star without opening his eyes, I will send him to see the goddess of death. Didn't Nick Fury tell you how powerful I am? Lin Feng said indifferently. Mentioning this made Jing's mother even angrier. For a moment, she felt that Lin Feng was arrogant and ignorant. Nick Fury showed me your video, but I don't think you know. The Chitauri Legion, in the universe, is as weak as ants. Your strength is only for Blue Star. In the universe, there are countless numbers stronger than you. I have only one purpose for coming here. Give me all the infinite gems in your hand, and I will handle them properly. Carol's idea is simple. She felt that no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he was only at the Blue Star level. Lin Feng had never seen the vastness and cruelty of the universe. He couldn't grasp the Infinity Stones, so he had to hand them over to him to avoid the imminent danger. But her aggressive attitude made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. SHIELD's information on Lin Feng is still limited after all. Lin Feng's strength has already surpassed Shield's imagination, but he has no chance to show it. As Lin Feng said, whoever dares to come to Blue Star without opening his eyes, Lin Feng can blow them up without infinite gems. Carol's tone of knowing everything made Lin Feng a little annoyed. It's like ants yelling at elephants. In Lin Feng's eyes, isn't Carol the weak existence that she herself said didn't know anything? Want Infinity Stones? Get out. Lin Feng said unceremoniously. He was too lazy to explain so much. What annoys him the most is this kind of person who preaches with an attitude like a person who has experienced it. I, Lin Feng, need you to show me how to do things? I don't know what to do. Lin Feng's attitude completely angered Carol. God knows how scared she was when she got the Blue Star and someone collected 5 infinite gems. Those cosmic powerhouses, big and small, have already started plotting against this blue planet. As for Lin Feng, the culprit who caused Blue Star to be exposed, he didn't care at all. This is simply not paying attention to the hundreds of millions of lives on Blue Star. It seemed that she had to act and teach this selfish kid a lesson. We must let him know that his strength is not enough in the universe. Lin Feng, Carol shouted angrily, stepping on the ground. Carrara. The ground trembled under this foot, and the lawn of the villa also split a big crack. I'm not negotiating with you. One last time, hand over the infinite gems. This is a threat. Ultimatum from Aunt Marvel. Lin Feng turned over with the kite and finally got up. He looked at the destroyed lawn under his feet. His eyes became dangerous. A huge aura spread out in an instant. You must be sick. Lin Feng scolded angrily. Do you know how expensive this lawn is? Are you in debt? If he hadn't known that Carol's nature was not bad, Lin Feng would have gone straight to a set of bastard punches and let him knock him down first. Do you really fucking think that Lin Feng is a bully master? Where did you come from and go back? Want infinite gems? Go to sleep. There is everything in the dream. I'll say it again for the last time, get the hell out. Then ask Nick Fury to compensate me for all my losses. Lin Feng pointed to his feet, including Shield. This guy can be said to be the first member of the Avengers. Lin Feng took it for granted that the compensation should be paid to Shield. Although women have privileges with Lin Feng, this does not include unreasonable people. It seems that you really don't know what to do. Carol's arms were shining brightly, colorful and beautiful. This is the photon energy cannon, one of Carol's attack methods. In the video that Luden showed her, she probably had some understanding of Lin Feng's strength. Since Lin Feng doesn't know what to do, she will teach him a lesson. As long as you control your strength and don't kill Lin Feng. She wanted Lin Feng to know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. The powerful photon energy cannon bombarded Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng didn't even hide, and he was tough. A fiery energy cannon did not cause any damage to Lin Feng. Carol was taken aback for a moment, and his eyes became more serious. It seems that you are stronger than I thought. The source of her power appeared after blowing up the Lightspeed engine. So to be precise, the source of Carol's power should be caused by the development of the energy core of the Lightspeed engine, the cosmic Rubik's Cube. She predicted that this shot would at least knock Lin Feng out of combat. But the reality was different from what she thought. Lin Feng didn't even take a step back. Carol suspected that Lin Feng used the Infinity Gem to block the attack, but she didn't see Lin Feng take out the Infinity Gem. But it doesn't matter. Carol flew directly in front of him, and his huge fist rushed towards Lin Feng with light. It is more lethal than the energy cannon hit just now. Boom. There was a sound of impact, and Lin Feng caught Carol's punch with one hand. The sound waves burst out from the junction of the fists, causing secondary damage to the lawn. Play figurines are also very angry, let alone Lin Feng. Carol's involuntary aggressiveness and attack has angered Lin Feng. Since you want to fight, then let you fight enough. Lin Feng sullenly opened a portal connecting the universe in an instant, pushed Carol over, and then flew in himself. Carol can survive in the universe. Lin Feng knows this. If this crazy woman wants to fight, she can fight in the universe. Her small villa can't withstand the blow of the two of them. The black marinated egg, who arrived so late, watched the two disappear into the portal with some tears in their eyes. I still haven't caught up. I hope these two don't make too much noise. Chapter 154. Lin Feng, startled mother, sparring with 8 punches. In the universe not far from Blue Star, a portal suddenly appeared. A man and a woman flew out from the portal. It's Lin Feng and the startling mother Carol. Come, I'll let you do 3 tricks. Lin Feng said with a distance. A fight is unavoidable, but if he made the first move, then probably nothing would have happened. He can embed Jingma into the moon with 1 punch. But Jingma ignored Lin Feng for the time being. She looked around. That's right, in the universe. But there is no air in the universe, and sound cannot be transmitted. Why can I hear Lin Feng talking? But Jingma understood in an instant. This must be Lin Feng's tricks. Before returning to Blue Star, she investigated the function of the Infinity Gems thoroughly. This is no secret. To be able to transmit sound in the universe, it is probably because Lin Feng used the Infinite Gem. Arrogance. Jing replied with a dark face. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the power of Infinity Gems. After speaking, Jingma unceremoniously took the lead. The light of her arms suddenly appeared, and the destructive photon energy cannon suddenly blasted out, directly attacking Lin Feng. It's not over yet. Jingma knows that Lin Feng has a good defensive power. His arms light up continuously, turning into human cannons. One shot after another, the photon energy cannon rushed through the darkness of the universe as if it didn't cost money. It's tense like that. Meteor fist. Lin Feng was hit one after another, but he didn't take a step back. At this time, he was already wearing a classic black Superman suit. Under the action of a powerful biological force field, the photon energy cannon exploded continuously, like fireworks in the universe, colorful and pretty. Energy cannons are more powerful one shot at a time. Jing Ma just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, and had no intention of putting him to death. She was testing Lin Feng's upper limit of defense. "Haven't you eaten? It's not enough to tickle me." After being hit by the energy cannon, the unscathed Lin Feng threw out to trash talk. Very well, Lin Feng's provocation succeeded in angering Mother Jing again. The energy cannon is more powerful, and the light is even more dazzling. Even so, Lin Feng still didn't take a step back. The startled mother was a little startled. Lin Feng's defense ability was beyond her imagination. Like a stubborn rock, countless energy cannons hit it, and a lot of energy was consumed. But Lin Feng didn't even break a skin. "Sooner or later, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Jing Ma stopped the attack with a deep expression on her face. Since it was really useless, Jing Ma didn't want to waste any more energy. "Maybe, but the person who can make me pay the price won't be you," Lin Feng challenged. "Really? I hope you can still say such things after a while." Jing's mother stopped in place, clenched her hands into fists on her waist and shouted loudly. In the next second, colorful energy beams burst out from Jingma's body. Her hair began to fly upwards uncontrollably. The beam of light turned into gold, and Jingma's eyes also turned into shining gold. Like a Saiyan, the energy is overflowing. Double star mode. Since Lin Feng cannot be harmed under normal conditions, then use the double star mode. In this state, Jingma's fighting power increased dramatically. In her double star state, her body is like an energy retractor. It can continuously absorb energy from the outside world, and convert this energy into its own power, speed, etc. to release to the outside world. The combat effectiveness of the double star form is beyond the charts. Powerful enough to destroy a planet. Jingma didn't believe that Lin Feng's physical strength could surpass a planet. However, Mother Jing would not have imagined that the blue star human standing in front of her has such a powerful defense ability. "You admit your mistake now. There is still time to hand over the infinite gems." Jingma's eyes lit up, hoping that Lin Feng could return from the wrong way. Lin Feng ignored the startled mother, but quickly took out his mobile phone. Click, click. This behavior gave Jingma a complete surprise. "He's taking pictures?" Good guy. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining when watching movies before. "That hairstyle looks too much like Moxie." "Just don't call it the double star mode, call it the mohawk mode." That bunch of oddly shaped broom heads made Lin Feng want to push her with a razor. Lin Feng's ignorance was met with a fierce attack from Moxie Gan Jingma. The photon energy cannon burst out with brilliant light, rushing out like a torrent. Pure energy is several times more powerful than before. The torrent of light beams surged, and Lin Feng finally made a move. But with just one hand stretched out, he easily received the blow that could blow up half a planet. Mother Jing bit the wake of the light beam and arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. The woman's petite fist drew towards Lin Feng with infinite power. Boom! Lin Feng raised his forearm lightly to block it. One punch, another punch. The energy is mixed with pure power, and Jingma's petite body bursts out with great power. With this strength, it's no wonder that purple sweet potato essence can be suppressed in Avengers 4. If there were no infinite gems, I am afraid that the purple sweet potato essence would not be able to defeat Jingma at all. Lin Feng also became interested at this time. Anyway, there is nothing to do for the time being, why not just play with Jingma? With this in mind, two strong men who also came from Blue Star started fighting in this starry sky. The two fought back and forth, and Lin Feng deliberately suppressed his own strength. He suppressed his strength to the point where he was a little stronger than the Man of Steel. Strictly speaking, Jingma is not Lin Feng's enemy. It's so boring to settle the fight with one punch. That's how it's fun, isn't it? Exclamation mark. The two of you come and go, jumping up and down in the universe. You punch me. Slap sparring fists. Under Lin Feng's deliberate control, no one was injured. The battle situation was a little strange and anxious for a while. For a while, no one can take anyone down. After some fighting, the two of them retreated and flew away for a certain distance. Jingma didn't go forward immediately, and Lin Feng also stopped in place. For a long time, it was basically Jing Ma who attacked first. However, just as she thought, Lin Feng's defense was like a bastard. After beating for a long time, his hands hurt, but Lin Feng still looked relaxed. Jing Ma was silent for a while, then said, "I admit, your strength is very strong, but with this level of strength, you still can't keep the Infinity Stone. There are too many terrifying existences in the universe, some of which even Jing Mom dare not provoke easily." She now somewhat understands why Lin Feng is so confident. He does have the capital to be proud, both in terms of combat power and defense power are very good, and even himself is helpless for a while. Hand over the Infinity Stone. Believe me, your strength is really not enough to protect Blue Star from their hands. Chapter 155. Teacher Tony arrives on the battlefield. Let me come. Since Lin Feng can't be taken down for the time being, Jingma decides to use the soft policy, and Xiaozi uses emotion to reason. Use your own experience to persuade Lin Feng and tell him about the great terror in the universe. But don't wait for Jingma to continue talking. And don't wait for Lin Feng to reply. A dazzling white light beam hit Jingma's body in an instant. Then, a male voice appeared between the two. Lin Feng's strength is not enough, then add mine. Who? Jingma resisted the light beam, continuously absorbed the energy in it, and looked at the person coming. I saw a black creature between the two of them at some point. A streamlined battle suit, like a steel ghost in the dark. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell that this is a living person. Tony, Lin Feng called out in surprise. He recognized the outfit. Isn't this the Mark 85 suit with the stinger attached to it? Hi, Lin. The black creature flew towards Lin Feng slowly, and raised its right hand to say hello. Damn it, why are you here? Even after beating Lin Feng to death, Tony actually ran into the universe. My satellite captured the picture of your fight. Tony shrugged and pointed to the huge blue planet not far away. I don't know if you need help, but I'm here. Lin Feng didn't open the portal too far. In fact, Lin Feng's appearance was detected by Jarvis. Jingma's energy cannon is too bright, and it's not far from the blue star, so it's hard not to see it. So Tony thought that Lin Feng was in danger. So he flew over. The battle armor integrated with the stinger has an unprecedented flying speed. In a few minutes, Tony flew out of the blue star and arrived at the battlefield of the two. Of course, the stinger version of the Mark 85 is not a problem at all, even for short-term outer space operations. Good brother. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder and said with some emotion, his first friend in this world is Tom Stark. Before crossing, Lin Feng had a slight social fear, and he basically had few friends. And Lin Feng, who likes a quiet life, didn't deliberately make any friends when he came to the Marvel Universe. Tony Stark is Lin Feng's best friend so far. Don't talk about that yet. Tony pointed at the startled mother not far away. The Jingma who turned on the double star mode is like a walking luminous body. This weird mohawk, what kind of creature is this? Is it a human, or an alien? Pooh. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. You see, the shocking Mohican is indeed recognized. Ah, yes, this Aunt Moxican. She is actually a blue star, but she has been wandering in outer space. When I came back to Blue Star this time, I mainly wanted to fight with me, Lin Feng said with a smile, hurting Jingma without any pressure. Is it strong? Tony raised an eyebrow. Can survive in the universe, of course, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. How about letting me fight her? You don't mind, do you, Lin? You want to fight her? Lin Feng was puzzled. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no pressure to beat her. Lin Feng shook his head and refused. He was just playing with Jing's mother. If he really let go, Jing's mother couldn't hold back his punch. No, that's not what I meant. Tony explained. Since I got the stinger, there is basically nothing on Blue Star that can beat me. I want to test, where is the limit of the stinger? The stinger greatly enhanced Tony's combat effectiveness. One person, one symbiosis. It seems to be the most powerful creature on Blue Star besides Lin Feng. So Tony is very curious. how far the Stinger's combat power can go. This is because Jarvis's data analysis is inaccurate. Oh, hearing this explanation, Lin Feng understood what Tony meant. He took 2 steps back and gestured for you to come. All right, come and fight her. Stinger is the descendant of Venom, and Venom has devoured countless symbiotes with the help of Lin Feng. Even a small part of the ancestor was devoured. It can be said that the power of the Stinger is stronger than all symbiotes, and it has a very strong growth potential. Since Tony wants to fight, let him fight. Lin Feng doesn't care. He also wanted to see how much stronger the Stinger version of Iron Man was than in the original book. However, Lin Feng felt that there was a high probability that Tony would not be able to defeat the Mohawk mode. After all, the transformation of Jingma can directly blow up a planet. But it doesn't matter, isn't he still here? Besides, as a fellow Blue Star, Lin Feng didn't believe that Jingma would kill her. With Lin Feng's authorization, Tony took a step forward proudly, provoking Jingma. Come on, Mohigan. Let the most powerful Avenger play with you. I'll let you see how we guard Blue Star. This guy, I still remember what Jingma said before. Another ant. Jingma raised a wave of anger. Let me see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. The radiance on Jingma's body was so bright that it turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Tony. Stinger, let's go. Tony roared, and also rushed out without fear. Boom! A high-power laser cannon flashed across the universe. Tony took the lead, his arms turned into cannon barrels, and he fired without saying a word, hitting Jingma accurately. However, the laser cannon strangely merged into Jingma's body. Her backhand was a photon energy cannon shot, which was equally dazzling. Tony didn't dodge or dodge, and the armor on his hand directly transformed into a translucent energy shield. The photon energy cannon hit the shield and spread out immediately. The huge impact made Tony back a distance. Taking advantage of the situation, Tony held up the shield with his left hand, and fired a super high-power laser cannon from the cannon barrel in his right hand. But it also encountered Waterloo. The huge energy was absorbed by Jingma, and then turned into a more powerful photon energy cannon and returned to Tony. For a while, the two were very happy with Bo. Tony, I forgot to tell you, Mohawks can absorb energy. Don't use energy cannons, use melee weapons. Lin Feng shouted from afar. Out of nowhere he fished out a large bucket of popcorn. Watching the performance of the two from a distance is like watching a movie. Strange ability. Tony's desire to study rose. He listened to Lin Feng and stopped using laser cannons. The armor of the right hand turned into a huge long black whiplock with barbs, which was pulled out towards Jingma from a distance. His Stinger, too, has an arsenal similar to that of Venom. Cold weapons emerge in endlessly. The whiplock was still coated with a glistening green liquid. It is highly poisonous, the kind that is enough to poison the purple sweet potato essence. Jingma dodged to avoid the oncoming whip and chains. The sixth sense told her that the green light on the whiplock was very strange, and she couldn't resist this blow. Chapter 156. Teacher Tony can't stand Mohigan. Tony didn't dare to take the whip hard when he saw Jingma. Immediately, a super long whip appeared from his left hand. At the same time, the back gradually squirmed, and several small aircraft flew out, constantly firing poisonous stings at Jingma. It's just that Jingma's speed is extremely fast, and the speed of the poisonous sting can't catch up with Jingma. Scared Ma flew to avoid the poisonous stinger, stretched out her hand and clenched her fist, and blasted at Tony with light mixed in. Tony withdrew his right hand and transformed into a shield again. Boom. This is what Moxie did. The fist is really exciting. Right straight punches, left uppercuts, not enough hands plus feet. Tony retreated continuously, and the shield shrank to the size of Captain America's shield. Fight back while being beaten. Play melee. With Tony's order, the suit began to flow, and poisonous stingers covered with green liquid all over his body in an instant, making Lin Feng feel a little nauseated. Seeing that Tony turned into a thorny king, Jingma resolutely gave up melee combat and switched to roaming attacks. Keeping the distance, it starts to rotate around Tony. At the same time, both arms continuously blasted photon energy cannons towards Tony. But under Jarvis's powerful calculations, without exception, they were all blocked or directly dodged. You come and I go back and forth for a long time. Melee Tony like a hedgehog, long range and nimble like a dog. Shocked mother couldn't help rolling her eyes. She really is enough. 1 or 2. Why did she change in the past few years when she was not in Blue Star? Could it be that the power of the photon energy cannon has become smaller? Not even 2 blue stars can do anything about it. Poor mother, she didn't know that the Mark 85 came from a high-tech nearly 10 years later. The Mark 85 alone can withstand the impact of Thanos' power gem in a short period of time. What's more, now there is an unreasonable symbiont added. This old lady is like a loach. Tony yelled angrily after failing to succeed in several attacks. The photon energy cannon hurts people, but it is as difficult to catch as a loach. Scary Mom can fly on its own. Tony, on the other hand, can only rely on the thrusters in his hands and feet. Obviously, in the universe, Tony's mobility is not as powerful as Scary Mom. Stinger, block her out. I want to give her a hard punch. Tony transformed his right hand into a huge barbed fist, and a jet acceleration device at the tail. Got it. Stinger growled. The small aircraft that had been on standby began to shoot at Jingma with high frequency. Jingma didn't dare to touch the green venom, so she could only fly to avoid it, and at the same time deliberately sold an opening. Tony saw the opportunity and bullied him. The injection device is activated, giving acceleration. Tony's fist struck out like a thunderbolt. The barb and the green venom made my mother feel sick for a while. The frightened eyes can completely capture Tony's fist. As soon as she lowered her head, she dodged it, and at the same time seized the opportunity, folded her hands together, and the dazzling light lit up. Not good. Tony stared, and it was too late to back away. In the next second, double the photon energy cannon blasted out along the fist, hitting Tony's chest. Tony was blown out in an instant, and this blow broke Tony's defense. The chest was slightly dented by the beating. The high-heat photon energy cannon melted the armor on his chest slightly. But soon, it was repaired by the Stinger and it was as good as before. Even so, Tony still sucked in a breath of air. Careless Mohigan. Beating someone really hurts. Stinger. Fire at full power. She can absorb energy. Just let her suck it up. No matter what it is, there will be a threshold for absorbing energy. Tony didn't believe that Mohawk could absorb it without limit. Roar. Stinger responded. More aircraft flew out behind Tony, all of them with small muzzles. The aircraft shuttles in the universe, and the laser cannon shoots directly at the mother. At the same time, a huge high-energy beam emitter appeared behind Tony, like a spider's foot. His hands also turned into huge cannon barrels. On the black body, the dark golden lines are shining brightly. All guns are fired. Countless lasers swarmed in, and an incomparably dazzling rain of lasers rained down in this small area of the universe. Well done. Shocked mother shouted. Facing the extremely fast incoming laser light, Jingma stretched out her hands, ready to resist. The laser hit Jingma's body accurately. For a moment, Jingma shone brightly like the sun. The energy was continuously absorbed into her body, and the golden light all over her body became more intense. Faced with such a high frequency and high energy attack, Jingma no longer shows mercy. Its own energy, mixed with the absorbed energy, quickly accumulated a terrifyingly large photon energy cannon. Boom! The energy cannon blasted out suddenly. Sir, the energy attack is coming. Before Jarvis finished speaking, the photon energy cannon had already arrived. Poor Mr. Tony was so focused on attacking that he didn't have time to dodge. This energy cannon took a solid hit and exploded into a brilliant firework. The laser rain all over the sky stopped instantly. Tony groaned, rolled somersaults out, and sparks burst out all over his body. Short circuit. Symbiosis armor can actually short circuit? The explosion made Lin Feng feel pain. Tony, I want to eat chocolate. There was a hint of weakness in Stinger's words. Jingma's photon energy cannon is no ordinary shell. Obviously this powerful blow caused him damage, and even the speed of repairing the suit was slowed down. Tony also felt a sharp pain in his chest. The blow almost pierced the armor on Tony's chest. Eat, 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 eat when you get back. Tony helped his chest, and the suit slowly repaired. Calculate the data of the energy cannon. Next time, I will avoid it. Tony stopped in place and ordered while waiting for the suit to be repaired. Seeing that Tony stopped moving, Jingma didn't pursue him either. Sure enough, as Lin Feng thought, Jingma would not kill her. Okay, stop hitting. Raymond drop the popcorn and stand up. Tony lacks a powerful attack method, similar to a finishing move or a nirvana. The main means of attack are energy weapons and cold weapons. Even though he was wearing the Mark 85, which was still the symbiote version, Tony still couldn't beat the serious surprise. After all, there is still something about Jingma's double star mode. Tony wisely did not continue to attack, and instead analyzed the previous battle with Stinger. He just wanted to test the upper limit of the symbiont, and he didn't mean to compare life and death with Jingma. Lin Feng, isn't it? The startled mother floated over slowly. Tony stopped coming forward, and she didn't do anything again. But she didn't cancel the double star mode either. Don't use infinity gems, let's fight again. This time, use your own strength. Chapter 157. A heat ray almost made my mom useless. Infinity gems? Lin Feng was taken aback by Jingma's words. It took only a moment to understand what Jingma meant. Mother Jing probably thought that the reason why Lin Feng was able to compete with him was because he borrowed the power of the infinity gem. This made Lin Feng laugh a little. Good guy, I was underestimated by my mother. In this case, why not show Jingma her true strength? Otherwise, there is no way to sit down and have a good talk. Having figured it out, Lin Feng reached out and took off his Superman wristband, and used his thoughts to make it float in midair. You want to see my true strength? You think I'm borrowing the power of the Infinity Stone? Lin Feng let go of his aura. His eyes glowed red. The suppressed ability was released, and the strength returned to the Silver Superman stage. In just an instant, an indescribably dangerous aura descended on this area. The kind Lin Feng disappeared, and the huge sense of oppression almost condensed into substance. Jing's mother only felt that she was locked in by a huge fear, and the alarm bells were ringing in her heart. Before she could react, a red-hot ray gushed out like a world-killing light. The heat rays of Silver Superman are filled with pure rage, blazing, and destruction. The heat ray brushed Jingma's side straight and shot into the distance. That heat ray even surpassed the speed of light, and just a little energy scattered on the shooting path directly blasted Jingma away. Jingma let out a cry of pain, and was pushed far away by the energy before she managed to stabilize her figure. The heat ray fired at an unknown distance, and along the way, the meteorites that were a little closer were all wiped out in an instant. This heat ray almost sent the startling mother to the cemetery. Jingma's battlesuit on the right side of her body has been shattered, and the left side has also been damaged to varying degrees. Her exposed right half, from her neck to her lower abdomen, was already dripping with blood. The wound was even more shocking. The throat surged up and down uncontrollably, the severe pain was transmitted to the brain, and Jingma felt dizzy uncontrollably. At that moment, Jingma clearly felt the threat of death. If the heat rays were aimed at her, she would have no time to dodge, and would turn into dust in an instant. No, it should be said that there is no dust left, and it evaporates directly. What's even more outrageous is that the ray was more than 1 meter away from her, and it caused such huge damage to her. Hool crumbs. Tony stared dumbfounded at the disappearing heat rays. At that moment, Tony felt that the whole world was going to be destroyed, and the stinger almost retracted into Tony's body. Lin Feng's strength exceeded Tony's expectations again and again. Jarvis, Tony called after he realized it. Give me the data of that emission line. Too powerful, really too powerful. Tony is eager to know the specific data of this attack. Sir, the energy exceeds the calculation limit. But the attack speed has reached the speed of light. Jarvis' reply made Tony's mouth dry for a while. Uncalculated energy, the speed reaches the speed of light. Trembling, He patted Lin Feng's shoulder, and Tony swallowed hard. Forrest, how powerful are you? Lin Feng pouted, took back the Superman wristband and put it on his wrist. I don't know too well. If I wanted to, I should be able to extinguish the sun with one sneeze. The heat rays just now are not my limit. Lin Feng did not lie. With his current strength alone, he can easily drag the 9 kingdoms to drift in the universe. Are you serious? Tony's eyes widened. A sneeze puts out the sun? Exclamation mark. What do you think? Lin Feng asked back, but his tone was affirmative. With the blessing of infinite gems, Lin Feng's heat rays might be able to penetrate the universe. In the movie, Thanos can't hold all the energy of the Infinity Stones. Even the energy explosion of a single gemstone is not something he can bear. Otherwise, using just one power gem is enough to destroy Mark 50 in an instant. And can it be blocked by Tony's shield? And in the case of having 6 infinite gems, it was so miserable to be hit by Thor's axe. It's not because the body is not strong enough. While speaking, Jingma floated over slowly. She has been kicked out of the double star mode, and the whole person has returned to normal state. Blood continued to flow, his face was pale, and his whole body was crumbling. You. Who the hell are you? The pain made Jingma's voice tremble unconsciously. She clutched the wound on the right side of her body, trying hard not to let the happiness flow. Seeing Jingma's miserable appearance, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. It's really shocking how miserable my mother is now. Perhaps, such high-intensity heat rays should not be used. After all, she is not the enemy of life and death. Jingma came to Lin Feng only for Lan Xing's safety. Lin Feng still felt a little guilty for being treated like this. I'm sorry. Lin Feng touched his nose and apologized. As for me, I'm just an ordinary citizen on Blue Star. As he said that, he urged the time gem to act on Jingma. Lin Feng wants to treat Jingma's injury, but he doesn't have extra clothes, and green liquid won't fix clothes. So simply use the time gem to reverse the time on Jingma's body. Jingma's injury began to rewind like a rewind. The damaged clothes are also slowly restored under the effect of time going backwards. After a while, Jingma returned to the state before she was injured. Now, do you believe what I say? If there is anyone who doesn't open their eyes and dares to come to Blue Star to make trouble, then I can send him to the goddess of death without the power of the Infinity Stone. Hearing this, Jingma nodded subconsciously. Lin Feng's strength is simply at the level of a great terror. She has been wandering in the universe for so many years, and all the strong people she has seen can't withstand this blow. I don't understand at all. How could there be such a monster in Blue Star? But Jingma hesitated. But what? But 5 infinity gems are always a hidden danger in Blue Star. Let's not say that you can protect Blue Star all the time. Those executioners who kill without blinking an eye, what should they do if they directly release the attack that destroys the Blue Star in the universe? Day and night defense? There are always omissions. Some exist, and they cannot be completely resolved with combat power. In this regard, Lin Feng expressed his understanding of Jingma's concerns, but he did not answer this question on the spot. After thinking about it, Lin Feng said, "Sit down and talk. How about going back to Blue Star first, now that the fight is over? For the rest, let's go back to Blue Star to chat. The universe is not a place for chatting." And Lin Feng also wanted to know where Jingma got the information from. Past the news that he had several infinite gems to the whole universe. This can only show one thing. There is a powerful existence staring at him. In other words, it was eyeing the infinite gems. Chapter 158 Conversation. The coming crisis. A group of 3 returned to Blue Star. Nick Fury is still staying in Lin Feng's yard. Yo, Mr. Braised Egg. Lin Feng teased. Why are you here? Where have you been? Tony Stark is here too? Braised Dan's face was still dark. Without Lin Feng's invitation, he did not rush into Lin Feng's villa, even though Susan was not there at this time. Go to the universe to learn a bit, Lin Feng said. Poor black marinated eggs, sweating all over their foreheads under the sun. Come in, sit down, and talk. After Lin Feng finished speaking, He turned his head and walked into the house first. Tony Stark had already removed his armor, and followed Lin Feng towards the house. Jing's mother also walked into the house without saying a word. But Lu Dan was keenly aware that her state was a bit wrong. "You went to the universe to fight?" Braised Dan caught up with Jingma in 2 or 3 steps, and they walked together. Jingma was silent for a while, then nodded. "You won't lose, will you?" Braised Egg asks in a low voice. Mother Jing obviously has a problem with her mood and is a little depressed. Jingma's strength has been seen before. Although Lin Feng can also fly in space, according to the day 2 of SHIELD, Lin Feng is weaker than Jingma. At most, it can be a tie. Mother Jing glanced at the marinated egg. It's time to update the data about Lin Feng. SHIELD's modeling of Lin Feng's personality is completely inaccurate. I haven't seen him for a few years, and the marinated egg is still pulling his hips as usual. The mist on the head of the marinated egg. What's the meaning? Is it really lost? While talking, several people walked into the villa. Without further ado, Lin Feng ran to the kitchen. Tony didn't treat himself as an outsider at all, and slumped on the sofa. "It's more than a loss. Here, Aunt Mohigan. Almost lost my life." Although the voice of the corned egg is small, it is not far from Tony, and Tony still heard the conversation between the corned egg and Jingma. "Mazfak?" With a look of astonishment on his face, Luden turned to Jingma for confirmation. The silent mother verified Tony's words. "Real or fake?" "It's true. Lin beat Moxigan to death as soon as he got a heat ray." "Heat ray, remember, braised egg." "That's it, this one." Tony pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers. "Call out. TSK TSK TSK. You can't imagine how powerful that shot is." Tony was gesticulating there, and the more he gesticulated, the darker his mother's face became, and she almost caught up with the corned egg. "Shut your mouth, slimy monster. If I can't beat Lin Feng, I can't beat you." Faced with Tony's talk, Jingma couldn't help but retort. "The symbiote is indeed like a black sludge." And this guy kept calling himself Mohigan. "Aunt, he would be angry with any woman." "You two also had a fight?" Braised Dan was even more surprised. If it weren't for the lack of hair on his bald head, he should have started to lose his hair by now. "Oh, is that a fight? I think it should be called Mohawk brand colorful fireworks. Do you want to fight again?" Scared Mom Death stared at Tony. "I'm afraid of you." Tony stood up, Stinger's head sticking out. "Lin, help me open a portal. This bitch is going to fight me for the 2nd round." He felt that he didn't perform well just now, and it was a bit embarrassing to lose to Mohawk. How about doing it again and trying the new trick he just researched with Stinger? She must cut off their head of Mohigan's broom. Lin Feng came out of the kitchen with several glasses of drinks. "Some headaches are placed on the table." "Stop making trouble. Let's talk about business first." Lin Feng, Tony's talkative talk for a long time, heard it clearly. For some reason, Tony seems to have become skinnier after being with the symbiote Stinger. It's also possible that the Stinger amplifies some inexplicable character in Tony. "This is yours." Lin Feng gave Tony a super big one, which was filled with light gray liquid. "Chocolate milkshake?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Excellent. I need this right now." Tony raised his head and drank more than half of it. Not Tony needs it, Stinger needs it. He needs the phenylethylamine in the chocolate. Without favoring one over another, Lin Feng also made some drinks for Jingma and Braised Egg. Several people took their seats on the sofa one after another, and the atmosphere was strangely silent for a while. Braised Dan drank his drink. His eyes swept back and forth among the few people, not knowing what he was thinking. Jing's mother had a heavy expression on her face, as if she hadn't recovered from Lin Feng's coercion. "Tell me, where did you get the news, Carol?" Since no one spoke, Lin Feng started and directly opened the topic. Mother Jing nodded and did not refuse Lin Feng's inquiry. She came back to Blue Star this time just for this matter. "At first, I heard the news in a small transition. In some bar, there are often looters and robbers mixed in, as well as some gold hunters. They're so well informed that you can get almost any information in the universe from them. But they didn't keep the matter of the 5 infinity gems in Blue Star as a secret. but they were chatting wildly. Do you understand me? The chatter speaks volumes for how far the Infinity Stone's clues have spread. Just one Infinity Stone can fetch sky-high prices from collectors. If you had news like this, would you blow it up? Most people should hide it. When this matter was brought up for discussion, it could only show that he was already well known. Lin Feng frowned and responded. He understood the meaning of King Ma's words and sighed. This is really not good news. Witch Melon Skin spread the news that he has 5 infinite gems. So I'm back, and I'm going to scatter the Infinity Stones all over the universe. This way we can avoid the upcoming danger. Jingma continued to explain. This is pretty much the best way to deal with Infinity Gems. Wait a minute. Tony stretched out his hand. Why can't I understand what you are talking about? What is an infinite gem? Tony vaguely felt that the conversation between Lin Feng and Jingma had something to do with Lan Xing, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Lin Feng and Jingma looked at each other. Among the 4 people present, it seems that only Jingma and I know what the infinite gems are for. As for whether the black marinated eggs knew about the infinite gems, Lin Feng had already forgotten. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng decided to talk to Tony about the Infinity Stones. After all, in the movie, it wasn't until Avengers 3 that Tony learned about the Infinity Stones from Strange. And as Blue Star's Avenger, Tony is still qualified and has the right to know about this stuff. Chapter 159. The best choice. Leave Blue Star, follow the vine. Lin Feng put the wristband on the table and showed the crowd several gemstones of different colors. He took off the reality gem and held it in his hand. With one stroke, the whole villa instantly turned into a sea of stars. The origin of the Infinity Stones was shown to the 3 of them like a picture scroll, which was very shocking. Infinity Stones, born at the time of the Big Bang. There are 6 of them in total, and each of them controls an original attribute of the universe, something similar to authority or rules. Lin Feng briefly explained. Do you still remember the Chaitori incident? Lin Feng pointed to the blue gemstone on the wristband and said, and at the same time used the reality gemstone to conjure up the phantom of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. That blue cube, the cosmic Rubik's Cube, its core is the space gem. He can open a portal to anywhere in the universe. As he said that, the phantom of the Rubik's Cube split open, revealing the blue gemstone inside, which was exactly the same as the one on Lin Feng's wristband. Before Tony was amazed, Lin Feng pointed to the green infinity gem. Time gem. He can allow the user to manipulate time arbitrarily, whether it is fast-forwarding or rewinding. It can even stop time. You should have seen it. Carol's injury was reversed through the time gem. Oh, by the way, her name is Carol. Lin Feng explained to Tony. Back in time? Tony stroked his chin in disbelief. Fuck. I thought it was some new trick you learned. Even when Tony was killed, he didn't expect that a small gem could make time go backwards. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to introduce Infinity Stones. The orange one is the Mind Gem, which is the scepter that Loki held at that time. It can control the thinking of living beings at will. A purple Power Gem, it allows the user to have unimaginable physical attack attributes, and it can crush the blue star with one blow. And the red gem of reality, as the name suggests, can modify reality. All scientific codes and natural laws have no meaning in front of it, and it can modify it at will. After some introduction, several people all had solemn faces. Tony was even more audible. It never occurred to me that such a thing exists in the universe. Lin Feng continued to explain. Each infinite gemstone contains extremely huge energy. When you have collected all 6 infinity gems, you only need to snap your fingers. With that said, Lin Feng looked at a few people, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. With Lin Feng's snap of his fingers, the phantom of the universe transformed by the reality gem exploded instantly. The entire universe, under this snap of the fingers, turned into nothingness again. Jing Ma said solemnly, snap your fingers? You can restart the entire universe, or reduce the entire universe to ashes. Mazfak? Tony burst out the colloquial words of the braised egg. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded. indicating that what Jing Ma said was true. There is no need to question Lin Feng's words. Tony believes in Lin Feng very much. After all, there is no need to lie about such a big matter, is there? You have 5 of these damn things? Tony exclaimed. The little heart was beating uncontrollably. Each of these things is beyond the scope of science. That is to say, you are only 1 star away, and you can destroy the entire universe? Okay. Lin Feng dismissed the phantom with a wave of his hand, with black question marks on his face. Why do I destroy the universe? Isn't that what you collected him for? Get lost. Lin Feng's face turned dark. There are other reasons why I collect these infinity stones. In the universe, there is an attacking purple sweet potato who has become a spirit, and is also collecting these gems. His name is Thanos. As he spoke, Lin Feng transformed into a big purple head again. It is the overlord of the universe, Thanos. He is the last survivor of the Titan family, and his purpose is to use the Infinity Stone to immediately destroy half of the life in the universe. I'll interrupt. Why did he do this? Tony asked again, reaching out his hand. Good question. As far as I know, he thinks that in this universe, life consumes too much resources, and eliminating half of the universe's population would make the universe more prosperous and sustainable. Lin Feng explained. Thanos, the director of the Universal Family Planning Office, was very aggressive, and Chitauri's war, Loki was sent by him. Lin Feng emphasized. He has already set his sights on Blue Star's Infinity Gem, so I collect these things to prevent disasters from coming. I think you don't want to see half of your relatives and friends disappear for no reason. After demonstrating the origin of the universe, Lin Feng retracted his wristband. The amount of information is huge, but easy to understand. Several people nodded heavily. In this way, there is nothing wrong with Lin Feng collecting infinite gems. It is nothing more than to prevent the disaster that is about to happen in the future. But now word spreads across the universe that you have 5 infinity stones. This brings a crisis to Blue Star. The startled mother couldn't help but said. Lin Feng's starting point is good, but obviously, there is a conspiracy targeting Lin Feng, and Blue Star is just an incidental item targeting Lin Feng. The spread of this news is a signal that the conspiracy has already begun to operate. Lin Feng also nodded with a heavy expression. Of course he knew this. However, it is too dangerous to disperse the infinite gems. Thanos can find them easily. With that said, Lin Feng had to wonder if Thanos had released the news. But apparently it was too late. The news has already spread, and now killing Thanos will not help. But I probably have a solution. Lin Feng signaled them not to worry too much. He has thought of a solution. One is that Lin Feng left Blue Star and used the infinite gems to make a name for himself in the universe. In this way, the sight of villains who have ideas about infinite gems can be diverted, and the danger of Blue Star will be greatly reduced. The other is for Lin Feng to get the remaining soul gem. Then snap your fingers with 6 infinite gems to make everyone forget the location of the infinite gems, or the news that the infinite gems are in Blue Star. It's just that these 2 methods require Lin Feng to leave Blue Star temporarily. Lin Feng planned to leave Blue Star after juxing Lianzu. Go get the last gem first. But Lin Feng didn't intend to snap his fingers. He wants to use more infinity stones in the universe. At that time, villains who have ideas for infinity stones will deliver them themselves. Lin Feng can follow the clues and find out who released the news. Chapter 169 Stars Lianzu, the spaceship escaped. Faced with Lin Feng's almost perfect solution, several people nodded in agreement. Braised eggs and Tony basically don't have much say in this matter. After all, they can't predict the future. Unlike Lin Feng, he knows the general structure of the Marvel Universe. And Jing Ma also agreed with Lin Feng's method, and she had to agree if she disagreed, because she couldn't beat Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng's method is undoubtedly the best solution. It can not only keep Langsing away from unknown dangers, but also find out the cubs behind the spread of information. It's much better than Jing Ma's method of dispersing infinite gems. After negotiating, Jing Ma left. She didn't plan to stay in Blue Star any longer, and went directly to the universe. According to her, She was in a hurry when she came back this time, and there were still some important things that had not been dealt with. However, Lin Feng had no interest in caring about other people's private affairs. Braised Dan also returned to SHIELD. During this period of time, he was doing well. Although the headache, there are many other things, but the remnants of Hydra have been wiped out under the thunder of the spice take. The rest of the members who are deeply hidden are also under constant investigation, and they will be found in the end. Tony also said hello and left. He hasn't studied the number 5 compound that Lin Feng gave him. So far, Blue Star's crisis has been solved, and the timeline seems to be back on track. On the surface, everything seems to be moving in a good direction. However, Lin Feng seemed to have been constantly busy since a certain moment. Early the next morning, Lin Feng received a call from the Shinsphere Bureau. Zheng Xian called personally. In the early hours of this morning, the strange spacecraft began to accelerate its rotation, and the predicted 9 stars Lianzhu will completely overlap today. The spaceship seemed to echo the speed of the 9 stars Lianzhu, accelerating as time went on. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng didn't go anywhere, just stayed at home, observing the spaceship with supervision from time to time, waiting for the arrival of Chuxing Lianzhu. Whether the spacecraft has anything to do with Chuxing Lianzhu will be revealed soon. During this period, Lin Feng also observed Sol's current situation. This guy has returned to Asgard. As for Malkith, Lin Feng couldn't find him at all. The cursed warrior also disappeared. Without the reality gem, Malkith must have hated the Northwest. Lin Feng didn't bother to care about this. The day will soon pass, and the Juxing Lianzi has officially begun to form a straight line. Everything is as Lin Feng thought. The 9 kingdoms are gradually overlapping, and the boundaries between the kingdoms have become more blurred. At this moment, the spaceship that Lin Feng had observed for a long time finally had a new movement. It stopped spinning the moment the 9 great kingdoms overlapped. Lin Feng pulled himself together and waited for the next move of the spaceship. At the same time that the spaceship stopped rotating, the indestructible protective cover began to quickly disintegrate in the air. Afterwards, the entire spaceship was like a spinning top, spinning and rising at a very high speed, completely ignoring the solid rock wall above the head. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the main peak of Taibai Mountain. The spaceship directly pierced the mountain through a hole, and soared rapidly without stopping. In the blink of an eye, it rose higher and higher with a whistling sound. Good guy, where are you going? Seeing this scene, without saying a word, Lin Feng jumped up from his villa and followed directly. This weird thing really has something to do with Chuxing Lianzhu. Lin Feng wants to see where the spaceship is going. Soon, Lin Feng caught up with the spaceship. The two, one in front of the other, quickly broke through the atmosphere and flew towards the depths of the universe. After the spaceship left the blue star's air, its flying speed suddenly increased. It reached sublight speed almost in an instant. How can this dog fly so fast? Lin Feng didn't care about being surprised, and followed closely behind the spaceship. His flying speed is now on par with the speed of light, and with the help of infinite gems, Lin Feng can surpass the speed of light at any time. But it is obviously abnormal for a spaceship to fly so fast. Don't look at Yondu, or the little raccoons, and their spaceships can reach very far places, but that's because people use space technology to jump. In terms of flight speed, I am afraid that there are not many light-speed spacecraft in the universe. While thinking about it, the speed of the spaceship continued to climb. Lin Feng also boarded the spaceship. No matter how fast the spaceship flies, he will fly as fast as possible, and will not let go of the tail of the spaceship. The flight of the spacecraft seems to have certain rules. Lin Feng found that it was passing the overlapping routes of the 9 countries in a straight line. And what's even more surprising is that every time a country passes through, the spaceship shrinks a circle. When passing through the last country, the spacecraft has shrunk to the size of a palm. At this moment, the vision suddenly increased. The spaceship the size of a palm suddenly began to become unreal, as if it would disappear at any time. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng increased his flying speed and reached out to grab the spaceship. He wasn't going to let this thing get away from him. The unknown is terrifying, and Lin Feng will never let go of exploring what he cannot understand. With a hum, the spaceship burst out with a burst of light, as if it had entered a space rift and disappeared into the universe. Lin Feng himself also disappeared. A blinding white light flashed. The spaceship brought Lin Feng to an unknown space. The whole space is full of color. Like a colorful vortex, the scene of the entire space is constantly rotating. That speed is exactly the same as the speed of the spaceship's rotation earlier. Lin Feng wondered if he was teleported inside the spaceship, right? However, the truth is not what Lin Feng thought. He quickly saw the spaceship that had become the size of a palm. It was suspended not far from him. However, beside the spaceship, there is one more person. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and instantly became vigilant, looking at the extra person who didn't know when. Lin Feng was taken aback when he saw the man's attire. Then, the pupils shrank, and the mouth opened unconsciously. Next to the spaceship, stood a man wrapped in a red tight combat suit. There is also a red hood on the head, two big black eyes, and a bean-sized white breathable material in the middle, without a trace of skin exposed. There are two double knives on his back, and a huge desert eagle pinned to his waist. This dress, Lin Feng is more familiar, he can't get enough of it. He was surprised why this product appeared here. Little bitch, Lin Feng called out tentatively. That's right, Lin Feng would never admit to this familiar outfit. Isn't this trademark Deadpool? Deadpool took 2 steps forward and sized up Lin Feng with an exaggerated probe. Superman? Fuck. The two exclaimed in unison. Chapter 161 Deadpool, can I touch your big pectoral muscles? Messed up. The real trademark is Deadpool, and Deadpool knows the existence of Superman. Also know that Superman is not part of the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng's black combat uniform, the S logo on his chest is too conspicuous. Deadpool recognized it at a glance. No. Before Lin Feng could speak, Deadpool called out first. He jumped 2 steps back, and exaggeratedly made the aunt lean back. You're not Superman. Superman is not an oriental face. Yes, you are a fake. A second later, Deadpool noticed something was wrong again. That's not right. Is this suit really Superman's? Could it be a fake? It's not like that either. This is the Marvel Universe. No one knows the existence of Superman, etc. What did you call me just now, little bitch? Fuck. I know who you are. Shouldn't you be the audience outside the fourth wall? Deadpool's mouth, like Gatling, did not give Lin Feng a chance to speak at all. Although the speed of speech was fast, Deadpool was sober-minded, and in a few words, Lin Feng's old background was revealed. Fuck. Lin Feng exclaimed again. When he was a man of steel, he scanned Blue Star several times, but he didn't find the existence of Deadpool. Lin Feng thought that there was no Deadpool in this universe. Now he was standing in front of him alive. Which version of Deadpool are you? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. Looking at the costume, it should be the Wade in the movie. No wonder Lin Feng asked this question. There are also several Deadpools in parallel universes, and even in some parallel universes, Deadpool is a woman. Dude, I don't remember where I'm from. It's not important, is it? You have not answered my question yet. Are you an audience outside the fourth wall? God, how did you acquire superhuman abilities? Is it real? Are you afraid of kryptonite too? Another series of mouth cannons were fired. As he said that, he also wanted to touch Lin Feng's strong chest muscles. But after thinking about it, I feel that there is a high probability of being beaten, and Deadpool can only enjoy his hands in emptiness. Lin Feng took 2 steps back in disgust. Deadpool is a completely unscrupulous bastard. It's better to keep a distance from him. Yes, I am the audience outside the fourth wall due to special reasons. I traveled to this movie universe, Lin Feng said truthfully. There's no need to hide it from Deadpool, who knows he's a character from a comic book movie. And this product also has the ability to break through the dimensional wall, and can talk to the audience. I just don't know if there is any limit to this ability. But based on this, Deadpool can be regarded as an extremely special existence in the Marvel Universe. Deadpool has a stinky mouth, free and easy, unrestrained and reckless, relying on his own immortal body to talk nonsense all day long. His mouth is even more wasted than Spider-Man. But Lin Feng knew that in general Deadpool's nature is not bad, but rather like a kid who loves pranks. His every move has a different kind of humor and antics. This is really amazing. Deadpool walked around Lin Feng several times, looking up and down, as if looking at rare treasures. I thought it was crazy enough that I could talk to an audience outside the fourth wall. You are even more outrageous than me. You can actually pass through the fourth wall. Dude, how the hell did you do that? Even I can't go outside the fourth wall at will. Oh yes. Can I touch your big pecs? I have no other meaning. I just wonder if Superman is really as strong as I think. Look at this pair of chest muscles. They are simply the best of the best. Graceful. I can smell the powerful power in it through the air. Seeing Lin Feng's dark face, he didn't speak. Deadpool clapped his hands. Understood. He pulled out a few green franklins from between his buttocks. You want this, right? How much is it once? Can you pay for a monthly subscription? Lin Feng was left speechless. Should it be said that it is a dead waiter? 3 sentences are off topic. Rao Lin Feng was prepared for Deadpool's level of crime, and wanted to beat him up too. He seemed to be able to smell an indescribable smell. Where the fuck did you pull it out of? When I watched the movie before, I thought Deadpool was so cheap and cute. But when this guy really appeared in front of him, Lin Feng just wanted to give him a heat ray. Just 2 words make people can't help but want to trample him under their feet. Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted himself. That's right, Deadpool is like this. Deadpool is like this. Don't be angry, we're not angry. Resting his mind, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Whether you cross or not, it doesn't matter, does it? Where is this place? Why are you here? Lin Feng asked his own question. Oh, my god. This space is my little secret. When you meet for the first time, find out their little secrets. 2. Direct. Deadpool twitched shyly. Lin Feng's blood pressure rose slowly. But I can tell you who made me like Superman. Those pecs. Oh, it's really addictive. Can you really touch me? Make an offer, man. I don't think anyone can refuse Franklin. Don't you like this thing? Deadpool patted the green pill in his hand seductively. Nima. Still coming? Lin Feng's eyes immediately turned red. The entire film space seemed to become hot at this moment. Pectoral muscles can't be touched. But I can let you touch my heat ray. Do you need it? Lin Feng had a weird smirk on his face, staring at his red eyes. No, calm down. Brother Superman, big brother, dad. Deadpool suddenly jumped back a few steps, shaking his hands like a spirited boy. You're kidding? I'm kidding. It's true that he's immortal, but he doesn't want to try Superman's heat rays either. What's more, Lin Feng's only red eyes can produce a sense of crisis that makes his scalp tingle. This Superman is definitely not an ordinary Superman. That's it. The biggest size condom ever. This is a place similar to subspace. Subspace, do you know? I can tell you in detail. You can come here. You should come here with my cutie. Oh yes, it's my cutie, Deadpool said, beckoning to the palm-sized spaceship. The spaceship seemed to be alive. It flew over quickly and landed in Deadpool's hands. Oh, my little cutie. Deadpool dragged the spaceship and kept stroking it. Kato Taka felt ashamed after seeing that technique. Chapter 162 Subspace. Shuttle. How about we be brothers? Subspace. It was the first time Lin Feng heard these 3 words from someone else. The subspace is a layer of protection between the positive and negative material spaces. Deadpool quickly explained. Like my girlfriend. Okay. It's a small raincoat that must be prepared when you are happy with your girlfriend. As Deadpool said, he unconsciously glanced at Lin Feng's strong body wrapped under his combat uniform. I think you can understand? It's all the same, and I don't like that thing either. After all, no one likes that thing. Deadpool twisted his butt, and kept doing indescribable movements on the spot. Wearing a mask, Lin Feng could feel his eyebrows winking, and the wave was boundless. But you know, if you don't wear it, it can have serious consequences. Can you understand what I'm saying? Deadpool poked his head. Little baby. Do you understand, little baby? If you don't wear it, you will have a baby. The subspace is like a small umbrella. With him, my girlfriend won't have a baby. Understood? Oh, I can't say any more. Deadpool covered his big face. Seeing Lin Feng's face getting darker and darker, if he continued, he was afraid that Lin Feng would hit him. Lin Feng pinched his brows, feeling a little headache. He understood. The subspace is just a layer of protective cover. It rests in the middle of the positive and antimatter space, acting as a protective umbrella. Without this layer of protective cover, the positive and antimatter space will collide, and then collapse and shrink. But can't you give a more normal example? You can come here only because of my cutie. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Kevin. My 41st cutie. Deadpool said, putting the spaceship on his face pitifully, tilting his head and rubbing it, full of love. When I am lonely, only they will accompany me. Although not as considerate as a girlfriend, even a little cold. But man, I love them, and you love me too, right? In the second half of the sentence, Deadpool said to the spaceship. That nasty tone gave Lin Feng goosebumps. As expected of Deadpool, he can send Q even to metal. Shaking his head, trying to make himself forget the appearance of the dead servant, Lin Feng couldn't help asking, since you love your little cutie so much, why put it on the blue star? Also, it seems to have the ability to teleport people to other universes. Hearing this, Deadpool suddenly raised his head. Oh Falk, have you experienced it? Oh yeah. Isn't it cool? Isn't the cutie very powerful? Did you feel the joyful feeling brought by time travel? Lin Feng didn't know how to answer. Indeed very cool. Pietro almost died outside. Can you be upset? Since you've used my cutie, I'll tell the truth. Little cutie is a kind of space-time shuttle. TSK. That's not accurate. Barrier shuttle? A space shuttle? Never mind. Little cutie can help me travel freely in many universes. Call it Little Bitch Pass. How about it? Isn't it a good fit? Lin Feng sneered. It's really suitable. It seems that you also know that you are cheap. Oh, dude. You think so too? Deadpool suddenly became inexplicably excited, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders. Excited, he didn't have any scruples about Superman's identity. It seems you like me too, kitty. In this way, we have common hobbies and common topics. You have a standard oriental face. It should be from the East. Don't you all like to be sworn brothers? Why don't we marry each other? You don't know, I also stayed in the East for a while. To tell you the truth. What? What kind of sworn brotherhood? Oh, I'm boiling over. My poor girlfriend couldn't get out of bed that day. How about we become half-brothers in the subspace? From now on, your wife will be my wife. My passport will be your passport. I can go to any universe I want. Go whenever you want. Be happy anytime. How is it? Are you excited? Speaking of which, Deadpool doesn't have a Superman friend yet. Lin Feng's sworn brotherhood was not a whim. How powerful is Superman? If you can't beat others in the future, call Superman. Don't look at Deadpool jumping away. The little abacus is flying. I refuse. Lin Feng sneered again, knocking off the claw on his shoulder. It's beautiful. This guy is full of bad water, and he doesn't know when he will be cheated. I also trademark know that there is a saying of sworn brothers in the East. Ah, this. Deadpool scratched his head, rather unwilling to give up. How about my wife is also your wife? A girlfriend should not be considered a wife, right? Deadpool thinks it's not bad. He only has a girlfriend and no wife. I really want to sew your mouth shut. Why? Is this a new way of worshipping? If so, it's okay. I can stand it. Let me look. I remember I collected some needles and thread. Deadpool started grabbing his ass and pulling things out again. Lin Feng felt sick to his stomach. Impressed. Damn it, this Deadpool is really not something ordinary people can bear. Don't FCK look for it. You haven't told me yet. Yours. Little cutie. Cheap license. How did it appear in the blue star of the Marvel Universe? You said this? Deadpool stopped his hands and threw away the indescribable long yellow object in his hands. He's my cutie number 41. I seem to have said that just now. I have hundreds of these. They collect some energy for me in various universes. Very magical energy. TSK TSK TSK. Maybe you don't quite understand it. Anyway. This thing. It's a good thing. Have you figured it out? Want to have one? I can give you a few for free. How about treating it as a gift for our sworn brotherhood? They're all brothers. What's mine is yours. Roll. Climb. Unnecessary. Lin Feng directly threw out the quality triple. Who the fuck is your brother? It's just traveling to other universes. His key has 2 charges left. Lin Feng didn't need such a brother. Blood pressure can't be controlled. Dude, you're breaking my heart. Why don't you agree to have sex with me? Being rejected again. Deadpool burst into tears, covering his face. His hands were still showing between his fingers, secretly observing Lin Feng. Stop making waves. I have a few questions for you, Lin Feng said. Hearing Deadpool's nonsense like this again, Lin Feng was afraid that he couldn't help kicking him. Quickly finish asking questions and leave Salem. Chapter 163. Dad. Help me question. Deadpool lowered his hands and came to business. Exclamation mark. Of course it's alright, buddy. Just ask me for a fee. You won't be as poor as that Clark, are you? To be honest, I don't like the life Clark has. Obviously I have enough ability, but I don't have 2 coins on my body. Deadpool squeezed his fingers together. You are a Superman who came here. You should have a lot of money on you, right? $10,000 for one question. How about it? Friendly price, discounted. You also know that when business is bad, I will also sell some information. I can answer you any question. Even if you want to know what color underwear Mr. Stan Lee is wearing today, I can tell you. Lin Feng didn't know what Deadpool wanted money for. Are the coins of the Marvel Universe universal? And with Deadpool's ability, it's not difficult to make some money. I don't understand why you would ask yourself for money. It can only be regarded as Deadpool's special hobby. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out $100,000 from the system space and threw it over. Give. He has plenty of these things. Now he stretched out his hand to grab a rock, and he could squeeze it into a big diamond. No shortage of money at all. I only ask 3 questions. The rest is your tip, as long as you stop talking nonsense. Fuck. The Deadpool who looked at the thick bundle of banknotes was shocked. Evil dog throwing shit. Deadpool swooped and hugged a bunch of green Franklins, drooling. Great, dude. This shit is my salary for several years. As expected of Superman, with so much money, don't ask questions. You can applaud for love with me. Money can turn ghosts around. Deadpool hugged Franklin tightly, drooling. He looked shy, twisting his legs with his back facing Lin Feng while twisting and talking. Come on. Time is running out. Hurry up and trade. After finishing speaking, he started the foreplay by himself and gasped. How charming is that voice? How charming. Batiste shooter heavy artillery. Boom. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up his big foot and slammed it on Deadpool's big ass. Damn it, it's disgusting for a big man to do this. Deadpool gave a ghostly cry, and shot out like a fired shell. In the end, he drew a red line with his face on the ground, barely stopping the rush. So does Superman like this kind of thing? Deadpool supported his big butt, and his upper body was kicked and turned 180 degrees. For a normal person, it would have been completely cold. Little Cheap can still wriggle non-stop. Lin Feng has the ability to control, and Deadpool is an immortal body. As long as he is given some time, he can recover. First question, why are you here? The second question, what do you want to collect energy for? The third question, I want to know, is the way to get outside the 4th wall? Lin Feng slowly asked his question. Lin Feng especially wanted to know the third question. Deadpool is the fastest way he can think of to get outside the 4th wall. Originally thought to go to another universe to find Deadpool. Unexpectedly, I happened to meet this guy today. Okay, buddy, let me think about it. Deadpool knelt on the ground, but his upper body was facing upwards strangely. While picking at the banknotes beside him and stuffing them into his underwear, he answered Lin Feng's question. Why am I here? Of course I'm here to reclaim my little bitch pass. Do you know Juxing Lianzu? 9 stars Lianzu is the trigger condition I set for the pass. At this time, the pass will call me to come and get it back. After all, we've been apart for too long, and the cutie will miss me. As for the second question, collect these energies. Deadpool thought for a while, and then started talking nonsense. Of course it's to find a girlfriend in every universe. Shuttle takes a huge amount of energy. This is my secret. Only my brother can know. You rejected me. It breaks my heart and I decided not to tell you. As for the third question, what is it? Deadpool scratched his head and forgot. Lin Feng didn't care, and repeated it. The third question. Do you know the way to go outside the fourth wall? To be precise, I want to go outside the fourth wall. What should I do? Are you going outside the fourth wall too? Deadpool was obviously taken aback when he heard the third question, and even his voice changed his tone. His upper body couldn't help shivering, as if thinking of something terrible. Also, Lin Feng caught the word in Deadpool's words, and his eyes narrowed immediately. You are with them. Deadpool screamed, howling at the top of his throat. Fuck. Help, Mom. How did you find it? Little cutie. Cutie, what the fuck did you leave them here? Deadpool picked up the spaceship the size of a palm and smashed it to the ground. Bang bang bang. Stop, stop. Lin Feng was howling with a headache. Why didn't you finish the 2 sentences, and started to go crazy again? Exclamation mark. What's with them? What are you talking about? Didn't I be brought here by your cutie? Gah. Deadpool paused in his thumping gesture, and quickly turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Yes, you were brought here by cutie. Aren't you with them? Oh yes, I forgot. You came from beyond the fourth wall. How could it be possible to be with them? Fuck. Thank God. Scared the baby. I'm about to fucking pee. Deadpool touched his crotch, but fortunately he reacted quickly. Otherwise he would really pee out. Then, the guy began to wipe away his tears. You don't even know how cruel they are. Deadpools from several universes were slaughtered by them, just to find a way through the fourth wall. They have been looking for me. I can only keep running. They're not like you. If they catch you, the chrysanthemum will rot. Deadpool is crying. Not every Deadpool can break the fourth wall. Those shameless guys are even crazier than themselves. He's a character who knows he's a movie comic. He can also talk to readers, but this does not mean that he can pass through the fourth wall without restriction. You said, they. Could it be a group of guys who wear a layer of black robes all day? Deadpool's words reminded Lin Feng of those exiles who wreak havoc everywhere. He remembered what the system said. These guys are always looking for a way beyond the fourth wall, and they're always looking for Deadpool who can break the fourth wall. You know them. Deadpool was startled, and then used his hands as his feet, dragging his unrecovered lower body to crawl towards Lin Feng at a very high speed, and hugged Lin Feng's thighs as fast as lightning could cover his ears. You know them. You are still Superman. You can definitely save me. Brother, Dad, Grandpa. Help me. Chapter 164. Deadpool pulled out 27 cosmic coordinates from his big ass. Deadpool burst into tears, and grabbed Lin Feng, just like grabbing hope. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved, and mercilessly opened Deadpool's claws. The more you touch it, the higher it is purely sick. However, the information revealed by Deadpool also verified Lin Feng's conjecture. Sure enough, it was those guys who wore black robes all day long. In the invisible place, these guys haven't given up on the action. So, you are running around in various universes to avoid those guys? And cutie, is that you rely on to travel across universes? Lin Feng made the point. Look at this poor, cheap Deadpool. If you see them, you have to run for your life. Ang. What if you don't run? You can't fight. Catch or die. Deadpool's face is full of lovelessness. He didn't know where the group of men in black robes came from. The ability is even more strange. Some people turn into snakes, dogs, and even some who look similar to Fatty Lan. It is simply a collection of various movies and animations. If I hadn't been so excited last time and fooled them, I guess the Deadpool is gone now. It always felt like if they went beyond the fourth wall, something terrible would happen. If the author is found to modify it, everyone will have to form a group and go to the cemetery. There are no superpowers beyond the fourth wall. No one can stop them. The more I talk, the more scared I become, and the more I think about it, the more terrifying I become. Brother, uncle, you're Superman beyond the fourth wall. There must be a way to deal with them, right? As Deadpool said, he wanted to grab Lin Feng's leg again to vent his emotions. Lin Feng turned sideways to avoid Deadpool's clutches. Don't be so hands-on. Of course I know they can't be allowed to go beyond the fourth wall. In this trademark movie, the character of Deadpool is not like this. And he remembered that Deadpool was also looking for a way to kill himself. Although I don't know why this dead waiter is different, but the degree of crime is even worse than that. However, Lin Feng also knew the seriousness of the situation. But the ordinary black robe is no longer his opponent. Those who threatened him were those monsters of the first sequence. Do you know which universes they all exist in? Lin Feng asked. Give me the coordinates of those universes. I'll go and have a look. Also, tell me the way to go beyond the fourth wall. Lin Feng needs to prepare with both hands. If you want to get information, you can only clear the mobs first, and trouble those low-level exiles. All his knowledge of this hostile camp now comes from the system. But there isn't much information available either. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Deadpool touched his buttocks, and pulled out a piece of paper from it. Here? Big brother. I remember which universe they are in. A total of more than 20. This is my bitter journey, brother. You must treat this piece of paper well. Deadpool twitched and stuffed the paper towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng pinched his nose and backed away. You're fucking disgusting. Keep this damn thing to yourself. System, record the coordinates. I don't want to take this piece of paper. The latter sentence is said to the system in my mind. He didn't want to take this stuff. 27 universe data have been recorded, all of which have exiles. Okay. I've written it all down. You can keep it yourself. Lin Feng waved his hand quickly. He could feel an indescribable smell from far away. Why, do you despise me? Seeing that Lin Feng refused to answer, Deadpool started acting like a demon again. That's right. Lin Feng replied firmly. That butt of yours is a trademark four-dimensional pocket. It can pull anything out. Okay, I'll put it away myself. Deadpool didn't bother. He rolled up the paper again, stuffed it back, and hummed an indescribable sound. Hot eyes. This guy is even more perverted than Lin Feng imagined. As for how to get outside the fourth wall, I have no way. After a while, Deadpool finally finished stuffing the paper, and then said to Lin Feng, don't talk nonsense. You don't know how you got beyond the fourth wall? Lin Feng didn't believe Deadpool's words at all. I really don't know, brother. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't believe him, Deadpool felt a little wronged. The reason why I can go beyond the fourth wall, because as long as I have this kind of thought, I can travel through the past. But even if that happens, it's rare. Sometimes even if I want to go, I can't cross it. Deadpool explained. This thing is also like a girlfriend. Whether you can pass or not depends entirely on your mood. When he is in a bad mood, no matter how hard Deadpool tries, he won't be able to pass through. When he is in a good mood, Deadpool can kick him outside the fourth wall just by chanting. And just after that group of people appeared, Deadpool seemed to feel that the fourth wall was rejecting him. Don't let yourself pass. Otherwise, maybe he would have gone outside the fourth wall to hide from the group of guys in black robes. You didn't lie to me. Lin Feng still didn't quite believe it, but he had a way to verify the truth of the words. He clenched his left hand lightly. Then, an invisible mighty force shook. Deadpool's eyes froze for a moment. The tone also became rigid. No, hey, weird. This guy really didn't lie. Deadpool is indeed special. but he also cannot escape the influence of Infinity Stones. Lin Feng quietly activated the Soul Gem. Turns out this guy was telling the truth. Lin Feng was somewhat disappointed with the ability to remove the Mind Stone. It seems that Deadpool really doesn't know. What did you do to me? After losing control, Deadpool came to life and jumped back sharply. That expression, as if Lin Feng had done something excessive to him. Why do I feel like I want to tell you all my secrets? Fuck. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. I almost told you that my girlfriend had 2 moles on her butt. It's dangerous, it's dangerous. Deadpool patted his chest in a low tone. His legs were shaking non-stop. Lin Feng didn't bother to spray him. Since you really don't know, there's no need to talk about it. I'm leaving. You continue your escape journey. Lin Feng waved his hand and said goodbye. He now has a bunch of coordinates for the Wanderer universe. After preparing to solve these things about the infinite stones of the main universe, they set off for their universe. After all, one day they will face the first sequence. He needs to collect some intelligence as early as possible to prevent these guys from really finding a way to cross the 4th wall. At that time, there is really no way to recover. Don't, brother. Seeing that Lin Feng was really about to leave, Deadpool was in a hurry, and hurried forward to stop him. It was hard to find such a thick thigh. If Deadpool didn't work hard, he would really be sorry for himself. What will I do if you leave? What if one day I really get caught? You don't want those guys to cross the 4th wall either. That would be a terrible thing to happen. What Deadpool said was true. 10 fingers kept dancing in the air, as if depicting a terrifying future. How do you say that action is ... too obscene? Chapter 165 Stuck. The Red Skull is stuck. Oh, Lin Feng's footsteps stopped. This Deadpool makes sense. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and then he looked at Deadpool maliciously. Dangerous light began to radiate from the pupils. That's exactly what you said. It would be bad if they caught you and worked out a method. Ah, yes. Yes, brother, that's what I mean. Deadpool immediately nodded his head when he saw the hope. We really have to guard against this possibility. Lin Feng said so, then raised his eyebrows, and looked at Deadpool with a playful smile. This smile, in Deadpool's eyes, felt inexplicably terrifying. Then, why don't I take you directly to Bliss? In this way, they will never be able to find you, and you will be free. How about it? Lin Feng said indifferently with terrifying words. Deadpool's buttocks tightened, and he almost forgot to breathe. I heard that you are immortal. If all the cells in the whole body are evaporated, will they be resurrected? Lin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke. His eyes couldn't help but glow red. He really wanted to know if he would be able to come back to life if he just evaporated his entire body. If he was joking just now, Lin Feng really has a little bit of this idea now. Ow, that damned curiosity. Feeling the threat of death, Deadpool began to sweat coldly. Brother, don't. Deadpool wanted to slap himself twice. I haven't given my girlfriend enough happiness yet. My escape ability is absolutely top-notch. You can rest assured that they won't be able to catch me, at least for the time being, in a short period of time. They probably won't be able to catch me, and maybe one day, I will understand the way to go beyond the 4th wall. I will tell you immediately. Besides, even if you kill me, there are Deadpools from other universes who can pass through the 4th wall. Deadpool raised his hands high, tears came as soon as he said it, and his nose flowed out. Simply an actor. The ability to control emotions is simply outrageous. Don't look at Deadpool dying every day. But if you really give him a chance, he doesn't want to die that much. Mainly, he couldn't bear to part with his bunch of girlfriends. Otherwise, he would not have been running for his life in various universes. Okay, stop wiping your tears hypocritically, and play with you. Lin Feng put away the heat ray, and then threw out a Superman-exclusive rescue device. He sent out several of these things. If you really encounter a danger that you can't escape, return to this universe. Then press the button above and I'll come to your rescue. Of course, Lin Feng would not kill Deadpool, just to scare him. He also hoped to get a way to pass through the 4th wall from Deadpool. In order to prevent Deadpool from blah blah again, Lin Feng disappeared in a flash. Dog stuff, not much useful information. Instead, I learned how to be cheap on the spot. However, if Deadpool really faced a life and death crisis, Lin Feng would still save him. After all, even if Deadpool disappears, he cannot be left in the hands of those people. Thinking of this, Lin Feng has teleported out of the subspace and appeared in the universe. At this time, the 9 Stars Lianju was over. The small spaceship made a big hole in Taibai Mountain. It is estimated that the Shinsphere Bureau is now in a mess. Lin Feng didn't plan to go back to Blue Star either, and directly opened a portal, the one leading to Vormer Star. Lin Feng obtained the location of Star Vormer from Gameru early in the morning. Without further ado, strike while the iron is hot. Go get the last Infinity Stone now. Then I went to chat with Purple Sweet Potato. First, to see if Purple Sweet Potato revealed the news of Infinity Gems. If it is, then kill the Purple Sweet Potato essence directly. If not, it depends on the situation. After all, the current Thanos poses very little threat to the universe. Forget about Thanos with Infinity Gems. The big deal is that it will be like before, driving his Temple number 2, looking for life planets and killing half of them. After passing through the portal, you came to Vormer Star. To the eye, it is an extremely desolate scene. Vormer Star was once the center of the universe, but then I don't know why it turned into this desolate scene. There is no hair on the planet, let alone life. But it can't be said that there is no such thing at all. The Red Skull should be counted as one, right? Lin Feng slowly floated down on the edge of that huge cliff in the movie. He saw people and ghosts at a glance. Red Skull. The same goes for this guy. I don't know how long he's been on Vormer. After a rough selection, it has been around for at least 60 or 70 years. The Red Skull was originally the old enemy of the US team. But because of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube, the Red Skull was thrown into this place by the Cosmic Rubik's Cube through the wormhole. When he came to Vormer, he was instantly sensed by the Soul Gem. Since then, Red Skull has been a slave to the Soul Stone. But at the same time, this guy also gained the ability to know other people's life experiences. When Thanos, Gamera, Hawkeye, and Black Widow arrive, Red Skull can accurately name their father. Not much use for birds though, but it gives the impression that he knows everything. Red Skull looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Blue Star's Superman. Red Skull looked at Lin Feng and spoke first. Started to show off his curse again. As long as anyone who comes to this place, he can know its origin. Lin Feng didn't speak, just watched his performance quietly. Red Skull. Lin Feng. Red Skull. Why is there no second half of the sentence? Shouldn't it be said that I am the son of so-and-so? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. But in an instant, Lin Feng was happy. He gets it. Stuck. The Red Skull is stuck. He absolutely does not know who his father is. I come from outside the fourth wall, and the infinite gems can't affect it. Lin Feng suppressed a smile. Then what? Who is my father? Are you telling me? Red Skull's pupils shook violently. Nima, what's going on? The ability to be successful after 100 trials has actually failed. Tried again, still to no avail. Red Skull. It does not matter. You must have come here for the Soul Gem. Red Skull decisively changed the subject. No. I just see that there is no one on this planet. Get ready to come over to solve the next personal convenience problem and leave. Lin Feng laughed out loud, playing cards completely out of routine. This bee is like a prophet in the movie, giving people an omniscient feeling. He was able to pretend to be X every time, but was defeated by Lin Feng. Let you pretend to be garlic. Red Skull was silent again. How long? How long? No life has come to Vormer. I don't know how long it took for someone to make fun of him. Chapter 166. Yes, I will hold a grand funeral for you not wanting to pay attention to Lin Feng. The Red Skull began to float towards the edge of the cliff. Lin Feng was talking nonsense. If it wasn't for the Soul Gem, who would come to this shitty place? The Soul Gem has a high status among the infinite gems. It has its own intelligence. If you want to get him, you have to meet its conditions. Red Skull started talking on his own. If it wasn't for the Soul Gem, you wouldn't be here. In order to ensure that the person who gets the soul gem can clearly know its ability. Soul gem, request a sacrifice. The Red Skull talked about the conditions for obtaining the soul gem in the vicissitudes of life. Maybe it's because of staying in this ghost place for too long, the Red Skull's head is not working properly. The words were filled with the taste of a long time, but at the same time seemed a little dull. Sacrifice your true love, right? Lin Feng interrupted again. Red Skull turned around. How do you know? Lin Feng pouted. I also know who your father is. To gain gems, to lose love. One soul, one soul. This is an eternal deal. Red Skull, the steady breath of King B is well controlled. Even if he was interrupted by Lin Feng to play B, he could continue. What? Unfortunately, I didn't bring my beloved today. But I still want to get the soul gem. Is there any other way? Lin Feng shrugged, not being affected by the solemn atmosphere created by the Red Skull at all. Ask Lin Feng to sacrifice Susan. It is not okay to specify. Talk about an eternal deal. In Avengers 4, didn't Lin Feng use blackmail to replace the widow sister? Lin Feng couldn't push Susan off the cliff. Red Skull was silent for a long time. Maybe it's because I didn't expect the arrival to be so difficult. Rather than asking for the soul gem, it was more like teasing him. There is no other way. Red Skull's tone was still solemn. This is the condition given by the soul gem. No one can break him. You have a lot of time to think about. After speaking, Red Skull turned his head away and stopped talking. Lin Feng followed Red Skull's gaze curiously. Looking at the desolation, I don't know what the Red Skull is looking at. Maybe after staying for so long, pretending to be is one of the few funds left by the Red Skull. Lin Feng sighed and looked up at the sky. Is it necessary to sacrifice? Don't give me a chance. The sky is also grey, and it is even more desolate. How about going to the world of Avengers 4 to get 6 infinite gems, and then come back to threaten the soul gems? But the US team should have sent all the Infinity Stones back. However, Lin Feng was not helpless. The Infinity Stones release mainly gamma rays, and Lin Feng already had 5 Infinity Gems in his hand. If the Infinity Gem is used to release destructive energy at a high frequency, there is a high probability that Vormer and the Soul Gem will be destroyed together. Infinity Stones are not indestructible. Didn't Thanos destroy all the Infinity Stones after snapping his fingers? He thought that after the universe was corrected, the original stone was useless except for temptation, so he used the original stone to destroy the original stone. In Avengers 3, Wanda also used similar methods to destroy the Mind Stone. It's just that Thanos used the Time Gem to restore it later. So Lin Feng is not afraid to break the Soul Gem. If it is really broken, just use the Time Gem. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng looked back at the Red Skull. Xiao Hong. Lin Feng's tone was a little melancholy, but his expression was malicious. Find a place to hide, Vormer. It's about to disappear. Question mark. Red Skull had a question mark on his face. God trademark Xiao Hong? What the hell are you talking about? I am cursed here and cannot leave. Vormer, it used to be the center of the universe. He will not disappear. Red Skull said. Ah yes. Lin Feng didn't bother to defend himself, and jumped into the air directly. Lord, let you see how Vormer is gone. Lin Feng took out a customized version of the two-hand cannons. This thing was built by the Nadavi Dwarf King and enchanted by the God Queen Frigga, the kind that can emit the energy of Infinity Stones. Until now, Lin Feng had no chance to use it. No. The opportunity is here. Lin Feng no longer intends to call this thing a gun. This thing is more than twice the size of a gun, and more like a hand cannon than a gun. Without further ado, Lin Feng directly activated the power gem. He wants to give Vormer a grand funeral. A trace of purple energy began to surround the cannon body. The lines are also overflowing with purple light. A powerful biological force field enveloped the entire Vormer star. Soul Gem, can you hear me? Lin Feng's voice spread to every corner of Vormer. He believes that the Soul Gem can hear it. After all, the Soul Gem has self-awareness. I know, the same or similar gamma rays are enough to destroy your existence. I'll give you a chance, come out by yourself. Same as before, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. The sound echoed throughout Vormer, and of course Red Skull heard it too. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, who flew up into the sky and had turned into a black dot. Can't help but complain. What the hell? I didn't understand Lin Feng's confusing behavior at all. Is he threatening the soul gem? Red Skull wanted to laugh, but it's been too long since I laughed, and I seem to have forgotten how to laugh. Until a minute later, the dot representing Lin Feng in the sky turned into a glowing purple. Only then did Red Skull faintly feel that something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, a sight that he will never forget in his life happened before his eyes. It shocked him even more than the first time he came to Vormer. Huge and palpitating energy condenses high above the sky. Then there was a buzz. The purple energy poured down like a beam of light. Like an electric drill, a big hole was drilled in the center of Vormer in an instant. The entire Vormer trembled violently like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Red Skull didn't understand this outrageous power, but he was shocked. His eyes widened. He had been stared so wide in his life. He also opened his mouth wide. Never opened it so wide in his life. Before the Red Skull could recover from the shocking scene in front of him, another purple beam of light descended from the sky. Second shot, third shot, Vormer ushered in the true sense of the end. The entire planet was shattered under Lin Feng's artillery fire. Like brilliant purple fireworks, Lin Feng's attack announced Vormer's funeral. Chapter 167 BIPL Player Superman Lin. I don't know how long it has been. The beam-like attack finally stopped. The entire Vormer planet has been blasted into fragments of different sizes. Moreover, at least half of the planet was directly vaporized under the attack. Countless broken stones are like a group of meteorites, floating in the universe, and the Red Skull has disappeared. I don't know if he was beaten to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled up his guns and put away his double guns. Cool. This simple feeling of destruction is really comforting and decompressing. It's just a little expensive planet. Feeling at ease, Lin Feng searched for the soul gem among the countless broken stones. But the soul stone was more stubborn than he thought. Vormer has become a waste. It hasn't shown up yet. Not showing up. Lin Feng frowned. He had already thought of this ending. Don't panic at all. The green time stone lights up. The power of time enveloped the entire space. Countless broken stones condensed together. The destroyed Vormer was restored bit by bit. The entire time of Vormer was reversed to after Lin Feng flew into the sky. If it doesn't work once, do it again. Lin Feng took out his dual cannons again, accumulating energy. Just didn't hit enough. On the ground, Red Skull stared blankly at the black spots in the sky turning purple. He always felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember it. It was as if something had been pulled out. Throat wriggled for a while. Again? As soon as the words came out, Red Skull was also taken aback. Why should I say again? Boom! A huge purple beam of light descended from the sky again, interrupting Red Skull's thoughts. Vormer trembled again. Red Skull swears that he has definitely seen this scene before. Boom, boom, boom. Attack after attack fell on Vormer. Lin Feng used more force this time. Star Vormer was completely reduced to a pool of debris. Even more than a fist, there are no large or small pieces. After refreshing himself again, Lin Feng still couldn't find the soul gem. Scratched his head. Did I guess wrong? Isn't the soul gem hiding on Vormer? No, not likely. The soul gem is assigned to Vormer. Did he also hide in a place similar to subspace? Lin Feng thought that whether it was Hawkeye or Thanos, the scene where they got the soul gem was obtained in another scene. As for whether it is another space, or a certain location on Vormer star, Marvel didn't say it, and Lin Feng didn't know either. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. But he didn't stop moving his hands. The time gem reverses the time of the entire space, and the Vormer star has been restored again. At this moment, a wave of fluctuations spread to Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng's hands froze. Is it the soul gem? Lin Feng felt fluctuating, even mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Good guy. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It is indeed a soul gem. Never expected that this guy was mocking Lin Feng. Is it so skinny? Exclamation mark. Lin Feng was not only angry, but also wanted to laugh. Lin Feng looked at the recovered Vormer, his eyes fixed on a location. There is nothing there. But Lin Feng could clearly perceive that the fluctuations came from there. A smirk appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Got you, little one. The soul gem has self-awareness though. But unexpectedly there is a hint of childishness. Seeing that Lin Feng had destroyed it twice but failed to find it, he actually laughed at Lin Feng. However, it was this move that exposed its position to Lin Feng's sight. Even if you kill the soul gem, you can't imagine why human beings can capture the fluctuation of the infinite gem. Now that you've found it, it's easy to handle. Lin Feng put away the hand cannon. His eyes quickly glowed red. Although the hand cannon is comfortable to use, it is not as powerful as Lin Feng's heat rays. If you want to destroy the infinite gems, hand cannon alone may not be enough. The energy of the infinite gems poured into the eye sockets. The red light quickly became colorful, and finally turned into a dazzling golden color. The space around Lin Feng began to distort under this huge energy. This time, no attack fell on Vormer, but the entire Vormer began to vibrate slightly. Lin Feng's blow can be said to be the most powerful heat ray since he transformed into Superman. Gather the energy of Silver Superman and 5 infinite gems. When this heat ray shoots out, not only will Vormer be reduced to ashes in an instant, but even Lin Feng can penetrate this space for him. As for whether the heat rays hit the parallel world or other universes after piercing through, Lin Feng didn't know. Red Skull had already knelt down on the ground, of course not because of admiration for Lin Feng. It was the coercion brought by this extremely terrifying heat ray. That coercion almost compressed the air into substance. With such a long distance, Red Skull felt it was difficult to breathe. Demon. Devil. Red Skull spat out 2 words with difficulty. When did such a powerful human being be born on Blue Star? Poor Red Skull has never seen such power in his life. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a devil. Brat, last chance. If you don't show up again, you will stay in this place forever. Lin Feng's words resounded and spread throughout Vormer again. Under the gushing energy of the heat rays, his tone was extraordinarily cold. After waiting for a while, the soul gem still did not respond. Act recklessly. Lin Feng was a little angry. It simply doesn't give me Lin Feng face. In this case, destroy the soul gem, restore it, and destroy it later. I could play with you all day like this. The heat rays mixed with the energy of the 5 infinite gems can undoubtedly destroy the soul gems in an instant. In the eye sockets, the golden light is more abundant. In the next second, the soul gem will receive a blow of destruction. However, at this moment, a rapid fluctuation entered Lin Feng's brain again. The heat ray that was about to be emitted suddenly paused, and then dimmed. Cowardly. The soul gem is cowardly. It sent a wave of begging for mercy. It's somewhat similar to Lin Feng's situation in Avengers 4. Facing the threat of destruction, the soul gem decisively chose to counsel. It's quite interesting. Lin Feng slowly dissipated the heat rays and rubbed his eye sockets. The mist shot made him a little upset, and his eye sockets were slightly sore. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the space locked by him slowly fluctuated. The orange soul gem floated out. His color is somewhat similar to the mind stone. The mind gem is yellow, and the soul gem is a richer orange. It floated slowly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. The final piece of the Infinity Stones puzzle is here. I just don't know why, but Lin Feng always felt a sense of grievance emanating from the soul gem. This is not the soul gem hypocrisy. But if anyone wants a soul gem, they have to exchange it with their beloved soul. Only Lin Feng, he is in vain. Chapter 168 Gamerer, Where's Dead? Looking back on the days when he came to Marvel, Lin Feng has already collected all the infinite gems. The former Lin Feng thought it was so difficult to obtain these gems. It could also be preconceived notions. After all, in the movie, the process of getting 6 gems together is not easy. Even if it is Thanos, collecting the road to limited gems has not been smooth. In the movie, when Ancient One was still alive, Thanos only dared to let Loki come to explore the way. Before getting the power gem, he was betrayed by Ronan. In order to get the Time Stone, he also fought with the Guardians of the Galaxy and Stark. Even in the end, Gamera was sacrificed. This old boy, it was really miserable to say that it was miserable, and in the end even his head was cut off by Thor. On the other hand, Lin Feng, uncharacteristically, obtained all the infinite gems with ease. This is inseparable from his having the body of a Silver Superman and his understanding of Marvel's plot. This is the advantage of the Traversers. More importantly, Lin Feng didn't have the ambition to send away half the universe with a snap of his fingers. Holding the soul gem, Lin Feng slowly floated down to the ground. At this time, the Red Skull was already stunned. From the moment the soul gem itself appeared, this guy was already sluggish. Even if he was killed, the Infinity Stones could appear just by threatening. Until Lin Feng returned to the ground, the guy still hadn't recovered from the shock. "It's a poor man." Lin Feng sighed, and then stepped forward to pat Red Skull on the shoulder. "You are free, Red Skull." Lin Feng had no intention of killing Red Skull, even though he wasn't a good person. Let him fend for himself on Vormer. Maybe one day, a spaceship will pass by and kindly take him for a ride. Trapped for decades, lonely for decades, the sudden freedom made Red Skull want to cry but couldn't. He could only nod dully. "Thank you, thank you." The Red Skull was no longer as unpredictable as before, and his voice seemed dull and weird. "No thanks. Then I'm leaving." Lin Feng waved his hands and flew into the universe. Red Skull nodded dully again, then watched Lin Feng fly high into the sky and disappear from sight. After a while, he turned his head and looked at the still desolate scene, as if nothing has changed, and as if everything has changed. When he came back to his senses, he muttered to himself, "How should I get out of here?" Lin Feng couldn't control it anymore. Lin Feng floated in the universe, happily putting the soul gem on the wristband. The 6 gemstones gathered together, and different energies echoed each other and twisted into a line, impacting Lin Feng's body. This is feedback from Infinity Stones. But soon, this energy disappeared. "Call." Lin Feng exhaled, but didn't feel any discomfort. He is Silver Superman now, and the feedback of the 6 Infinity Stones can't hurt him at all. If I had to say what I felt, it was that my left arm was whipped with a cloth strip, and there was no response. The current Lin Feng can restart the entire universe with a snap of his fingers. To gain this kind of privilege-like ability, it is false to say that you are not happy. This is different from the situation in Avengers 4. At that time, although I also got 6 infinite gems, I returned them all for the sake of the direction of the universe. Now these gems completely belong to Lin Feng. How about snapping your fingers now? Lin Feng's eyes were full of eagerness to try. For nothing else, just for fun. If you don't have this thing, you won't miss it. When you have it, even if there is no purpose, you still want to snap your fingers to play. Never mind. Lin Feng thought about it, but gave up on snapping his fingers. Randomly playing with infinity gems is not good. Besides, he has other things to do. That is, talk to that old boy Thanos. If there is news about Lin Feng's infinite gems, it is really Thanos who spread the news. That Lin Feng didn't mind snapping his fingers for him. Seeing Thanos off in this way, the specification is already high enough. It's just that Lin Feng doesn't know where Thanos is in the universe now. The Marvel movies haven't explained either. But Lin Feng doesn't panic. Gamera must know where Thanos is. Just go find Gamera yourself. Lin Feng thought about it, and reversely located the position of the little raccoon directly through the Superman distress call device. Rocket, Gamera, and that idiot Star-Lord must be together. And the second idiot, Drax the Destroyer. Together, they are the Guardians of the Galaxy volume. Step through the portal. Lin Feng appeared in a small spaceship traveling in space. Wow wow. Star-Lord reacted quickly, pulling out the energy gun when the portal appeared. Except for little raccoon Rocket, who was still sitting on the chair, everyone else gathered in front of the portal, ready to fight. The universe is undoubtedly dangerous, and what happens is normal, and they are used to it. But when they saw Lin Feng walking out of the portal, they were all surprised. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Rocket put away his gun, jumped off the seat, and crashed over. This is a huge thick thigh. He still keeps that Superman emergency device, a life-saving gadget. keep it close to him. Drax also heaved a sigh of relief. It's that, a powerful man. He nodded solemnly to Lin Feng, which is a respect for the strong. This was already the second time they had seen Lin Feng. Several people were impressed by the strength of Lin Feng in Xana Star last time. But Star-Lord was not very happy. He always felt that Lin Feng's presence would steal his limelight. Not to mention handsome, but also so powerful. Look at Drax, the stupid big guy. I have more respect for Lin Feng than for him. Hey, how are you? Lin Feng did not regard himself as an outsider, and walked with a smile on his face. Wander around in the cabin. The spaceship was damaged while on Xana, but was later repaired by the Nova Corps on Xana. Oh, look who this is. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward. Ru'a raised Rocket's little head. Isn't this Captain Rocket? Rocket's head was pushed back and forth, and he grinned and wanted to bite Lin Feng, but he didn't dare. Wait, cried the Rocket. What do you call me, Captain? Wow! Rocket jumped up. His face was full of happiness. See, he raised his middle finger at Xingju, in exchange for Xingju's lip curling. Yes, I am the captain of this spaceship. After speaking, Rocket turned to look at Lin Feng again. You have a good eye. One word from Lin Feng won the Rocket's favor. It's not been a day or two since this little thing competed with Xingju for the captain's seat. The Rocket driving skills are superb, and he is also proficient in the manufacture and repair of various machinery. These two guys don't give in to anyone, and they don't like each other. Chapter 169 Xingju, I always feel green on my head. Rocket, who was recognized, happily found a cup and poured Lin Feng a cup of hot drink. He also brought Groot over. Groot is now as tall as a rocket. Lin Feng's nourishment was very good. I am Groot. Groot greeted Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted his chest and introduced himself. Groot's actions reminded him of the scene where Groot and the US team introduced each other in the 3rd episode of The Avengers. Can't help but want to laugh a little. Ahem. Hey. Xingju coughed twice on purpose. Lin Feng broke into his spaceship without authorization, mistook the captain for nothing, and kept ignoring himself. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Actually, I am the captain. Mr. Lin Feng, please explain your purpose. Xingju straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and lowered his voice in an attempt to create an aura of a big boss. However, he is essentially a bastard. Putting these actions on him, not only does it look not formidable, it also looks rather funny. I'm here to find Gamera, Lin Feng explained. He knows Xingju's character. He is just a pure funny bee. Gamera? Star-Lord repeated, subconsciously looking behind him. Then he asked vigilantly, what are you looking for Gamera for? Gamera is his future girlfriend. What did Lin Feng want her for? Could it be that he came to grab Gamera from himself? Xingju began to make up his mind. Gamera is the true love he has never met. Falk, Lin Feng is powerful. If he really came to snatch Gamera, he can't beat. Before Lin Feng could answer, Xingju had already imagined a lot of possibilities. Ahem. Gamera isn't here today. Xingju squeezed his throat and lied, but his voice was a little weak. Huh? Lin Feng looked at Xingju, then at Gamera behind him, and made a question mark with a strange expression. I'm afraid this Xingju is not a fool, is he? Gamera couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seriously? Sometimes she really wanted to pry open Star-Lord's brain and see what was inside. Seeing Lin Feng looking at him, Gamera took a step back subconsciously, with a look of wariness on his face. She hadn't forgotten that last time Lin Feng just gave him a look, and she obediently told Vormer's coordinates. This kind-looking man is very dangerous. Don't be afraid, Gamera. I just want to ask you if you know where Thanos is. Lin Feng explained. Thanos? Why are you looking for Thanos? Gamera still looked vigilant. I don't think you'd want to see him. Gamera shook her head. A lot of people know you have 5 Infinity Stones. And Thanos, who is also collecting infinite gems, will kill you, Gamera said. Her father, Thanos, is also collecting these things. But Thanos' purpose of collecting gems is chilling. The rocket on the side jumped out. Oh yes. What are you collecting these stones for? Are you short of money too? Rocket smacked his lips. Last time at a transit star, a lot of bandits were trying to get your attention. One of these things is worth $1 billion. Rockets are greedy. How about I help you connect and sell them? $5 billion. Just give me a commission of $500 million. Rocket laughed. With this money, he can take Groot to live an early retirement life. The more he said it, the more feasible it became. Rocket looked at Lin Feng with anticipation in his small eyes. As long as Lin Feng nodded, he would immediately contact the buyer. No need. Lin Feng waved his hand, rejecting Rocket. I collected this stuff and it's useful. Gamerer, you just need to tell me if you know the location of Thanos. The rest, you don't have to worry about it. Didn't you understand what I said? Thanos will kill you. Gamerer couldn't help but said. His father was a murderous executioner. Lin Feng dared to bring infinite gems to find Thanos. It was tantamount to delivering goods to his door. Thanos will kill me? Lin Feng sneered with disdain. Is this a joke for today? I think you should worry about whether Thanos will be killed by me. Not to mention Thanos. Even with all his loyal dogs, it's not enough for Lin Feng to clean up. Thanos dared to do it. But Gamerer didn't know how powerful Lin Feng was. She curled her lips in disdain, thinking that Lin Feng only it's bragging. Although Lin Feng showed great strength on Xanar and his party, Gamerer has a deeper understanding of the power of Thanos. Not to mention that Thanos has countless subordinates, many of whom are powerful generals such as Ebony Throat. Stop talking about it, tell me the answer. Lin Feng urged. Oh, by the way, you can't lie. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed, with a hint of warning. Gameru understood Lin Feng's hint, and her face became troubled. Xingju couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that as a man, it was time for him to stand up. Why can't you lie? Are you threatening us? The words are sharp, but the tone is bluffing. Lin Feng shook his head. That's not the case, it's just that Gameru is in front of me, so I can't panic. Gameru pursed her lips. She really wanted to give Lin Feng a fake address. She doesn't want to see Thanos successfully get all the infinite gems, and then destroy half of the life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Her planet suffered such treatment. Gameru doesn't want this experience to happen to anyone else. But Lin Feng's methods are unpredictable. Last time on Xander, he couldn't panic with just one look. After hesitating for a while, Gameru was still ready to tell the truth. Before I left him, Thanos mentioned that he was going to stay on Titan for a while. Gameru said. As for now, I don't know if he is still on Titan. You can go and see, if you are not afraid of death. Titan, the hometown of Thanos. It's just that this hometown is about to become as desolate as Vormer's now. Very good. After getting the desired information, Lin Feng was satisfied. Thank you for your information, Miss Gamerer. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then, I'll withdraw first. Goodbye, Captain Rocket. With that said, Lin Feng opened the portal, and there was no bird Xingju. Goodbye, Lin Feng. Welcome to play anytime. By the way, if you want to sell infinite gems, remember to come to me. Rocket also extended his hand in greeting. My commission is the lowest in the universe. Lin Feng nodded in response, but pouted behind his back. This greedy little thing is a liar. The portal disappeared with Lin Feng. The rest of the group looked at each other. Xingju turned his head dully. I don't know why, but he always feels that his head is faintly green. He just left. There is no respect for me as the captain at all. And also, Gamerer, what did he do to you? Why can't you lie? Gamerer gave him a blank look and walked away. Don't go. Gamerer, tell me what he did to you. Chapter 170 Ebony Throat. I can still save it. Planet Titan. That is Titan, the sixth moon of Saturn. It is also the hometown of Thanos. In the past, the descendants of the Eternal Clan transformed by the Tenjin group lived here. The Titans have inherited the abilities of their ancestors and possess great power. Thanos was born on this planet. At that time, the Titan star had blue sky and green grass, and advanced technology. The residents were laughing and laughing. Very peaceful. However, at this time many years later, only the lowest flying in the sky is left on the planet Titan. Looking around, There are iron and steel ruins left after the city was destroyed everywhere, dilapidated, old and barren, with no breath of life. The entire planet presents a grayish-yellow hue, giving people the feeling of a doomsday planet. Thanos is walking on this planet. He looked at the desolate, lifeless land in front of him. Like his head, nothing grows. The former hometown has become what it is today, thanks to the hard work of Thanos. Behind him are Nebula and Ebony Maw, and behind him are Proxima Centauri and General Deathblade. My lord, Lin Feng already has 5 infinite gems. Ebony Throat lowered his head respectfully. He was as thin as a withered chicken paw. No one can be stronger, more noble, and more worthy of the Infinity Stone than you. Right now, news of the Infinity Stones is spreading throughout the universe. Should we, before them, go to Blue Star? Ebony Throat's flattering skills are superb, and compared to Thanos' other subordinates, he is more like a wise general. Now, the news that the Blue Star has several infinite stones has spread throughout the universe. He felt that he should act first to avoid unknown variables. It's just that for some reason, Thanos has been slow to act, but instead stayed on this barren planet for so many days. Father, please let us go to Blue Star, kill Lin Feng, and get back your power for you. Behind Thanos, Proxima Centauri, General Deathblade, and Xinian all knelt on one knee to show their loyalty. There was no fluctuation in Thanos' heart, and there was no expression on his face. He just looked ahead calmly. Here we come, Thanos said to himself. Not far in front of him, a blue vortex suddenly appeared. The well-informed Thanos knew that it was some form of portal. A voice sounded from the other side of the door. Who is it? The young male's voice sounded majestic and full of power. His voice was like an overlord, and a strong sense of oppression hit his face, which instantly attracted everyone, and they all looked at the portal in unison. Who is calling me handsome behind my back? Lin Feng came out from behind the door with his hair brushed, making an extremely handsome appearance. Who? Dark Knight Proxima and General Deathblade reacted very quickly, immediately picked up their weapons and stood in front of Thanos, looking warily at the person coming. Ebony Throat stopped kneeling, and straightened up with a displeased expression on his face. He was expressing himself in front of Thanos, and the sudden stranger interrupted his flattery, which made him a little angry. Who? Lin Feng was wearing a black Superman suit, and the thick black hair on his head was in stark contrast to Thanos' bald head. Didn't you just say that I was handsome behind my back? Why did I come here? But I didn't recognize him. Lin Feng looked around several people, showing his white teeth. Very good. Thanos and his loyal dogs are all here. Lin Feng. Thanos called out the name in a low voice. With the appearance of the name, the eyes of Ebony Throat and the others flickered as they remembered Lin Feng's existence. After Chaitori's failed invasion of Blue Star, Lin Feng's image had already been seen by them. Thanos, Thanos. Lin Feng also blurted out a sentence, and looked at Thanos affectionately. You're here. Thanos seemed to have foreseen Lin Feng's arrival. Well, I'm here. Lin Feng's reaction to Thanos didn't seem to be surprising. General Deathblade and Proxima Centauri looked at each other. The eyes of the two were speechless and puzzled. After 2 sentences, Lin Feng and Thanos stopped talking. The scene was a little weird for a while, but I couldn't tell what was weird. When the news of your collection of infinite stones spread throughout the universe, I knew you were coming to me. If you can find me, you must know that I am also collecting infinite gems. Thanos still spoke. He looked at Lin Feng. His big purple face was still expressionless. Yes, I know. Lin Feng nodded. Crazy Thanos. In order to wipe out half of the life in the universe, collect infinite gems. It's a great feat, but you're a step too late. It is not surprising that Thanos can think of Lin Feng's arrival. Thanos is a strategist, and his brain is very easy to use. He could guess that he would come to him, and he probably knew why Lin Feng was looking for him. Everyone is a smart person. Open the skylight and speak brightly. So, did you spread the news of the infinite gems throughout the universe? Bold. After 1 sentence of questioning, Thanos hadn't responded yet, but Ebony Throat's eyes widened. Lin Feng's tone of questioning his master offended Ebony Throat. With a wave of his skinny chicken paw, he picked up the huge stones that could be seen everywhere and hit Lin Feng. Thanos' status is lofty. Humans from a backward planet dare to speak to the overlord of the universe in a questioning tone. Smart General Ebony Throat had already forgotten the sight of seeing Lin Feng's heat rays hit the Chitauri mothership. How dare you make a move against Lin Feng? The huge stone flew in front of Lin Feng and stopped abruptly like a break. Then, under the terrified eyes of Ebony Maw, the boulder flew back at an even faster speed, and smashed directly into the rubble pile with Ebony Maw. Lin Feng didn't even move his fingers from the beginning to the end, he just used his thoughts casually, and Ebony Throat was defeated. In an instant, Proxima Centaurian General Deathblade seemed to be on the verge of a formidable enemy, their weapons clenched tightly in front of them and pointing at Lin Feng. The coming people are powerful, but they can't back down in front of Thanos. Thanos glanced at Ebony Maw lying in the pile of rubble out of the corner of his eye, feeling nothing in his heart. Poor Ebony Maw, in the eyes of his master, is just a tool. Thanos waved his hand, and shouted back the two loyal dogs in front of him. Together, they might not be enough for Lin Feng to fight. Proxima Centaurian's General Deathblade cautiously retreated behind Thanos, and then went to dig Ebony Throat in the rubble. Ebony Maw is not dead yet, he can still be rescued. Chapter 171 Thanos, how about we make a deal? I didn't spread the news that you have infinite gems. Thanos replied indifferently. Are you sure? Lin Feng frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. Yes, I don't have to lie. Facing Lin Feng's questioning, Thanos didn't get angry, but just stated the fact flatly. Nebula on the side also came out. You are questioning the great overlord of the universe, Blue Star. My father, never lie. As soon as these words came out, Thanos couldn't help but glance at this daughter who had never bbeen valued by him. Xinian caught the loving gaze from his father, and gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, very satisfied with this wave of performance. Poor Nebula, even though he was transformed into pieces by Thanos, he still wants to please Thanos at all costs. Without getting the answer he wanted, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This is not the same as he imagined. If the news that the Infinity Gem is in Lin Feng's hands has not spread in the entire universe, only Thanos wants to obtain infinite gems. As for whether other people have the same idea, Marvel didn't mention it, and Lin Feng is 80% sure that Thanos spread the news. But now, Thanos has denied it. If you think about it carefully, the Thanos in the movie is decisive, cruel, and unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals, but he never lies. So, is there someone else who spread the news of the Infinity Gems? Lin Feng changed the way of asking. This time, he used the Soul Gem. Whenever Thanos tells a lie, the Mind Stone responds. I think so. I won't cause unnecessary trouble. Thanos said slowly. He doesn't know who spread it gem news. But if it were Thanos, he would definitely not take the initiative to disclose it. Because of the spread of the news, more powerhouses will focus on the infinite gems. This is not only bad for Lin Feng, but also bad for Thanos who wants to collect gems. He will have many more powerful competitors. Maybe the opponent is not as strong as him, but the quantity will change qualitatively. Hiss. Lin Feng took a breath. Thanos really didn't lie. As Nebula said at the beginning of Avengers 4, Thanos may be able to do anything, but he never lies. Lin Feng's mood was not beautiful in an instant. The thread is broken. Doubt swelled up in my mind. Which melon child spread the glorious deeds of the Master throughout the universe? Your question is over. I have a question too. Thanos said, looking at Lin Feng, whose expression was constantly changing. Regardless of whether Lin Feng agreed or not, Thanos directly asked a question. Have you collected all the infinite gems? Oh? Lin Feng's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Why do you ask that? Thanos said, if I were you, I would also get the last gem before the guy who coveted the infinite gem came to the door. After finishing speaking, Thanos asked Lin Feng back, isn't it? Clever. Lin Feng nodded. Thanos is indeed smart. Regardless of his size and abnormal physical fitness, his mind is also not bad. Without any intention of hiding, Lin Feng waved his hand and released the invisible state of Superman's wristband. Several gemstones of different colors appeared, lying quietly on the wristband of Superman and shining brightly, which is really beautiful. 6 of them are infinity gems. Thanos' eyes moved slightly. His guess was right. Lin Feng has already collected the infinite gems for him. For some unknown reason, the scene fell silent again. Thanos took 2 steps forward. He looked around, seeing an extremely desolate scene. "Do you know what place this is?" Thanos said, opening a new topic without thinking. Lin Feng followed Thanos' gaze. Spreading dust, the silent planet is the home planet Titan of Thanos. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know why Thanos suddenly asked this. "Isn't this Titan your hometown?" Thanos nodded. "Indeed. It used to be beautiful here." Titan, like most living planets, prosperity and peace. Full of life. Thanos looked at the lifeless land under his feet and began to walk. He sighed a little, then changed the topic. "However, there are too many people on this planet. Materials are scarce and cannot be kept. When I was about to starve to death, I thought of a way. Kill half of the population?" Lin Feng answered. He vaguely felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, like the conversation between Thanos and Strange. "That's right. The immediate obliteration is completely fair. There is no distinction between men, women, young or old, rich or poor, high or low." Thanos' voice was flat, but he told about the horrible past. "They all said I was crazy. But the world has come back to life. However, I haven't done enough." Thanos' thick fingers pointed to Lin Feng's left wrist. 6 infinity stones. "Just snap your fingers, and half of the population in the universe will evaporate in an instant. There will be no consciousness at all, no pain. Don't you think this is kind?" Thanos snapped his fingers. "It's just a snap of the fingers. Then we'll be able to see the sun rise and light up a whole new world full of life." "So, what do you mean?" Lin Feng asked out of the mouth. What Thanos said gave Lin Feng some vague guesses. This old man, shouldn't he want to give him the infinite gems himself? "So, you should give me the infinity stone. Let me snap this finger and bring the universe back to life." Thanos looked straight into Lin Feng's eyes and said these words. Lin Feng could see the firmness in Thanos' eyes. He really guessed right. "You know, this is impossible." Lin Feng looked strange. Thanos' eyes are still so firm. The most difficult choice is only matched with the most solid will. For this universe, even if force is used, you can't beat me. Lin Feng interrupted without hesitation. "Even with all your monster legions, they are still no match for me." Thanos was silent. Lin Feng was telling the truth. He couldn't beat Lin Feng. He knows the power of the Infinity Stones better than anyone. As long as Lin Feng snapped his fingers, he and his subordinates could all disappear. But Thanos has already had countermeasures for this. "How about we make a deal?" "Oh?" Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect Thanos to say that. "Tell me the story." Thanos had no chance of winning in front of Lin Feng, but he wanted to see what kind of deal Thanos would make with him. "Let's fight a game. And we don't need the ability of infinite gems to fight a game. After the end, no matter whether you win or lose, I will help you find someone who spreads the news of the infinite gems." "How?" Thanos made a condition. It's just that his cognition of Lin Feng's strength is obviously still at the level of the Chitauri incident. Poor purple sweet potato essence. She has no idea what kind of existence she is challenging. Chapter 172 One Punch. Down with veteran cadres of the Universal Family Planning Office. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Lin Feng asked jokingly. He has a weird look on his face. But in an instant, I understood. Thanos probably doesn't know what level his current strength is. Since Lin Feng got the body of the Silver Superman, he hasn't done much in the Marvel Universe. Even if he made a move, he couldn't see how powerful Lin Feng was. I have to sigh. Purple sweet potato essence, top iron. Thanos nodded solemnly. For the rebirth of the whole universe, his eyes were still so firm, as if he was born to destroy half of life's hegemony. Otherwise, You can't claim to be the destiny. Lin Feng smiled. He understood that this must be played. Okay, I agree with your terms. No infinite gems. The help that comes to your door is not in vain. The purple sweet potato essence is destined to be unable to beat itself. If you lose, you can help yourself investigate the driving force behind it for free, which is not too cost-effective. Do you need me to take off the wristband? Lin Feng asked. Thanos shook his head. No need. The strong have their own persistence and dignity. He didn't believe that such an existence as Lin Feng would break his promise. Just like him, never lie. Thanos guessed right. Since Lin Feng agreed to the deal, he would definitely not use the Infinity Stones. Besides, there is no need for infinite gems to fight Thanos. Okay then. How to fight? Do I need to wait for you to summon your army? Lin Feng asked. With his supervision, he has discovered Temple Number 2 above the sky. It was a huge cosmic fortress, in which was stationed a huge army of Leviathan monsters. He also has one in his warehouse, which is a gift from the system, but without these monsters. I was going to throw it to Tony for research, but I seem to have forgotten it. No need. Just the two of us. Xinian, step back. Thanos turned his head and ordered. I think you should tell them to come down. Lin Feng looked at the location of Temple Number 2 and sighed. Thanos was silent for a while. No need. If I can't defeat you, my legion must be useless. Lin Feng took a deep look at Thanos. A tough guy. You are a sensible person. For a strong man like Lin Feng, ordinary miscellaneous fish can no longer do much. Lin Feng can fly, even if it is a siege. He can't surround Lin Feng. I will use a weapon. Thanos reminded. He waved, and General Deathblade found Thanos' super machete from nowhere. Lin Feng didn't know which master made the tyrant's butcher knife, nor did he know what material the blade was made of. But this knife is extremely sharp and strong, and it can smash Captain America's vibrating gold shield with a single knife. Thanos stuck the tyrant's butcher knife into the ground, and took the helmet handed over by General Deathblade. As if performing a pre-war ceremony, it was solemnly worn on the head. Lin Feng's strength, shown in the Chitauri incident, can be regarded as one of the strongest in the universe. Thanos will not take it lightly. Do you need me to find you a weapon? Seeing that Lin Feng's hands were empty and he didn't move, Thanos asked. No, I like to use fists. After speaking, Lin Feng took a step back and assumed a fighting posture. Bring it on. You can fight with bare hands, you can't find and you still use weapons? I'm afraid Thanos won't even have a chance to make a move. Roar. Thanos is not hypocritical. He takes a big step, and charges with a knife. With his huge body, every time he took a step, the ground would shake slightly. It is huge in stature, but has a completely disproportionate speed. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Feng. With a loud shout, the tyrant's butcher's knife in his hand pointed straight at the sky, and slashed down on his head. Lin Feng's sturdy body is like a chicken under Thanos' tall body. Bang! The sound of gold and iron intertwined sounded. The pupils of Xinian and others watching the battle shrank. Lin Feng didn't retreat or dodge. One hand blocked the tyrant's butcher's knife. Thanos stopped suddenly, looking at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng caught the knife with one hand! Incredible. Thanos wanted to draw the knife, but was held tightly by Lin Feng, and there were bursts of tooth-piercing metal deformation sounds from the blade. It was the whine of a tyrant's butcher's knife. Lin Feng held on to the blade and clenched his other hand into a fist to gather strength, and slammed it into Thanos' chest. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of Xinian and the others, Thanos' huge body flew upside down like a meteor, and smashed into the rubble pile in the distance. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Thanos didn't get up for a long time. The scene suddenly fell silent. For a long time, there was no movement from the pile of rubble. Stupid. Xingyan and the others looked completely stupid. Pupils constricted uncontrollably. Too fast, too fast. The whole scene was surprisingly funny. Thanos made serious preparations before, as if to take this punch. Nebula thought about many kinds of results. Lin Feng became two halves under Thanos' knife. Lin Feng is stronger than she imagined, and can barely catch Thanos' offensive. The only thing he didn't expect was that Thanos was overthrown by Lin Feng's punch. After the smoke cleared, Thanos got up from the pile of rubble, panting heavily. Everyone could clearly see that the armor on his chest had been dented and cracked. Purple blood also flowed from the corner of Thanos' mouth. Mother hey! It subverts the three views. Grown-ups. Ebony Throat was lying on the ground, covered in blood, not forgetting to show his presence in front of Thanos with caring eyes. It's just that there is indescribable horror in Ebony Throat's eyes now. Thanos itself is extremely powerful, possesses unparalleled strength, stamina, recovery and agility. And his purple skin is nearly indestructible. A proper universe overlord level existence. He vomited blood from being punched by Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng's level of terror rose sharply in the hearts of several people. Thanos raised his foot and staggered out of the ruins. Father. Seeing the tragic state of Thanos, Xing-Yun hurriedly stepped forward to help him. Thanos waved his hand and rejected Xing-Yun. He was still a little dazed and didn't react. What was Lin Feng just now? The power of a casual punch. He looked at Lin Feng in the distance. Lin Feng stood indifferently, and did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. What the hell? Thanos, he himself did not expect that Lin Feng possessed such power. He removed the deformed armor and stroked his sunken chest. The severe pain told him that he was indeed seriously injured. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Thanos muttered to himself, and then coughed up some purple blood. Off the spectrum. His estimation of Lin Feng's combat power was completely wrong. Chapter 173 Predator, Starker, Tough Stallone. Although he did not lose his combat effectiveness, Thanos did not choose to continue his attack. He could see that Lin Feng's punch was just random, and he didn't use his full strength. Even Lin Feng didn't use his own killer, the heat ray. Thanos has a complicated mood. One punch knocked him down. A veteran cadre of the Universal Family Planning Office. At once. It's too fucking bullying, you know. I thought it was a close battle. If Lin Feng couldn't resist himself, he wouldn't have taken Lin Feng's life either. Who would have thought that he is like a player who just left Novice Village and meets the final boss of the game? With one punch, Thanos realized the gap between Lin Feng and him. Thanos could even feel that Lin Feng could kill himself with one punch. No kidding. That's right, Silver Superman, to Thanos, is indeed equivalent to a super boss. Lin Feng is not the Avengers on Blue Star. He is a strong man standing at the top of the universe. Seeing that, Thanos just looked at himself and stopped attacking. Lin Feng shook his head. Are you still fighting? He just punched without much effort. Thanos in the movie has been weakened too much. In terms of combat power alone, Thanos without gems can't even beat Jingma. I want to fight against the current Lin Feng. At least you need Thanos with an artifact in the comics. Or Thanos already has the heart of the universe. He beat Thanos. It's funny to say it, bullying children. Thanos was silent for a while, then spat out another mouthful of blood. This is a fart. I can't stand a punch. How can I hit? I'll help you find the spreader. But I won't give up the Infinity Stones. Like a villain who spoke harshly before escaping. Lin Feng shrugged, a little boredly said, it's up to you. Don't forget our deal. After speaking, Lin Feng jumped into the sky. The duel between the two cosmic powerhouses started solemnly, and then ended dramatically. Except for Lin Feng, no one expected such a result. Father, are we really going to help him find a messenger? Seeing Lin Feng flying away, Xing-Yun stepped forward to help Thanos. It's just that Thanos' body is too huge, and Xing-Yun is a little struggling. I never lie. Thanos' eyes were shining brightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. He really doesn't lie. It is true that he will help Lin Feng find the messenger, and it is true that he will not give up the infinite gems. No matter what Thanos thought, Lin Feng left Titan and teleported to the transit star where he saw the little raccoon last time. He's not going to rely entirely on Thanos to find the purveyor. Didn't the news that he had the Infinity Stone spread throughout the universe? And Scary Mom Carol also said that if you go to any bar, you can hear remarks about infinite gems. So Lin Feng planned to go to the bar last time to have a look, arrest 2 people, ask where the news came from, and see if there is any gain. Lin Feng landed in the middle of the street where he came last time, and he had already changed into casual clothes. This transit star named Garnier is still full of its unique style. There are shops selling all kinds of contraband floating around, retro suspension bridges, and familiar black liquid. Lin Feng walked forward. His purpose is clear. Last time I saw the Rocket Star out bar. But before he took 2 steps, an inaudible sound reached Lin Feng's ears. Boss, I saw that person. Do you need me to act now? Do not impulse. Follow him and don't get caught. I'll be there soon. Got it, boss. Lin Feng's gaze paused, but he didn't stop walking, and continued to walk forward. He didn't turn his head, but his gaze circled 360 degrees in horror, and locked on a human woman standing in front of a sales booth not far behind, pretending to be picking out items. She was wearing a combat uniform, and the voice she just captured came from her mouth. Seeing Lin Feng walking away, the woman seemed to have not selected a satisfactory product. She was a little disappointed and left. Lin Feng did not expect that there would be new progress so soon. He had just landed on the transit star, and he was being targeted! Listen to her conversation with the boss. The boss wants to come in person. Lin Feng walked straight into the Xing Xing bar. He wanted to see which melon skin was the first to be unlucky. Hit Silver Superman's attention. The graves are raised for you. Sit where the little raccoon was last time. Lin Feng looked at the fancy electronic menu and casually ordered a drink. The music in the bar is deafening and a natural masker. Cover up the sneaky thieves. It conceals the hungry ghosts in color who move their hands and feet. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his super hearing spread out, blocking out the music by the way. For a moment, the whispers in the bar were heard. Is it him? It's him. Notify Jax and the others. Hurry up to the Xing Xing bar. Bring your equipment. I didn't expect that person to dare to show up. Want to make a bet? He won't walk out of here alive today. I saw a predator. That hot chick. I saw that too. So Starker will come? It's a good show. Since the predators are after him, should we give up? No rush. Let's see the situation first. Ding. The message has been uploaded. Congratulations on your commission reward. Wonderful. Very wonderful. All kinds of conversation voices are revealing a lot of information. Since Lin Feng entered the bar, he has attracted the attention of no less than 3 tables of guests. His mind was as calm as water, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This news spreader has a hand. The universe is so big, and there are countless intelligent life forms. He just randomly came to the bars of a transit star to attract the attention of 3 waves of people. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng saw the woman named Mo. It was the human being who communicated with the so-called boss that he met on the street earlier. She was sitting in front of Lin Feng on the left, watching the performance on the bar stage, but her attention was always on Lin Feng's side. Mo. Starker. During the conversation in the bar, the name Starker was also mentioned. Lin Feng was vaguely impressed. He is from a raider faction. There are 100 factions of the Marauders, and Starker is the leader of the faction that exiled Yondu. They wore flame marks and were exiled for Yondu's violation of the rules. And in the movie, Starker is a tough guy, played by Stallone. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Stallone? He is also interested in Infinity Stones, or entrusted by others? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, a woman suddenly walked out from the background of the bar. He looked to be in his 30s, with short dark purple hair, reddish purple lip makeup, and charming eyes. Under her eyes, there was a big mole of tears, which set off her extraordinary beauty. She is dressed in a tight black dress, which outlines the magnificent chest and round buttocks, which is eye-catching. She walked slowly to Lin Feng's desk. The voice is pleasant, but the tone is not very friendly. Mr. Lin Feng, you are not welcome at the Xing Xing bar. Please leave. Chapter 174 appeared, a suspected legendary creature. Big Sister Succubus. The woman's voice was sweet, as if carrying an electric current, making the listener numb. The moment she appeared, all the men in the bar cast their lustful gazes. There is no other reason. This woman, she is too charming. Yuji's beautiful and plump body makes her mouth dry. Okay. Lin Feng frowned, and an indescribable smell entered his nostrils. It smells very good, like a glass of extremely sweet cocktail, sweet and intoxicating. Such a pleasant voice is used to drive away guests. Lin Feng didn't get angry, and looked up and down at the woman. When the four eyes met, Lin Feng was surprised. He felt that he was electrified by the woman in front of him. There seemed to be a blush flowing under the white and tender skin, and the corners of the crescent-like eyes contained a hint of charm, but the eyes were a little cold. Good guy, this woman can discharge! Sorry, do I know you? Although it's nice to be approached by a beautiful woman, the beautiful woman is here to drive herself away. She called out her name in one gulp, but Lin Feng was not surprised at all. In the information of Infinity Stones, information such as his head portrait and name were released together. My name is Xixing, Aster. Do you know who I am now? The woman slowly uttered a word, revealing her identity. Turn off the star? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Isn't that the first two words of the Xixing bar? Boss lady? Lin Feng blurted out. Wait, what's that one behind her? Lin Feng keenly discovered that behind the proprietress, above her buttocks, there was actually a thick black rope flicking around. Curiosity prompted Lin Feng to take a closer look. Emma! This is the tail. Lin Feng was startled, rubbed his eyes. What a tail! Good guy. Or that kind of. The thumb-thick black tail has a dark purple halo. At the end of the tail, there is actually a heart-shaped slice. At this time, he was unconsciously flicking up and picking up. Succubus! Immediately, Lin Feng thought of the extremely charming creature in the legend. No wonder the proprietress looks so charming. In the Marvel Universe, is there such a thing as a succubus? Lin Feng's mouth suddenly became dry. With this legendary creature, Lin Feng's desire for the unknown was suddenly aroused. Boss lady? Xixing's slender brows were slightly frowned, biting his words, but he didn't notice Lin Feng's actions. It's a strange statement, but it's understandable. I am indeed the owner of this bar. So now, may I ask you to leave this bar? To be honest, the Xixing bar has been in business for several years, and this is her first time. Take the initiative to drive away guests who have not violated the rules. The reason why Lin Feng was expelled was because of the principle that every man is innocent and he is guilty. Lin Feng was holding 5 infinite gems, but he appeared in her bar. Then the next thing can be imagined. Lin Feng is like a high-heat light source. All kinds of troubles will come like moths. This small bar of hers could not withstand the impact of artillery fire. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng still didn't move or even speak. Xixing couldn't help frowning. She found that Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on her back. Puzzled, Xixing followed Lin Feng's gaze. Oh, she found out what Lin Feng was looking at. A captivating smile hung on Xixing's face. The tip of the heart-shaped tail slowly stretched out in front of Lin Feng. You like my tail? I'll touch it for you. How about you leave my bar? Lin Feng was handsome and fair-skinned. Asking Lin Feng to touch his tail, Xixing didn't really resist. If it's the piece in her tavern, it's a good deal. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked away. For a moment, he had such a small heartbeat. The dangling tail seemed to be seducing Lin Feng. It seems to be saying, Master, come and play. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. Really top. However, he did not forget the purpose of his trip. Lin Feng crossed his legs and said with a smile, I will leave the bar. But not now. When I drink enough, I will leave naturally. His action has just begun, and some fish have already taken the bait. Don't be disturbed by this succubus. Seeing Lin Feng's reckless appearance, Xixing became a little angry. She beckoned, and 2 big alien men with strange shapes walked out behind her. The big man is gearing up and ready to go. You are not satisfied even if you touch your tail. Then don't blame me for forcing you out. Lin Feng was unmoved, and calmly crossed his legs. Just about to speak, a table of guests who had been paying attention to Lin Feng suddenly stood up. Whoa whoa, xing xing bar. It seems that there is no rule to evict people, right? Besides, this little brother didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did he? The one who spoke was a strange man with scales on his head, but his appearance was like a crocodile. This time, the kryptonite's throat seemed to be stuffed with thick phlegm, which formed a strong contrast with Xixing's charming and melodious voice. Caillou looked at Xixing with desire in his eyes. He couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. I don't know why, every time I see this proprietress, I always feel a fire burning in my lower abdomen. What did he call you? Boss lady? It suits you very well. Ha 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 ha. The proprietress Xixing has her own armed forces, and even Caillou does not dare to provoke her easily. But with a few words, nothing will happen. As soon as the voice fell, the guests at the other table also stood up and echoed. That's right, I've never heard of it. The Xing Xing bar will refuse to accept guests. The guests at the two tables who did not know each other looked at each other. The hostility in the eyes cannot be hidden, they have the same purpose. Stop Lin Feng from leaving the bar and wait for the backup to arrive. The loud music gradually died down. All eyes were on the small place in front of Lin Feng. Xixing's complexion was a bit ugly. She has an impression of the guests at these two tables, and she often appears in transit stars, which is not a good thing. Cheating and abducting do everything. Lin Feng also slightly looked at the two tables of guests. It was one of the three tables of guests who had just discussed Lin Feng. It seems that their people should arrive soon. However, Lin Feng was indifferent to these miscellaneous fish. How do you say that sentence? Giving a head from 1,000 miles away is less polite and more affectionate. Let's look at the proprietress. The proprietress is beautiful. But although the proprietress is good-looking, the complexion of the proprietress is not very good-looking. She ignored the teasing of the big man, and waved her finger to retreat the big man's men. With so many people watching, it's really not easy to drive Lin Feng away again. After all, business still has to be done. She didn't want to end up with the reputation of not receiving guests. Chapter 175 Me. Starkest alone. To buy your infinity gems. Xixing lowered his voice and approached Lin Feng. This is your advice. Get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a while, I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Her message indicated that a group of marauders had arrived at the transit star and were heading in the direction of the bar. She could already foresee that if Lin Feng didn't leave, the roof of her bar would be torn down. Look, they are so enthusiastic. How can I go? Lin Feng was smiling, and spread his hands innocently. Meaningful. Yes, you don't have to leave, my friend. I will pay for all the consumption of this friend today. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't intend to leave, the scaled fish laughed loudly, and took over Lin Feng's consumption in a big way. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mr. Fish. Lin Feng was not polite either. Come on, lady boss, bring me a bottle of the most expensive wine here. After thinking about it, he said again: 2 bottles. Xixing's chest bulged, and the tail behind her flicked and flicked. She sneered, exuding a restless charm when she was angry. Help, you'll be able to afford the loss of the bar in a while. Oh, that's not right. Lin Feng probed with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I remember. Shouldn't the rule be that the loser should compensate for the loss? Lin Feng said bluntly. Xixing is even angrier. Give him a drink. After finishing speaking, Xixing turned around, twisted his buttocks and left. There is a designated fight here for a while, and she has to go to the back to take refuge. Today, the bar is going to see blood. Not long after, the most expensive wine ordered by Lin Feng arrived. C. Kelly looked at the 2 big bottles of blue liquid with some distress. This thing is extremely expensive. He regretted his actions just now. But it doesn't matter. The price of infinite gems is already sky high in the trading market. The transaction amount has reached billions of dollars. Looking at Lin Feng, who was drinking a limited amount of alcohol, Caillou sneered. Just treat it as seeing him off. Compared with the infinity gems, a mere bottle of wine is nothing. Withdrawing his gaze, the crocodile fish looked at the communication device in his hand and urged his subordinates. The music continued to play, and the screaming began again on the dance floor. The bar has returned to its former hustle and bustle. Boom! The bar door was slammed open. Outside the door, several well-dressed people walked in vigorously. They wore the same combat uniform, with flame marks on their chests. The leader is a muscular man with the image of a Western tough guy. With a big expressionless face, it doesn't look easy to mess with. Behind him, followed by a translucent monster that looked like a crystal, and a strong man with blue skin like Yondu. Lin Feng paused with the hand holding the wine glass. There are really all kinds of species in the universe, and Lin Feng can't name their races. Before the Krypton's men arrived, Starker the Predator came first. Turn off the music. Everyone, get out. Starker, with the face of Stallone, did both of these things as soon as he walked in the door. The music stops abruptly again. The gorgeous stage spotlights also stopped. Ordinary people who came to have fun all rushed out the door. No one knew that there was going to be a fight here. Seacraft cursed inwardly, and hid in a hidden corner with a stinking face. His men haven't arrived yet, and he doesn't want to confront this group of looters head-on. Following the flow of people, the woman who had been following Lin Feng, Mo, trotted 2 steps to Starker. It's him. Mo pointed at Lin Feng and said to Starker. Starker looked at Lin Feng in the direction of his fingers. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng is also a strong man, but his muscles are not as swollen and twisted as Starker, but have smooth lines like flowing water with hidden explosive power. Although it doesn't look as scary as Starker's, you can see the majestic power contained in it at a glance. Lin Feng has short black hair and drinks blue wine with a calm expression. He didn't even look at them, looking extremely calm. There is no rash choice to shoot directly. Starker walked across from Lin Feng and sat down. You are Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Starker, who looked exactly like Stallone, and nodded. I'm Lin Feng. What's the matter? The famous Predator. Starker, what do you want me to do? Lin Feng asked knowingly. You know me? Lin Feng glanced at Starker. Yes, I know you. Originally just a supporting role in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume. But helplessly, he was played by Stallone, and it was hard for Lin Feng not to remember. Blue Star, a planet with backward technology, should not be able to receive information from the universe, Starker said in a deep voice. You remind me of a woman. She's also from Blue Star. It seems that Blue Star is not a completely closed planet as we thought. The blonde woman with shining light, like a golden star, left a deep impression on Starker. She also comes from Blue Star, but she has a huge power that is rarely seen in the universe. In the conversation between the two, there was no smell of gunpowder. Instead, it seemed like an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time was reminiscing about the old days. Hearing Starker's words, Lin Feng thought for a while. You mean, it must be Carol. The only one who can go out from Blue Star and be known by Starker is that Carol who runs around the universe. Lin Feng also didn't know why she was helping weak life races all over the universe. Possibly for redemption? After all, Carol, who was misled at the beginning, did some stupid things with false justice. It may also be a statement that the greater the ability to implement, the greater the responsibility. She should have left Blue Star long ago. At your age, do you know Carol? Starker was a little puzzled. If Lin Feng is some long-lived race in the universe, Starker would not be surprised. Lin Feng looked like he was only in his early 20s. When Carol left Blue Star, he was probably just born. Of course I know her. There was a fight a while ago, Lin Feng said calmly. There was a fight? Starker narrowed his eyes. Yes, there was a fight, and it was the fight she provoked. As for the reason, Lin Feng put the wine glass on the table, showing a meaningful smile. Because she has the same purpose as yours in coming here to find me. Starker was a little silent, probably because he didn't expect Lin Feng's words to be so straightforward. But he understands. Since Lin Feng can leave Blue Star and appear here, it proves that Lin Feng also knows about the proliferation of infinite gems. In this case, You can still swagger in and out of bars to drink. Either an idiot or a powerful lunatic. This is why Starker didn't do it directly. He could feel that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. He trusts his instincts. Make an offer, Starker said. I'll pay whatever it takes. Chapter 176. A snap of fingers, disappears in smoke. Starker thought for a while, stretched out 5 fingers. 5 billion ones. 5 gems, I want them all. In the current black market, the price of an infinity gem fluctuates between 3 billion and 6 billion. Starker offered this price, and he felt that he was already very kind. Are you talking about money with me? Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain. 5 billion? Lin Feng laughed, and then snapped his fingers lightly under Starker's suspicious gaze. In the next second, there was a crazy notification sound from Starker's personal account. Starker's face changed, and he took out his personal terminal. His eyes widened instantly. I saw the column of his account balance, and the number was changing rapidly. His balance is soaring at an unbelievable speed. 1 jump per second, 1 jump 5 billion. In just 10 seconds, Starker's account increased by 50 billion. I'm very confused. Lin Feng snapped his fingers again, and the soaring numbers stopped. With Lin Feng withdrawing the supply of reality gem energy, the 50 billion funds changed back in an instant, just like a dream. I wonder, haven't you even investigated the most basic information of infinity stones? With infinite gems, would Lin Feng still be short of money? Even if it is universal coin, Lin Feng can have as much as he wants with a snap of his fingers. Of course, only the reality gem was used to change the Starker account, so it didn't last long. If the energy was withdrawn, the money would disappear. But if Lin Feng used 6 infinity gems to snap his fingers, then this effect would become permanent. Obviously, Starker knows that infinite gems are valuable, but he doesn't know that infinite gems can no longer be measured by money. Starker's face sank like water. Lin Feng's move verified a conjecture. As stated in the message, with infinity stones, you can do whatever you want to a certain extent. Boss Mo. He stared blankly at Starker, who said nothing. It increased by 50 billion in an instant, and then disappeared, leaving her stunned. 50 billion? How long will it take their entire team to struggle in the universe to earn it? Starker ignored Mo. Lin Feng's performance has proved that he is not short of money. I can do one thing for you. Starker changed the condition. Since money is not enough, then try other methods. One thing, 1 infinite gem. How? Whatever it is? Lin Feng asked with interest. Anything, as long as it doesn't violate the predator principle. Starker decided that even if Lin Feng asked him to rob the collector, he would give it a try. It's still the same sentence, when facing Lin Feng: if you can do it, try not to do it. Starker trusted his instincts, which had kept him alive for so long as the leader of the Marauders. Cautious, intuitive. Unnecessary. Lin Feng leaned lazily on the back of the chair, somewhat lacking in interest. Lin Feng still doesn't like the power of Starker and his fleet. What can be entrusted by Silver Superman cannot be done by adding up to 10 Starker. Please, I'm in the Marvel Universe now, walking sideways, okay? If it wasn't for being in a good mood, Lin Feng wouldn't be bothered to talk so much with Starker. This is just to save face because he and Stallone look the same. Lin Feng's answer made Starker's face ugly. Really, don't think about it? Don't think about it. Lin Feng refused decisively. There is no need to discuss. Not negotiable. The scene fell into an awkward silence. The negotiation failed, and the negotiation reached the brink of breaking down. For a while, only the breathing of a few people remained. It's nothing. Let's go. Lin Feng broke the silence. Don't delay me drinking. With that said, Lin Feng poured himself a large glass of blue wine. Don't tell me, although the color is strange, it is indeed the most expensive wine in Alien Bar. The taste is very good, and every time he takes a sip, Lin Feng can always think of the tempting hardtail of the proprietress Xixing smacked his lips. Just now, I really should have agreed to Xixing's conditions and stroked her tail. Starker took a deep breath and stood up. There's no other way. Lin Feng is a master who doesn't eat oil and salt. Money is not required, and other conditions are not accepted. It seems that the only way left for Starker is to grab this road. My fleet stops outside the planet. Starker's voice was low, and his words were full of gunpowder. So that? Lin Feng asked casually, shaking his wine glass. So, you'd better hand over the Infinity Stones quickly. Otherwise, the fleet's artillery fire will turn you into ashes. Starker hadn't spoken yet, and the crystal man beside him couldn't bear Lin Feng's indifferent attitude from beginning to end, and jumped out to threaten. Fleet? Yes, if possible, I would like to resolve this issue peacefully. Starker continued. Lin Feng put down his wine glass and laughed angrily. The Infinity Stone was originally found by me, and it belongs to me. Do you know what you look like now? Like a robber? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it, turning into a large translucent screen. On the big screen, a space fleet quietly floats above a planet. The shipborne weapon system has been turned on and aimed at the planet. As long as Starker gives an order, countless artillery fire will bombard the entire area where Lin Feng is located. This is your fleet? Lin Feng curled his lips and sneered. It looks very scary, but in Lin Feng's eyes, they are just some big flying toys. It's really well prepared. If the fleet is your reliance, snapped. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. It lit up with a burst of red light. On the screen, Starker's fleet collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, turning everything into a pile of rubble. So, now what? Lin Feng mocked mercilessly. The sudden change made Starker's pupils shrink. His face darkened instantly. But he didn't attack right away. Instead, he pressed the headset to verify the authenticity of the scene in front of him. Astro, answer me. Starker kept calling, trying to contact the subordinates in the fleet. Charlie. I adjusted several channels in a row. Personal channel and public channel, but there was no reply. The sight in front of him was incredible. After verification, it is a brutal fact. His fleet disappeared with a snap of Lin Feng's fingers. For a time, Starker was cracked. He stood up with a bang, and slapped the table with a slap, with endless killing intent in his eyes. Afterwards, Starker pulled out the gun from his waist and pointed at Lin Feng. You killed them all, Mo? And the crystal man named Martin saw their former teammates disappear inexplicably. For a moment, I was sad and angry in my heart, and I didn't have time to think, so I followed Starker and drew out a hot weapon to aim at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, and in the next second, the guns in their hands turned into big purple eggplants. How ridiculous! Lin Feng sneered with a smile, but his eyes were as cold as glaciers. You are only allowed to kill others. No one is allowed to resist. Chapter 177. The deal is concluded. Nuke loose. The boss just threatened you. But you killed them all. Mo said the words. She has shed tears of grief. Several of her good sisters are still in the fleet. Even though he knew what he was doing, he might be buried in the universe someday. But when this scene really happened, it was like a dream. And it was unacceptable. But Starker didn't shoot, and she didn't dare to. Lin Feng was like a god. With just a snap of his fingers, he wiped out her companions. Lin Feng chuckled. What a double standard, Paji. Starker dropped the eggplant in his hand, unexpectedly did not choose to attack, but sat down abnormally. He stared at Lin Feng with a dark face. The brain was running rapidly, and there were countless connections between the news of the ability of the infinite gems and the picture just now. You can turn them back, can't you? Starker is the leader of the outcasts. Even in a state of grief and anger, he will not lose his mind. A smart and powerful brain forced him to calm down. It is mentioned in the information that the red gem of reality can ignore all laws of science and physics and modify reality wantonly. At first, Starker really didn't believe it. But the huge logical thinking and associative ability allowed Starker to capture the red light that appeared before the fleet disappeared. He is testing but at the same time expecting that the facts will be as he imagined. Oh, hearing this, Lin Feng was a little surprised. This big guy is pretty smart. He really only used the ability of a reality gem. As long as the output is removed, Starker's fleet can come back. Why should I change them back? Lin Feng deliberately led the topic. Starker's eyes lit up. Lin Feng did not deny that he could turn the fleet back. His guess was correct. Originally, I didn't believe it. With infinite gems, I can do whatever I want, Starker explained in a deep voice. But in you, I did see what kind of strength the infinity gem possesses. Have you seen it now? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Unfortunately, it's too late. No, it's not too late. Make a condition. Starker stretched out his hand. Lin Feng's behavior showed that he had no real intention of destroying his own fleet. Everything is self-provoked. Lin Feng needs an explanation, or compensation. Come as the price for my group to offend the strong. He now regrets accepting this commission. The main reason is that the conditions given by the other party are too generous. The fish are hooked. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up. Then, try to help me investigate the person who spread the news of the infinite gems. His purpose has been achieved. Same as Starker's analysis. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had this intention. The more people who help him investigate, the better. The more people there are, the faster the event will progress. As for Starker's fleet, Lin Feng did not intend to destroy it. After all, he is not from the motherland, and if he threatens himself, he will take away his entire family. Starker has been in the universe for so many years, and has much more experience in obtaining news than Lin Feng. That being the case, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to ask him to run errands for him than to invite him to come here? As for why Lin Feng didn't just snap his fingers and eliminate those who spread the information, that's because Lin Feng doesn't have that person's name and portrait. If the conditions are not met, using the infinite gems rashly may kill innocent people. If you snap your fingers recklessly, this universe will soon face collapse, which is not what Lin Feng wants to see. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing, Lin Feng said. He took out 2 glowing stones and pushed them in front of Starker. This is? Starker's eyes lit up. Don't get me wrong, this is not an infinite stone, Lin Feng explained. It's a platinum kryptonite. It can allow anyone to have a strong combat power in a short period of time. The kind that is strong enough to fight against Carol, who explodes at full strength. What Lin Feng took out was platinum kryptonite. There are still a few of these things lying in his warehouse. Some were obtained from missions, some were redeemed by him, and some were rewarded with the usual reputation growth rewards. The main function of this thing is to allow an ordinary person to have all the abilities of Superman's Man of Steel within 2 hours. But for Lin Feng now, it is useless. It couldn't be more suitable for trading. Starker was a little disappointed to hear that it was not an infinite gem. However, he also understood that Lin Feng would not trade infinite gems. After a moment of silence, Starker waved his hand and picked up the 2 platinum kryptonite on the table. The deal is done. I accept, Starker said. And my fleet? Lin Feng nodded. Of course, your fleet is intact. With that said, Lin Feng snapped his fingers again. The broken rocks floating in the universe are recovering rapidly. In an instant, Starker's fleet returned. Astro, got it, boss. Do you want to attack? The familiar voice of his subordinates came from the headset, and Starker breathed a sigh of relief. Retreat. After giving an order, Starker turned off the headset. He was right, Lin Feng really used the ability of the reality gem. The news he got was correct. The ability of infinite gems was far more powerful than he imagined. Fortunately, Starker has a smart brain. Otherwise, today, he and his fleet will have to confess here. In the beginning, the news came from a living planet named Stia. It is mentioned in the message that with infinite gems, you can control the universe, have endless wealth, and do whatever you want. Now that Lin Feng has fulfilled his promise, Starker will not be that kind of villain who breaks his promise. Now I believe in the authenticity of those messages. I'll help you find the disseminator of the news, but I don't necessarily guarantee that I can find it, Starker said. His cautious personality made him try to find out who the client was as soon as he received the commission. However, The opponent is too mysterious and possesses powerful means of camouflage. Stark only found the source of the news, which was a planet called Styr. But he didn't care about it at the time, and now it seems that he has to investigate it with all his strength. In his opinion, the Infinity Stones are both weird and powerful. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be involved in a trouble. But it was beyond his control to make other choices. If it happens again, no matter what, he won't come to Linfeng. Planet Styr. Looking at the coordinates sent by Starker, Linfeng whispered, "Clues. Continue." Chapter 178. Succubus Proprietress has something on her mind? I have another question. Looking at Starker, who got up and wanted to leave, Linfeng stopped him. Starker nodded. Ask. Is it you who want the infinite gems, or someone else? No one doesn't like treasures. But the infinity gem is a treasure that will bring disaster. The commission came from the land of nothingness. Starker replied succinctly. Nothingness? A scene immediately appeared in Linfeng's mind. It was a huge head. Strictly speaking, the Void is not a planet. He's the severed head of an ancient celestial being who appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy volume. Could it be that collector named Time? Thinking of the land of nothingness, Linfeng subconsciously thought of T1, one of the elders of the universe, fond of various collections. He likes to collect things that run in the sky, fly in the ground, crawl in the water, whatever is weird and rare. In Thor 2, the reality gem was sent to the collector and kept by him. In Thor 3, Gautan son of Sarko is his brother. The commissioner is the collector. Starker did not deny it. His frankness exceeded Linfeng's expectations, and also made Linfeng's eyes look dangerous. Is it okay to disclose the client's information so easily? Linfeng narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. Starker's character design should be a person who will not violate the rules. But he easily told the news about Linfeng's client, which is not a good performance. If Starker was such a person, then Linfeng would not have commissioned Starker to investigate the spreader of the news. That's what the commissioner meant. Starker replied calmly, okay. Linfeng was taken aback by these words. The collector's original words are, if you can't get the infinite gems, then invite Linfeng to sit in the void. Here are the coordinates, if you're interested. After leaving the message, Starker nodded for Linfeng and left. That's exactly what the collector named Tyne said. It now appears that when Tyne entrusted himself, he was prepared not to get the Infinity Stone. If it wasn't because Linfeng couldn't be reached, maybe Tyne would talk to Linfeng directly instead of entrusting himself. Originally, Starker also thought that he was going to Blue Star. But unexpectedly, Linfeng appeared on the transit star in the universe by himself. After Starker left, Linfeng sat. He meditated on the spot. Time, the collector, that guy. Do you want to collect infinity stones? In the movie, this product gives people a feeling of being weak beyond the sky. By the time of Avengers 3, he was directly slaughtered by Thanos. But its true identity is one of the immortal elders of the universe. It is said that this product can also travel through time and space. Linfeng didn't quite understand. Even if he couldn't beat him, time could escape. So why did he die in the hands of Thanos? But it's really hard to say whether Time is dead or not. The goddess of death refused them to step into the kingdom of death. So in theory, cosmic elders are immortal. Boom. The sound of tables and chairs colliding interrupted Linfeng's meditation. Look up. It's the previous Seacraft. Linfeng chuckled. This guy hasn't left yet. Why, you also want to get infinite gems? Seeing Linfeng looking over at him, that cunning fish wanted to slap himself twice. Why are you so careless? He nodded and bowed and smiled apologetically at Linfeng. Brother, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I'm just passing by. While laughing with him, he moved outside the bar. He could clearly see what Linfeng did just now from the dark place. MD. His calf began to shake uncontrollably. Sure enough, those who can own infinite gems are not ordinary people who have no power to restrain chickens. Which of Guapi's subordinates said that Lansing is an ordinary two-legged chicken? Go back and sacrifice him to heaven. Linfeng shook his head and laughed. He was too lazy to care about these A, B, C and D. He moved his gaze to the back of the stage. Miss Xixing, after watching for so long, why don't you come out to chat? With a smile, Lin Feng exposed the proprietress who was hiding behind the stage. Ever since Starker appeared, the proprietress had been hiding behind and eavesdropping. But Lin Feng didn't care too much, and it wasn't something shameful. After being told the truth, Xixing walked out generously. The seductive tail flicked behind the buttocks, making Lin Feng always unable to take his eyes off. Let's talk. What's there to talk about? Xixing rolled his eyes angrily, full of flair. All her guests have run away. This is all thanks to Lin Feng. The loss should have been counted on the defeated Starker. But Starker, she can't afford to provoke her. She was thankful that the two of them didn't directly blow over the roof of the bar. As for the loss, you have to bear it yourself. It's just a customer's turnover. Xixing can still afford it. But he's in a bad mood. And the bottle of expensive wine ordered by Lin Feng, the kryptonite who threatened to pay the bill, has disappeared without a trace. If I knew it earlier, I would just fool around with a bottle of wine. Don't say that. The proprietress's tail is very distinctive. I am still very interested in the proprietress' tail. Lin Feng praised bluntly. The tail seemed to be full of temptation, like a cat teaser. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to grab it. Xixing is another hygienic eye. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's peaceful attitude from beginning to end that made him not look like a bloodthirsty person. Xixing also became more courageous. She came to the table stepping on her small high heels, and sat down. He took the bottle back without hesitation. There is still half of that. Stop loss in time. There's no more wine to drink. Do you know how precious this bottle of wine is? Xixing felt distressed, and reached out to grab another unopened bottle of wine. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Lin Feng snatched it up and put it in his own space. Good guy, grab your own drink as soon as you come up. The proprietress is too brave. This wine is really good. Drinking it will make you feel happy for no reason. At the same time, there is also a sense of satisfaction, like touching the tail of the dying star. Xixing was furious with his hands. Slowly, but he didn't dare to ask for it. Starkana and other leaders were all defeated, and she thought she couldn't deal with Lin Feng. Don't be so stingy. Lin Feng grinned, looking a bit like a rascal. He found that Xixing was getting angry, which had a different taste. Sure enough, teasing the beauties will make you feel happy. What do you know? Xixing's eyes were complicated, and he patted the table with his small hand. This kind of wine can only be brewed by our race. Our race is the only one in the universe, Xixing emphasized seriously. And now, this kind of wine is running out. As Xixing spoke, his fingers kept rubbing against the wine bottle. His eyes were complicated and somewhat sad. He didn't speak for a while, as if he was recalling something. Chapter 179 Concave Modeling Expert, Collector Time. Lin Feng scratched his head. He didn't expect Xixing to react so much. Why is this so inexplicably sad? It can't be brewed anymore. Why are you so angry? Brew again? Xixing had a strange expression on his face, wanting to curse but stopped. It was as if Lin Feng was talking about something unbelievable. After a while, Xixing sighed, with an indescribable sense of melancholy in his tone. It can't be brewed. Her ace is gone. It is not easy to survive, so how can we continue to make wine? This kind of wine is really almost one bottle less. I don't know how my brain twitched, and I brought out this wine. Maybe it's because Lin Feng's appearance is in her strike zone. If I had known earlier, I would just take 2 bottles of good wine to deal with it. Thinking of this, Xixing's originally lively tail drooped down. Lin Feng looked at Xixing's thigh thoughtfully. Under the tights, there is a slight bulge. When Xixing came out, Lin Feng noticed. Lin Feng didn't need to see through it to know that the designation was caused by the gauze dressing the wound. Because of his strong sense of smell, he could smell the slightest smell of blood. Still hurt by a sharp weapon. Don't ask why Lin Feng knows. He guarantees that he won't use clairvoyance. It seems that the proprietress is also having a bad time. Lin Feng also sighed. but he didn't pursue Xixing's sad story. Every family has its cupboard. Life is unsatisfactory. 9 out of 10. Most adults are not doing well, not only outside the fourth wall, but also in the movie. Lin Feng took out a Superman rescue device, and gently placed it in front of Zai Crossing. What is this? Xixing picked up the small iron piece curiously. Very delicate metal foil, cool to the touch, with a big S logo on it. It's a rescue device. When you are in danger, press it, and I will arrive as soon as possible. Just treat it as money for the wine, Lin Feng said with a smile. This damn kindness made Lin Feng feel compassionate again. Sure enough, beautiful women have privileges with him. But it wasn't just that. Lin Feng's sixth sense told him that he would see this succubus lady again in the future. Xixing held the metal piece to observe for a while, but pushed it back to Lin Feng. You don't know how powerful my enemy is. That existence as powerful as a god led to the near extinction of the star race. His strength left a deep impression in Xixing's mind. It's not that the universe powerhouse was not entrusted to take revenge. It's just that those strong men didn't have any answers. Xixing didn't want anyone else to get involved for her revenge. No. Lin Feng smiled, and pushed the metal piece in front of Zai Crossing. You don't know how powerful I am. After pressing the distress call, even if you lose your life, I can snatch you back from the goddess of death, Lin Feng said meaningfully. Then, let's meet again. After finishing speaking, without giving Xixing a chance to refuse, Lin Feng opened the portal and disappeared into the bar, leaving Xixing sitting there alone, staring at the rescue device in his hand in a daze. Coming out of the portal, Lin Feng came to the land of nothingness. Yes, he wanted to talk to Collector Time. Looking from a distance, the land of nothingness is indeed a huge head of a god. That volume is about the size of a small planet. In the universe, there are really all kinds of strange things. Lin Feng made a complaint, passed through the huge eye sockets, and entered the interior of the void. All you can see are towering metal buildings. Under the buildings, there are countless desperados living. It is also called the mining area. Countless sturdy small collection machines are running non-stop. Hundreds of years ago, the Time Group sent workers to mine the organic matter in the skull day and night. Bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, etc. are all scarce resources. No matter which black market it is in, it can be sold for a good price. But the mining work is against the laws of the universe, so those who do this can only be desperados. It's chaotic, dark, and full of danger. Of course, this danger cannot threaten Lin Feng. As soon as it landed on the ground, a group of beggars with innocent expressions stepped forward to beg. Lin Feng passed them expressionlessly. No one who lives here is good. Even a child can stab you innocently. Chaos, disorder, darkness, and money are the main colors here. The desperados passing by on the street all had vicious expressions on their faces. Here, weakness only brings greater persecution. Of course, this kind of place is also indispensable for young ladies who seek money. It's just that they are basically colorful. Well, the color here refers to the skin tone. Red, blue, purple, and green are all the wearing a hot attire. He poked his head at Lin Feng on the side of the street. Lin Feng also smirked happily. Although the skin color is not used to, Lin Feng's plump figure and cool attire feasted his eyes. Constantly observing, Lin Feng stopped in front of a huge building. Collector, Time's collection. Lin Feng has seen this scene in Guardians of the Galaxy. At the door, there was a red-skinned young lady in a short white skirt. Mr. Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and saluted. Master has been waiting for a long time, please follow me. Lin Feng nodded and followed her into the building. Time is also said to have some prophetic abilities. It is not surprising to foresee Lin Feng's arrival. Walking into the collection hall and passing through a narrow corridor, the scene in front of you suddenly becomes clear. All kinds of huge containers are placed together, containing all kinds of strange creatures. Some are alive and some are dead. Also soaked in liquid. Lin Feng even saw the Sulian dog flying into space. Although there are many containers and some are crowded, They are in order. Walking to the center of the collection hall, Lin Feng saw the collector with his back facing him in a concave posture. The little maid smiled and made a grand gesture. "Let me introduce you, Tanya Town, collector." After the introduction, background music sounded inexplicably in the room. Town turned around slowly, wearing a fluffy coat on such a hot day. He has white hair and a steampunk magnifying glass on his face. This is the second time Lin Feng has seen such a concave posture. The first is Red Skull. I just saw it a few days ago. I don't know how it is now. Respect, Mr. Lin Feng. Time took off his glasses, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes with thick dark circles. Welcome. Time once again made a concave shape that Lin Feng could not understand, probably to express his welcome. Chapter 180. Time, can you sell your corpse? The collector and his elder brother Dietanzun lived for an unknown number of years. It is estimated that the two brothers are also bored. One is doing some kind of coliseum on Saka, and the other is making some collections in the land of nothingness. Both of them seemed mentally disturbed. The weak chickens shown in the movie do not mean that these two people are really weak chickens. Maybe they are just boring and funny. Facing the collector's etiquette, Lin Feng just nodded. He has no ancestral etiquette to use. Collector, Time, I heard you're eyeing my infinity gem. For this reason, also hired predators? Lin Feng went straight to the point, opened the subject and said. Lin Feng didn't foolishly ask why collectors knew about him. Now he has become a celebrity in the Marvel Universe. Oh, my new friend. Time looked Lin Feng up and down, and his eyes suddenly became surprised. He didn't answer Lin Feng's question, but walked around Lin Feng, as if he was looking at a treasure. It's amazing. It's amazing. Though you have a human face, but I can feel that the unique blood of the entire universe is flowing in your body. And that black hole-like growth potential. Unbelievable. I've never seen a creature like this before. Tai was surprised by the blood in Lin Feng's body. Every cell in Lin Feng is as dazzling as the sun, full of energy. Make an offer. After admiring Tai, he said something nonchalantly. Lin Feng was taken aback, and scratched his head. Make a price. What is it? Infinity gems? These old monsters who have lived for such a long time are really out of their minds. However, Lin Feng has no plans to sell the infinite gems. No, not just the infinity stones. Tai stretched out his finger and shook it, then pointed at Lin Feng, rubbed his hands together, and said something that shocked Lin Feng. I bought it too. Karina, the red-skinned maid beside her, couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's started again. It's not the first time her master has done this kind of thing. That's right, Tai has taken a fancy to Lin Feng. To be precise, he fell in love with Lin Feng's silver Superman body. In his collection, there are all kinds of strange things. But he had never seen such a creature. On the appearance of human beings, the cells are like the sun's. I have never seen this kind of creature. Although the human appearance makes him a bit ordinary, but what's inside is what matters. Time collection is very clear. Hearing this, Lin Feng's first reaction was to turn around and leave. What the hell, this old man, his brain has grown hair after living for a long time. What a waste of my time. Don't be in a hurry. Time saw that favorite was about to run, and hurried forward to stop him. Make a price. I really want to buy it. I can wait until the day you die and collect your body. Time explained. He is immortal, and he can wait until the day when Lin Feng's lifespan is exhausted before collecting it. How about it? Sell me your corpse in the future, and I will give you an undeniable price. Thuan is not short of money, he is short of unique collectibles. Lin Feng's bloodline is unique in the entire Marvel Universe. And it has to be said that Tai has a vicious vision. Lin Feng laughed. Want to buy me? Are you kidding me? If you want to wait until the day I die, the universe probably won't exist. Lin Feng felt that T1 was a bit abnormal. His silver body is growing and getting stronger every moment. In terms of life expectancy, there is not much to say. My friend, you can't say for certain. Duan disagreed with what Lin Feng said, and bowed his waist mysteriously. The universe is full of variables and dangers. Perhaps one day, you will encounter a powerful enemy that you cannot fight against. Anyway, I'm going to die anyway. How about taking the money and being happy in advance? Taiwan's words were full of temptation, and what he said was very reasonable. But what he wanted to buy was Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared, resisting the urge to kick. But in my heart I couldn't help cursing secretly. This old stuff can't be bought or sold. And started cursing people. Lin Feng's murderous gaze made Taiwan shrink his neck. He walked quickly to the table, reached out and turned on a huge projection device. He beckoned to Lin Feng mysteriously, motioning for Lin Feng to come and have a look. With a cold face, Lin Feng stepped forward to see what he was up to. The projection equipment casts a scene of nothingness. With Taiwan's operation, 6 infinite gems were projected one by one. Before the creation of the universe, there were 6 singularities. And then, bang! The Big Bang was born. The remnants of these 6 singularities were collected and condensed into gems. It's called ... the Infinity Stone, Taiwan said, and made an explosive gesture with flowers in both hands. What do you want to say in the end? Lin Feng became a little impatient. He really didn't know how to deal with this kind of crazy existence. If it's the origin of the Infinity Stones, I know it all, so you don't need to educate me. No, my friend. I mean, a single Infinity Stone can destroy a civilization, Taiwan said. Look. As he said that, Taiwan also called up a picture after another, proving the ability of the Infinity Stone. So, Lin Feng tilted his head, rather bored. So, you have 5 of this thing. Taiwan stretched out his palm and emphasized. All the powerful existences in the universe are focusing on you. How can you guarantee that you will not fall in a certain war? Pretty boy speechless. After all, it's still the attention of hitting Lin Feng's silver body. With a sigh, Lin Feng was really ready to leave. It seems that I made a mistake when I came here, and it was a waste of time. If this is the only thing you want me to do, then I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng did not hesitate and walked outside. Next, he should go to the planet of Stia, which is the place where the news of the infinite gems was first reported. Perhaps there may be some clues to be found, etc. Taiwan called Lin Feng again. It doesn't matter if you don't sell the corpse. I will also accept the infinite gems. 10 billion pieces. How about it? Lin Feng paused, and continued to walk outside. Go eat it. Infinite gems are not for sale. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, T1 panicked. 2 exquisite collections are about to run away like this. I can't do it anymore. I've got the trump card. I know you're looking for someone to spread your message. Right. Taiwan shouted at Lin Feng's back. Chapter 181. I didn't say it was Thanos of this universe. Lin Feng stopped abruptly. Do you know who it is? Lin Feng turned his head, walked back quickly, and looked directly into T1's dead fish eyes. Yes, I know who is spreading the news about you and the Infinity Stones. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, Taiwan stared, as if seeing the hope of the collection being put into storage. He nodded and admitted. Tell me. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This is really a windfall. Unexpectedly, this old pervert actually knew who was behind it. Of course, my friend. I'll tell you who he is. But Taiwan rubbed his fingers together. You need to take something in exchange. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you want? An Infinity Stone. An Infinity Stone. I'll tell you. How about it? Taiwan held out a finger and said tentatively. No. Lin Feng refused without thinking. 1 Infinity Gem, plus 5 billion. Taiwan held out another palm. He has plenty of money, but what he lacks is collections. It's not a question of money or not. Infinity gems are not for sale. Let's discuss it. Taiwan struggled unwillingly. Lin Feng shook his head. Not negotiable. Infinity gems are still very useful to Lin Feng now. Maybe in the future, when Lin Feng no longer needs them, he might sell one to Taiwan, but not now. However, although I can't trade with infinite gems, I have one thing which should be eligible to enter your collection. Lin Feng changed the topic. There are not many things in his warehouse, but there are still many things that can be bought in the system store. A bottle of Saiyan blood is only worth millions of prestige points. Of course, It's just the most common inferior Saiyan gene, the kind that basically can't become a Super Saiyan. Oh, take it out and have a look. Time didn't refuse. But I want to explain first that my collection is unique, magical, gorgeous. If these requirements are not met, I will not agree to the transaction. Tyne emphasized that he was afraid that Lin Feng would just take out something to fool him. Since Lin Feng and Infinity Stones are not for sale, he doesn't intend to buy them by force. The energy of Lin Feng throwing out a single cell can blow up his entire collection. He didn't want to anger Lin Feng. Don't worry. Lin Feng walked to the table with a smile. With a thought, he exchanged for a glass bottle filled with green liquid from the system. It is the inferior Saiyan blood. It's definitely something you haven't seen before, and it's unique in the entire universe. I just don't know. Do you know the goods? Lin Feng said, and put the vial on the table. Tens of thousands of white prestige is nothing more than Lin Feng now. If it can be exchanged for the communicator's information, it will be a steady profit for Lin Feng. Oh. Time trotted 2 steps, picked up the steampunk magnifying glass and put it on. First, I observed it with my glasses, and then took out a pair of gloves from nowhere, and put them on my hands very professionally. Finally, I picked up the green liquid and put it under the light to observe. Through the light, the green liquid in the bottle seems to be alive, flowing slowly and continuously. Magic. Slightly shaking the liquid, the irritable gene actually collided with a trace of white lightning. Feeling the charm of the liquid, Time showed interest. As amazing as your body, full of great potential for growth. It's just that the quality doesn't seem to be very high, said Time, but still couldn't stop his interest in the thing. After all, one of his collection criteria is that if it is rare, it is best to be unique. As for the liquid that Lin Feng took out, he had never heard of it in his long life. What is this? It is an ancient old blood, Lin Feng explained. Ordinary people drink it, and they have the blood of a Saiyan. Saiyan? Dewan thought about these 3 words. I have never heard of a race called Saiyans in the universe. That's right, a race that has never appeared in the universe, Lin Feng continued. You can also see that his potential is huge. And after each near death, he can make the user stronger. The most important thing is that he can turn into a powerful giant ape when people see the full moon. Giant ape? Devan took a deep breath. Interesting. Gigantic apes are boring, but being able to transform into a great ape is fun. Full moon, is it the satellite of Blue Star? That's right. How about it? Do you want to trade? Although the quality of this bottle of liquid is not high, it doesn't hinder it. He is unique in this universe, isn't he? You just tell me the news about the communicator, and you can get this unique liquid. Lin Feng made a condition. Just a message. To be honest, Time is really not at a loss. Is there only 1 bottle of this thing? T1 looked hot. To be honest, if there are 2 bottles, he will take 1 bottle and let his little maid Karina drink it, and then it will become one of his collections. He wanted to witness the scene where ordinary people saw the moon turn into a giant ape. But he was doomed to be disappointed. Lin Feng would not exchange an extra bottle, it was just a piece of information. After the exchange, Lin Feng would be at a loss. There's only 1 bottle of this thing in the Marvel Universe. I agree, my friend. Time decisively agreed to the deal. A surefire deal. A message, in exchange for a unique bloodline in the universe. As if afraid that Lin Feng would regret it, Time immediately took out a small box and put the liquid in it. It's right to trade with me, my friend. This news is beyond the reach of ordinary people. After collecting the things, Time couldn't help showing a smile on his face. There was another one in his collection, and it was an out-of-print orphan, only 1. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. He knew that Time was trading information. Details. Ahem. Time cleared his throat and said a name. The one who spread the news is Thanos. Thanos? Lin Feng was taken aback. Is there a mistake? After being stunned, Lin Feng felt a little unbelievable. Thanos he looked for, not long ago. But Thanos himself admitted that he did not spread the information. In order to verify whether Thanos was lying, Lin Feng also used the ability of the Mind Stone. With the strength of Thanos in the movie universe, There is no way to bypass the detection of the Mind Stone. This damn collector, could it be that he wants to be an empty-handed white wolf to fool himself? Exclamation mark. It's indeed Thanos. Tai nodded affirmatively, and then showed a mysterious expression. It's just that I didn't say that it's the Thanos of this universe. Chapter 182 Old Thanos. Hulk the dog. The universe is vast and boundless. Planets are like grains of sand in the ocean. Countless places that have never been reached by life are waiting to be explored alone. It is also possible that until the day when the universe is extinguished, no one cares about it. The Templar 2 spacecraft is quietly suspended above a planet. Thanos arrived at an unnamed planet in a small aircraft. It has its own coordinates, but after its birth, it has never ushered in any life, just because this is a planet shrouded in darkness. And this planet has no native species. Some are just boundless and eerie black mist covering the entire planet. Under the mist, there is a black storm all over the sky, engulfed in sand and dust, raging on the Earth day and night. Although there are yellow dwarfs similar to the sun in the galaxy, but the intense light still couldn't completely penetrate the black mist that enveloped the planet. With just a few rays of light, he could barely see what was in front of him clearly. Thanos walks on this land. Behind him, Nebula and Ebony Maw followed. The range of sight is less than 100 meters, and no matter how far away, there is only a hazy outline. Thanos' heavy body stepped on footprints, but was quickly covered by the sand brought by the raging wind. Facing the hurricane, Thanos has tough skin and is not afraid. Nebula braved the storm and approached Thanos. Father, could the news be fake? Looking at the desolate scene in front of him, Xingyan couldn't help frowning. This planet doesn't even have valuable minerals. She couldn't figure it out. The message that looked like rubbish. The coordinates were on a desolate planet with extremely low visibility. Thanos actually believed it, and came in person. How could there be life on this kind of planet? Thanos didn't even turn his head, he just shook his head and kept walking. Nebula is always not as good as Gamera. There are some things that she can't understand, but Thanos can understand. Not long ago, that is, the day after fighting Lin Feng, Thanos received a message. The information is only one short line. If you want to save the universe, come to this coordinate. The sender is unknown. Coordinates is a desolate planet that has never been reached by anyone. Not a blade of grass grows. After thinking about it, Thanos decided to go find out. No one can deceive me, and no one dares to do so. The intuition of the strong is generally terrifyingly accurate. Thanos felt that he could get what he wanted on this planet. Thanos left a sentence and continued walking in the direction indicated by the coordinates. Seeing this, Xingyan didn't dare to say much, and could only continue forward despite the storm. In fact, she still wants to ask, why not go forward in the aircraft? But Thanos doesn't like talkative people. Father, there must be a reason for the adults to do this. Not long after the three masters and servants moved forward, they discovered a huge black shadow in the distance. You can see the outline clearly. Seeing this, Thanos finally stopped. He raised his big hand to block the storm and observe. My lord, it looks like an old building. Ebony Maw took 2 steps forward, performing the art of nonsense. Thanos glanced at Ebony Throat, as if he was mentally retarded. His dog-headed military division has now learned to talk nonsense. Ebony Throat seemed to realize his nonsense, and lowered his head in shame. My lord, I mean, it seems that the news is correct. Well, let's go on. After finishing speaking, Thanos patted the dust off his body and continued on his way. Not far ahead is a huge ancient building. Soon, the three arrived in front of the building. It was a huge palace made entirely of ancient stone materials. In front of the palace, there are 2 huge stone gates. It is engraved with intricate symbols. Thanos reached out to caress the stone door, just about to push it open. At this time, there was a creaking sound from the stone door, and the door opened automatically inward. My lord has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. As the door opened, a voice came from inside the door. Along with the sound, Thanos saw the raging flames. The appearance of the flame also illuminated some space. Thanos took a closer look, and the one who opened the door was a skull wearing a metal armor. A yellow-red flame was burning on the skull. It was the flame that Thanos first saw. Thanos nodded and walked in without fear. He has seen a lot of strange creatures, and there is nothing unusual about a skull with flames. Ebony Throat and Xinian were careful in every step, looking around vigilantly. Passing through the wide corridor made of huge stones, you came to the center of the palace. Nothing but round pillars. There is only one huge seat, located in the center of the palace, very conspicuous. The seats are a miserable off-white dot. Thanos squinted his eyes and saw that the shape of the seat was creepy, even more domineering than his throne. The throne of the palace is completely made up of the heads of various creatures. It looks domineering and bloody. Some of those heads had turned into white bones, and some were still dripping with fresh blood. Full of death and evil. On the throne sat a huge figure. His face was shrouded in darkness, and all he could see was a giant in golden armor. On the side of the throne, a huge green monster was tied with a thick iron chain. The monster held a long white bone in its hand, as if it was its snack. He spotted someone coming, bared his teeth and roared silently at them. Bringing Thanos to the front, the flame skull respectfully knelt on one knee, showing respect and fear humanly in the empty eye sockets. "Owner, okay." The owner of the throne waved his hand, signaling the skull to back down. The huge palm landed on the armrest of the seat, tapping the already withered head lightly, making a crisp clicking sound. "Thanos, Thanos." The owner of the throne called Thanos' name. His voice was low and a little old, but it gave Thanos an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "I didn't disappoint. You really came." It seems that he is very satisfied with the arrival of Thanos, and the relief in the tone of the owner of the throne can be heard. "It was you who sent me the message?" Thanos confirmed. "That's right. I sent you a message. With me, you will complete your mission," the master of the throne said with confidence and arrogance, as if his arrival was enough to suppress everything. Who are you?" Thanos asked doubtfully. "The more you listen, the more familiar the sound becomes. And the owner of the throne brings a very wonderful feeling. Let Thanos have a feeling of having a conversation with himself." The huge shadow stood up and walked to the light. He reached up and took off the golden helmet he was wearing on his head. But what happened next shocked Thanos. Purple skin, golden head armor, and neat white beard. "Look like an older version of yourself." Chapter 183. Sudden snapping of fingers. Lin Feng's surprise nothingness. Lin Feng and T1 sat opposite each other. After accepting Lin Feng's benefits, Taiwan also began to reveal the information of the information disseminator, and the information he brought made Lin Feng's complexion gradually serious. "The one who spread your news is Thanos," Taiwan said with certainty. "It's just that it's not the Thanos of this universe. He's even scarier and crueler. I saw destruction and death in him." Taiwan showed a look of interest. "If possible, he also wants to put this foreign Thanos in his collection. It's a pity that this Thanos is too powerful." Taiwan can only think about it. He reached out and pressed the previous projector, and a picture popped up. This is an image from some time ago. After speaking, Taiwan stopped talking and quietly manipulated the screen. In the void universe, countless stars twinkle. At some point, a huge portal appeared. In the portal, a huge head slowly protruded. The portal didn't disappear until the head was fully visible. After the head stayed in place for a few seconds, it disappeared into the universe very abruptly. They teleported somewhere in the universe. "I can't track them." Taiwan pressed the pause button, and the screen paused at the moment when the head fully appeared. He manipulated the impact, enlarging the mouth of the skull. "Look." Lin Feng looked at the magnified picture, rubbed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide. The sight in front of him surprised him. In the mouth of the head, there is actually someone there. If this is the case, Lin Feng will not be surprised. The key is to look closely. There was a throne there. On the throne sits an existence similar to Thanos' Liu Fan. It's just that he is much older than Thanos, and his beard is all grey. He was dressed in golden armor, and had the same purple skin as Thanos, except that there were a few more hideous scars on his face. "Thanos." Lin Feng couldn't help blurting out. Based on what Taiwan said before, Lin Feng is sure that this is Thanos. Another purple sweet potato essence, the old version of Thanos from other universes. And the two creatures under the throne made Lin Feng's heart sink even more. With the metal battle suit and the skull with flaming head, Lin Feng can think of Ghost Rider in an instant. On the right side of the throne, there is also a green monster tied with a huge red iron chain. Hulk. Lin Feng lost his voice. That's right, that's a Hulk with all white hair. With a hunched back and a huge bone in his mouth, he lay quietly in front of the throne. Like a dog. Lin Feng's face became more serious. Lin Feng had never seen the costumes and images of these people in Marvel movies. However, in the comics, I have seen. He is Thanos, the Thanos from another universe. Time continued. Cruel, bloodthirsty, sick. His universe has been destroyed by him alone. He has more power than you can imagine. When he devoured the entire universe, he was not satisfied. So, he came to this universe. First, he set his sights on the Infinity Stone. That's why I said, you can't guarantee that you won't die. Time rubbed his hands, turned off the screen and patted his chest. Oh my god, this Thanos is too cruel. Even looking at it is mental pollution. I guess this universe won't last long. If you change your mind, I'll accept Infinity Stones anytime. Lin Feng stared at Time very strangely. Thanos destroys the universe, won't you die too? Still thinking about the infinite gems? Time spread his hands. He didn't have much fear of death. Death can't stop my collection. Hearing this, Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. But now that he knows the existence of another Thanos, Lin Feng will not sell the infinite gems. The image of Thanos is most likely the comic version of Thanos. Raising Hulk as a dog is too conspicuous. And Lin Feng had already thought of that huge head. It should be Tang Xing's head. This thing was transformed into a throne by Thanos. As Time said, this Thanos is far more brutal than the Thanos in this universe. In the comics, the elderly Thanos has an almost pathological love of death. In order to gain the favor of death, he slaughtered the entire universe. In the end, only Ghost Rider and Hulk were left. The reason why Ghost Rider is kept is because his ability will remind the enemy of the crimes he has committed. But for Thanos, the past massacres and the loss of life seem to have become a tribute to death. He looks at it several times a day. As for Hulk, he was really regarded as a dog, and he was still kept in captivity in the basement for millions of years. This Thanos can be said to have no humanity at all. Cruel, indifferent, bloody. The entire universe is under his hand, leaving only endless emptiness and the fear of death. But Lin Feng was curious. How did the old Thanos come to the movie universe? I don't know if there is any difference between this Thanos and the one in the comics. If Lin Feng's guess is correct, the old Thanos should also have 6 infinity gems in his hands. It's just that Lin Feng couldn't figure it out either. Why is this old Thanos staring at his own infinite gems? If it is said that his purpose in coming to this universe is to slaughter living beings, then he should have started to act a long time ago. Instead he hid and spread the news that he has infinite gems. What is the intention? All kinds of doubts came to mind, and Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This kind of cruel existence is enough to endanger the entire universe, so no one will come out to take care of it. It's fine if the observer doesn't do anything. What about the Court of Life? Doesn't OR care? OR is also written as OR, which is the ceiling of Marvel's omnipotent universe. Lin Feng expressed that he was a little tired and felt really confused. Maybe, Duel thinks it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can create the world at your fingertips. Really? Does Guan Sheng care about it? Just when he was wondering, an ominous premonition rose from Lin Feng's heart. He looked up sharply. An extremely powerful energy is sweeping the entire Marvel universe in the form of a shock wave. He is familiar with this feeling. Someone, using 6 infinity gems. Snap your fingers. Damn it. Lin Feng cursed secretly. Before he had time to think about it, the left wrist guard immediately lifted his invisibility. No matter who snapped his fingers and what the purpose was, the sixth sense told Lin Feng to stop him. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng also snapped his fingers. The 2 shockwaves instantly converged in the universe, and after the collision, They turned into nothingness. Chapter 184. The elderly Thanos full of cannonballs. Raymond Lamb. How quick was the response? His snapping of fingers was almost followed by the first snapping of fingers. It will take a while for the effects of the Infinity Stones to spread throughout the universe. It was reversed by Lin Feng almost without causing large-scale changes. After snapping his fingers, the dense aftermath of energy clinging to Lin Feng's arm slowly dissipated without causing any harm. T1 watched Lin Feng snap his fingers in shock. Have you collected all the infinite gems? His eyes were shining, his hands stretched and retracted. He wanted to touch Lin Feng's wrist guard, but he was afraid of angering Lin Feng. No wonder Lin Feng was unwilling to sell him the Infinity Stones. Only when 6 Infinity Gems gather together can they have such great power. You just snapped your fingers, what did you do with them? Taiwan asked curiously. Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to Taiwan. The moment you snap your fingers, the position of the 6 gemstones will become the ground zero of the energy surge. Lin Feng directly locked onto that huge energy diffusion point. The portal opened, and Lin Feng left the void with a sullen face. There is no need to go to planet's tier. We already know who is behind the scenes. And this sudden snapping of fingers is probably also the work of the old Thanos. The Infinity Stone of this universe is already in his hands. Those 6 gems were probably not brought by the old Thanos from his universe. Now, he's going to settle the score with the old Thanos. Seeing Lin Feng disappear, Taiwan looked back regretfully. Infinity Stones, run away. Still that dark planet. Black mist enveloped the earth. Thanos supported his legs, panting a little. On his left hand, he was wearing a metal glove that was emitting green smoke. The glove is inlaid with 6 gemstones of different colors. It's the Infinity Gems and Infinity Gauntlets. Did you make it? Thanos asked. While panting, he snapped his fingers just now. The energy of the 6 infinite gems can barely bear, but the damage caused cannot be avoided. It's just that he didn't know why. Although he snapped his fingers and hit it, but he always felt that it was not successful. So, I subconsciously asked this sentence. No. The old Thanos stood behind Thanos, watching him perform. The Infinity Stones were indeed from him, and they were lent to Thanos to snap his fingers. Not only did it fail, but it also attracted a guest. The old Thanos said while looking at the sky. His gaze reached the universe, and met Lin Feng, who had just come out of the portal. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the portal, he noticed the prying eyes. The supervision is activated immediately. He saw the planet shrouded in black mist. When he saw the situation on the surface of the planet clearly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed together. Thanos, Elder Thanos, Nebula, Ebony Maw, Ghost Rider. Also, the tethered Hulk. It's really the costume of Thanos in the comics. Lin Feng didn't read many cartoons, but I also know that even in the comics, Thanos has several versions. And the one in front of him should be Thanos, who has entered his twilight years, although his lifespan is coming to an end. The old Thanos' strength is very tyrannical. Thanos in the movie can't even compare to 1/10 of him. The old Thanos was able to use the Infinity Stones unscathed, but the movie Thanos couldn't. It seems that there may be a tough battle. Lin Feng was not afraid, and directly transformed into a streamer, and quickly flew to the Black Mist planet. According to Lin Feng's memory, the old Thanos should not have obtained the heart of the universe, and the strength will not be as tyrannical as when he was young. The only thing that needs Lin Feng's attention is what Taiwan said. The old Thanos devoured his universe. This allowed Lin Feng to estimate the combat power of the old Thanos at the level of a single universe, and it may even be at the level of a multiverse. However, judging from Lin Feng's current combat power, he can still fight. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Boom! Lin Feng's extremely fast flight speed quickly reached the ground. He stood firmly in front of the 2 Thanos. This is really a famous scene. Movie Thanos, comic Thanos, gather together. Looking at Lin Feng, who fell to the ground, Thanos let out a cry. When the old Thanos said he was unsuccessful, he had already thought of Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng has 6 infinite gems, which can easily offset his snapping fingers. And the fact is the same. Thanos reacted when he saw Lin Feng. Shaking his head, Thanos sighed. In a short time, Thanos couldn't bear the energy of the second snap of his fingers. Although it can be played reluctantly, it is no longer necessary. If Lin Feng is not eliminated, Thanos will be useless. He is not as strong as Lin Feng's body, and he can snap his fingers without any scruples. Thanos, Thanos! Lin Feng shouted, but his eyes were directed at the old version of Thanos with white hair and beard. Oh. Lin Feng. The old Thanos laughed like a kind old man. It's just that the evil spirit and blood in the eyes can't be hidden. Welcome to my planet. Hypocritical. This is Lin Feng's first impression of the old Thanos. He could feel the killing intent on the old Thanos. No one could have imagined that this seemingly harmless elderly monster who laughed had slaughtered the entire universe. Your planet? Lin Feng sneered. Where did you get your planet? There is no place for you in this universe. Lin Feng's attitude was very tough. Elderly Thanos is not a good stubble. His hands are covered with the blood and resentment of the entire universe. For this kind of existence, Lin Feng was not polite at all. However, the old Thanos was not annoyed, but instead comforted Lin Feng. Don't be so grumpy, young man. This is an ownerless planet. According to the laws of the universe, whoever discovers it has the right to dispose of it. I'm tired of killing and just want a place to retire. The old Thanos' eyes looked sincere, but he still couldn't fool Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips. Would you rather lie to a ghost? Will you still abide by the laws of the universe? Hulk, who was holding his right hand, was still grinning at him. You tell me you're tired of killing? Before you tell a lie, wash off your evil spirit first. You do not believe? How do you make me believe it? Lin Feng asked back, pointing to Thanos wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. The 6 Infinity Stones above are still shining brightly. If Lin Feng hadn't just snapped his fingers in time, half of the life in the universe would have disappeared in smoke. But even if it really dissipated, Lin Feng could be saved with a snap of his fingers. You said this. This is just a small gift for the other me in the parallel universe. The old Thanos waved his hand indifferently, as if the Infinity Stones were really just a worthless little gift, a bit shameless, beyond Lin Feng's expectation. The old Thanos is different from what he imagined, unlike the Thanos in the movies who never lie. Instead, he ran the train with his mouth full. Then how do you explain the information about the Infinity Gem being spread behind your back? Lin Feng asked step by step. He also wanted to know why the old Thanos didn't come to him directly, or started slaughtering creatures directly, but instead hid in the dark and spread the news. Chapter 185. The 3 views are broken. The old Thanos who slaughtered the universe escaped. What about this? It's just a gift I gave to all life in the universe when I first came to this universe. After all, life. Doesn't everyone yearn for higher mountains? They want the treasure, so I will tell them the information about the treasure. The old Thanos was still smiling. His shameless kung fu was far beyond Lin Feng's comparison. And, with your ability, this information does not pose a threat to you, does it? You call this a gift? He didn't get the answer he wanted, and Lin Feng was angry and laughed at the old Thanos' perfunctory. It did not pose a threat to Lin Feng, but it posed a threat to Blue Star. Moreover, it also indirectly disrupted the order of the universe. I don't know how many people want to get these 6 heaven-defying existences. Yes, if I tell them information they don't know, isn't that considered a gift? The old Thanos spread his hands, signaling his innocence. Excessive words. Facing the meaningless talk of the old Thanos, Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more. It's better to strike first, and then you can only eat shit. In this case, I also have a gift. Take it. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he clenched his left hand and swung it out without hesitation. Extremely neatly. The 6 Infinity Gems released light at the same time. The energy was twisted into a hemp rope, and with a mighty force that would destroy the world, it flew out of Lin Feng's fist, cutting through the space and hitting the old Thanos' chest. The light came in an instant, swallowing the old Thanos in an instant. The old Thanos was pushed back by the beam. The huge soles of the feet drew 2 deep ravines on the ground. Wait for the beam to disappear. Green smoke rose from the golden armor, but there was no injury on his body. Young man, so irritable, the old Thanos exclaimed. Before he could even say a few words, the opening move was such a powerful move. But he seems to have forgotten that when he was young, he was even more irritable than Lin Feng. Don't you like giving gifts? Then I'll send you a grand funeral. It's not in vain for you to come to this universe. How about it? Lin Feng sneered. Hee hee, I can't afford this gift. The old Thanos waved at the Thanos of this universe. The Infinity Gauntlet quickly peeled off the movie Thanos' hand with 6 Infinity Gems, and flew towards the old Thanos. What are you thinking about? Seeing that he was about to take back the Infinity Gauntlet, Lin Feng shouted loudly, and his figure quickly disappeared in place. Immediately afterwards, it precisely stopped at the flight path of the Infinity Gauntlet, and stopped it. Holding the gloves in his arms, Lin Feng's eyes turned as red as the sun in an instant. Old man, accept your funeral. The heat rays mixed with infinite gems spurted out violently, breaking through the black mist and illuminating the earth. The energy contained in this move is several times stronger than before. The old Thanos clasped his hands together, and his figure became unreal. Flying away from the space with one hand, he changed positions in an instant. He did not choose to resist this heat ray. The heat ray hit a blank, but it directly combed the black mist planet in the middle. On the impact road, a huge gap was left, and the black mist with a radius of thousands of miles was washed away at this moment. No shot. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, watching the old Thanos move to another place, but still watching himself not make a move. This doesn't quite fit the character of Thanos in Time's mouth. Being provoked like this, but like a turtle? To be honest, I don't want to have a war with you, said the old Thanos, shaking his head. That tone, as if Lin Feng had taken advantage of it, and he should be grateful for it. The incident you provoked. Tell me now that you don't want to fight? Lin Feng was angry. Apart from anything else, it was another heat ray of the infinite gem version. What did you do early? All trademark will own infinite treasure. The news of she spread throughout the universe and let Thanos snap his fingers. Now tell me you don't want to fight? Confront the destructive heat rays. The old Thanos repeated his old tricks, clasped his hands together again, and his figure became unreal. Only this time, he didn't seem to succeed. It seemed that there was something invisible, and it yanked the old Thanos violently. His illusory figure paused and recovered its entity. Lin Feng also sensed that something was wrong, but the situation was in his favor, and he didn't want to increase the output of heat rays. Boom! The heat ray hit the old Thanos precisely this time. This blow is not comparable to the fist just now. This is the energy of a single universe level, plus the increase of infinite gems. The terrifying temperature instantly melted the golden armor on the old Thanos' chest. Purple blood surged up, and a big blood hole appeared in the old Thanos' chest. Without penetration, the defense of the old Thanos is very strong. In the movie Thanos, this blow is enough to knock out the upper body of Thanos. Damn it. The old Thanos vomited a mouthful of blood. His chest was so badly wounded that his ribs were visible. He clasped his hands together again, and made a move that even Lin Feng could not have expected. As if running away, the old Thanos disappeared into this world with his breath. At the same time, his huge palace and Hulk disappeared. Bran? Lin Feng was taken aback, and the attacking figure also paused. With a raised brow, a powerful biological force field enveloped the entire planet. A blanket search of the entire planet was not found. Expanding the scope again and extending it to the universe, the old Thanos is still not found. Lin Feng looked at the Infinity Gauntlet still in his hand, a little confused. The three views are a little shattered, and some can't believe it. Shouldn't Thanos in the comics be extremely cruel? Why did you run away with a bear? He ran so decisively. So decisive that you don't even want this artifact? It shouldn't be. It doesn't make sense. Lin Feng tentatively snapped his fingers with the Infinity Stone, thinking about locating the information of the old Thanos in my heart. However, with a snap of the fingers, The Infinity Stone sent a message that it is not in the universe. Fuck. Lin Feng was both confused and happy. The development of the incident became dramatic. Have escaped the Marvel Universe? What is this old executioner planning? Could it be that Heat Ray just now? Lin Feng rubbed his chin and couldn't help thinking, I was ready to blow up this galaxy, but the old Thanos became a shrinking turtle. However, the stature of the old Thanos was obviously stagnant just now, and he clearly saw it, as if there was an invisible big hand, imprisoning him for a moment. Thinking about it now, it was as if someone was helping Lin Feng. Thinking became clear again. No wonder from the very beginning, the old Thanos was reluctant to make a move, as if he knew someone would help him. In this way, it makes sense. The old Thanos has some scruples. After all, someone is helping you, and the strength is enough to see. So the question arises again, who is helping yourself? Just when Lin Feng was thinking hard, a voice sounded in my mind. Why don't you ask the magic system? Chapter 186 Systematic Explanation, Help from Cosmic Consciousness System. Hearing the words in his mind, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he curled his lips in disdain. Don't tell me, you are helping me. It's not that. He looks down on the system. This dog system can't even solve two bums. According to him, he was afraid of attracting the attention of high-sequence enemies. Lin Feng didn't believe that the system could help him stop the old Thanos. The dog system doesn't speak. Lin Feng almost forgot about him. What do you mean, you? The system crossed his hips in displeasure. Underestimate the system. After not speaking for a while, the system felt that Lin Feng didn't respect him anymore. How dare I, Master System? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. Bickering with the system gave him a long-lost sense of relief. He has been very busy for a while, time travel and fights. To be honest, Lin Feng kind of missed the days when he first came to Marvel and strolled on the Blue Star every day. Fortunately, I am too busy to spend 2 days with Susan. HMPH. The system snorted arrogantly. I'm too lazy to talk to you so much. It's really not me who helped you. Lin Feng laughed and said, I'll just say it. Don't interrupt. The system said angrily, and then continued to explain. It is cosmic consciousness that helps you. Cosmic consciousness? Lin Feng scratched his head, a little confused. A vocabulary I haven't heard before, but it's easy to understand. That's right, the Marvel Universe is self-aware. The system explained. You must have seen Thanos pause before the heat ray arrived, right? Lin Feng nodded, although it was very short, but he could see clearly. Otherwise he wouldn't have doubted if someone helped him. However, Lin Feng didn't understand why the consciousness of the universe would make a move. Generally speaking, this is almost impossible to happen. The system gave the answer. The old Thanos you see is not exactly the comic version, but in terms of strength, it is about the same. He slaughtered wantonly in his own universe, and in the end he was not satisfied with the status quo and devoured the entire universe. So when he came to this universe, the consciousness of the universe will expel him. After all, it can be regarded as persecuting the existence of one's own kind. The consciousness of the universe is afraid that Thanos will swallow itself. That's why I came back to help you. The system continues to explain. Although it can't prevent Thanos from crossing over, it can stumbling him. This is also the main reason why the old Thanos dare not fight you. The moment the old Thanos appeared, the consciousness of the universe would stare at him, otherwise he would have started slaughtering the entire universe long ago. After some explanations, Lin Feng finally understood. So, it's no wonder that the old Thanos didn't make any moves against Lin Feng's successive provocations. According to the setting in the comics, the old Thanos is very cruel, but in reality he appears cowardly and weak. That's why the old Thanos didn't want to do anything, and he ran away in the end. Lin Feng clapped his hands and realized, I'm afraid that the old Thanos didn't want to make a move, but he did. It is very likely that I will explain it here today. A heat ray can pierce him. If Lin Feng's next shot is aimed at the head, the cosmic consciousness will fix him again. TSK TSK TSK. The old Thanos can go straight into the coffin. No matter which universe, They would not want to see the appearance of beings that can devour their own kind or themselves at will. There is nothing wrong with cosmic consciousness helping Lin Feng, it is just for self-protection. Then do you know where that old Thanos is now? Lin Feng asked. He always felt that this old Thanos would come back. Instead of this, why not take the initiative to attack? The funeral is not over yet. Can it be done if the right angle is gone? I don't know, the system replied. However, what is certain is that he has already left this universe, and it is very likely that he ran to devour other universes first. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned again. It ran so slippery that the shadows disappeared. But Lin Feng is not a vegetarian, and with the help of the cosmic consciousness, let the soldiers cover it up. I have one last question. Why did the old Thanos spread the news that I have infinite gems? Lin Feng still didn't figure it out. He has no enmity with the old Thanos. You want to say that the old Thanos wants to get the Infinity Stones? He already has a set. Oh, but this set is also in Lin Feng's hands now. Laugh. A set of Infinity Stones can snap your fingers and destroy the entire universe. Why bother to stab Lin Feng in the back? On this point, the system only has a rough guess. That is, the old Thanos probably knows that you don't belong to the Marvel Universe. Didn't you just say that? He doesn't dare to attack you. He will only suffer if he fights with you, and the consciousness of the universe will help you. So the system speculates that he might want to use the hands of other cosmic powerhouses to get rid of you first. The system imitated a click gesture in Lin Feng's mind. After all, you are not an aborigine, and you are the biggest variable. There is nothing wrong with getting rid of you first, and it's not unreasonable for him to let Thanos of this universe snap his fingers. Because of this snap of his fingers, he probably won't be able to type it out. After speaking, the system rolled its eyes. Lin Feng is just a guy who doesn't like to use his brain. He can figure out these things with his brain. Superman's brain seemed to be a decoration to him. The system's explanation made Lin Feng's thoughts clear again. He couldn't help but nodded, thinking it made sense. Indeed, if you want to slaughter the entire universe, Infinity Stones are the fastest choice. And with 6 infinite gems, I can reverse this result at any time. But the old Thanos can't attack himself. He can only use the hands of others. All doubts are resolved and events become clear. In the end, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with his ears. After all, the process and time to solve it were far faster than Lin Feng expected. He thought it would take a few days, but he didn't expect the unexpected speed of progress. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. This is what he had thought before. In order to protect Blue Star and make everyone forget the location information of the Infinity Stone. With Lin Feng as the center, the shockwave from the Infinity Gems quickly expanded to the entire Marvel Universe. With this rule, those life forms who knew that Lin Feng possessed the Infinity Gem were all overwhelmed and completely forgot. After snapping their fingers, everyone only knew that there were such heaven-defying existences as infinite gems in the universe, but they couldn't remember where they were all. Even in the communication and platform database, this information has disappeared. Chapter 187. After the system is sold, you did not make good use of the Silver Superman body after snapping his fingers. Lin Feng was also ready to leave. Thanos of this universe is still standing aside, looking at his expression. He doesn't know what he is thinking. From time to time, he stared at the infinite glove that Lin Feng was holding. The whole person hadn't recovered from the weakness just now. Shaking his head, Lin Feng flew away directly. Thanos, who was left in place, slowly turned into dust and disappeared in place after a pause. I wanted to save his life. But Thanos is obviously not interested. Although he was already an ant to Lin Feng didn't want an ant to think about him every day. Afterwards, Lin Feng returned directly to Transit Star. The Infinity Gauntlet, seized from the old Thanos, had been destroyed by Lin Feng. It's useless for Lin Feng to ask for it, it's big and ugly. As for the Infinity Gem on it, Lin Feng took it off and carried it with him in a small bag. He hasn't figured out what to do with the 6 infinite gems yet. Snap your fingers, 1 set of gems is enough. You don't need 2 sets. And now, Lin Feng has not very satisfied with the speed that the Infinity Gem enhances itself. Running to the Xing bar again, Lin Feng ordered a glass of wine and began to rummage through the system store. To be honest, the appearance of the old Thanos made Lin Feng inexplicably feel some crisis. This time, it was because of the help of cosmic consciousness that the whole thing seemed so simple, child's play and quick. If the cosmic consciousness hadn't stepped in, it would have been a hell of a fight. There is no doubt that the old Thanos also has the power to penetrate the universe, and no one can guarantee whether the old Thanos will come back after devouring several universes. Whether it's the exile or these strange characters, they all urge Lin Feng to keep getting stronger. The lady who served Lin Feng's wine was Xing's proprietress. Lin Feng's snapping of his fingers also made Xing forget the information that he had infinite gems. I can only remember that Lin Feng and Starker the Predator almost got into a fight in her bar because of something. As for what it was, Xing couldn't recall it. However, this did not hinder Xing's understanding of Lin Feng. Watching Xing leave, Lin Feng took his eyes away from his tail and continued to look at the system store. His goal for the next stage is the Golden Superman. Level 3 permission store requires 1 billion reputation points to exchange. Golden Superman exists in high latitude, 5 dimensions, has a certain ability to create. The strength is probably inferred to be above the multiverse. As far as the current stage is concerned, both combat power and ability are stronger than Lin Feng's Silver Superman body. It's just that the price made Lin Feng click his tongue. His current reputation is only about 40 million. 20 million of them were given by the unnumbered Venom Universe mission. It feels a little far away from Golden Superman. But to be honest, the body of the Silver Superman is not weaker than the Golden Superman. He is mainly reflected in the fact that there is no upper limit to the strength of his ability. If Lin Feng is allowed to grow, sooner or later he will reach the height of the Golden Superman. Creation and so on are also at your fingertips. It's just that Lin Feng is afraid that he will have to bask in the sun until the year of the monkey. System: can infinite gems be recovered? Lin Feng touched the small bag containing gems, and suddenly called out. If the price is right, he is ready to sell the old Thanos set of infinite gems. Having exchanged for the Golden Superman earlier, Lin Feng can run around in other universes without a key. Take it. The system jumped out. 180 million prestige value. 6 packs will give you a discount, 500 million prestige points. How about it? Do you need to recycle 500 million reputation points? Lin Feng hesitated. The price was a little lower than he expected, and he thought that one piece could sell for at least 100 million yuan. Why, do you think it's cheap? The system saw Lin Feng's thoughts, and then explained, this price is very generous. Infinity gems have an upper limit. No matter how powerful it is at the level of a single universe. 6 infinity stones can restart the universe, give you some time, and you can also restart the universe. How much prestige is the body of a Silver Superman? An infinite gem is 80 million. You've earned it. Such a comparison shows that the recycling price cannot be considered low. Lin Feng waved his hands helplessly. No plans to sell to the system for now. Is there any task recently? Lin Feng continued to ask. He felt that he needed a lot of points again. Have you fallen in love with the Golden Superman? The system did not answer Lin Feng. It noticed that Lin Feng had been on the Golden Superman's redemption page for a long time. It is estimated that the old Thanos made Lin Feng feel the crisis. There are not a few people in the comics who have the ability to destroy the universe. It is normal for Lin Feng to worry. Yes. Lin Feng sighed, and waved his hand to close the mall page. Picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, feeling a little melancholy. It's just that the points are not enough, otherwise I really want to change it now, and then solve the old Thanos. How do you say that sentence? Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves thinking about it. The system nodded in agreement. The host is right, but you didn't realize that you actually fell into a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Lin Feng put down the wine glass in his hand. and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Silver Superman's misunderstanding. Silver Superman has a lower limit, but his upper limit is something you haven't seen. I don't think you've ever made good use of the Silver Superman's body, the system said firmly. Having said that, Lin Feng became interested. He crossed his legs, looked at the graceful dancers on the stage, and pretended to listen carefully. Speaking in detail, why didn't I make good use of it? Let's take the characteristics of Silver Superman as an example. There is no upper limit to the growth of Silver Superman, although the growth time is a bit long. But another biggest feature of Silver Superman, the host has never paid attention to it. Silver Superman's bug feature is a new ability that will emerge at any time, no matter what kind of ability. Even the ability to travel through parallel universes can be mastered. Look at you again. As the system said, a picture was lost in Lin Feng's mind, which was the picture of Lin Feng using telekinesis. Become Silver Superman. Until now, you have only gained one telekinetic force. Tell me, didn't you use it well? Lin Feng listened, nodded in agreement, but spread his hands helplessly. It's okay if you don't say it. When I mention this, I suspect that the Silver Superman you gave is a pirated copy. Lin Feng blamed the system in turn. Don't you say that abilities appear out of nowhere? Why did I only get one telekinetic power? Look at other people's settings, it can be made bigger or smaller, as you like, and you can even create a blue star. It's arrogant and unreasonable. Look at me again. It's like a fake. Blame me? Lin Feng couldn't help complaining. The system is also scratching its head. I also noticed what you said. But I can't have fakes here. Lin Feng curled his lips. Then who knows? Anyway, I only got one telekinetic power now. The system was speechless, thought about it, and gave an after-sales solution. Why not? I'll teach you a method. Since you can't come out by yourself, how about I teach you how to guide them out? Chapter 188. Continuously developing new abilities. Lin Feng had fun. You are like this. The system began to give Lin Feng an idea. Something like belief, right? For example, you believe that you have a certain ability, and you think this is your original ability. You believe you can control the flames. Imagine the flames appearing in your hands. Maybe the ability to control flames really appeared, the system said with seriousness. Lin Feng tilted his head, feeling a little unreliable. Is this possible? By imagination? Lin Feng felt a little mysterious. TSK. The system clicked its tongue. If you don't try it, it's over, and you won't be charged. Hurry up. Trust the system's judgment, and you're done. Lin Feng was a little moved by what he said. He stretched out his palm suspiciously, and Lin Feng stared at it. Okay, let me try. Hurry up. Remember, believe in yourself. You will control the flame. The system emphasized it again. Okay, let's try. Anyway, there was nothing to lose, and the system said something serious. Lin Feng began to stare at the palm of his hand and mutter, I will control the fire, I will control the fire. Zixing lay on the backstage, and couldn't help observing Lin Feng secretly. She was still brooding about the big bottle of wine that Lin Feng took away. Crazy. Zixing stared at Lin Feng and murmured to himself with some doubts. Lin Feng stared at the palm of his hand in a daze as if possessed by a demon, and was still muttering something in his mouth. Zixing couldn't understand it, but was quite shocked. He stretched out his hand and scratched the gauze-wrapped thigh. The wound was almost healed, and it was numb and itchy. Lin Feng muttered for a while, staring until his palms burned, but he didn't see any reaction. Frowning, Lin Feng stopped casting spells. System, it's useless. His hands were almost staring at the bald skin, but there was no flame. Not enough, the system said. Not enough, not enough, not enough faith. You have to really believe that you can control the flame. Understood? It's not for you to develop this ability, but for you to believe that you can control the flames. That's right, I already believe it. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, I even believed that I am the legendary Vulcan, but still no response. What the hell is Vulcan? It's not for you to imagine transforming into someone else. The system covered his eyes. I want you to believe that you can control fire. Why can't you understand people's words? Gleim. Lin Feng's face darkened. Don't bother me. I'm going to continue the experiment. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng stared at his palm again and began to mutter. The system wanted to scold but stopped. Whoever said it first? I will control the fire, I will control the fire, I will control the flame. Maybe it was the system's words that worked, and after thinking about it, like hypnosis, Lin Feng quickly fell into a kind of a very bewildered state. It feels like my soul is floating out. He thought of Pyro from the X-Men, thinking of the Ghost Rider I just saw. Finally, I thought of Human Torch from Fantastic Four. They all have one thing in common. They carry flames on their bodies. Hypnotizing himself over and over again, Lin Feng quickly fell into a kind of slowly, the figure in Lin Feng's mind disappeared. In Lin Feng's eyes, only flames were left burning. In this way, Lin Feng seemed to have caught an inspiration. In an instant, blessed to the heart, a small flame suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's palm. As thick as a thumb, it burns constantly. Successful? Lin Feng raised his brows and looked at the flame in his hand. It looked as if it would go out at any time, but it was indeed a warm flame. With a thought, boom. The thumb-sized flame instantly reached the size of a basketball. Wow! Okay. Lin Feng clenched his fist excitedly, and the flame disappeared in an instant. Open the palm again, and the flame reappears. Following Lin Feng's thoughts, the flames continuously deformed, disappeared and reappeared. Really mastered the ability to control fire. Look, I'll just say yes. The system's voice rang again. Lin Feng nodded, clenched his fists and spread his palms, having a great time playing. His actions caught the eyes of the drinkers in the bar, accompanied by small exclamations from the women. Seeing his flames flickering, I thought he was performing some kind of show. After playing for a long time, Lin Feng felt much more comfortable, got up to pay the bill, and left the transfer star directly. Randomly picking a relatively large barren planet, Lin Feng experimented with his ability to control fire. There was no one here, and Lin Feng was not afraid of causing any damage at all. He wants to see how far this flame can be controlled. With just a thought, Lin Feng started to burst into flames all over his body. In an instant, he turned into a flame man, like the Human Torch from Fantastic Four. The flame can adjust the temperature according to Lin Feng's thoughts. When the flame turns white, it can easily melt the hard rock under your feet. Stretching out his hand to hold it, a huge sword composed entirely of flames condensed in the air passed with the next stroke. The ground was easily plowed, and the fracture couldn't bear the high temperature and began to melt, showing the extent of the damage. Not bad, Lin Feng exclaimed in relief. Although the help to combat power was not too great, it allowed Lin Feng to find a way to activate the new ability, and the means of attack have become more abundant and diverse. Lin Feng simply sat cross-legged on the barren planet, researching new abilities. Anyway, there is nothing wrong now, and the potential crisis of Blue Star has also been resolved by him. Why not take this opportunity to activate a few more new abilities? Lin Feng's idea is good. The crisis from the outside world has been resolved. But on the Blue Star, some restless insiders started the bug operation again. On Blue Star, Tony was humming and punching a set of bastard punches. The high-intensity movements made him sweat profusely. He and Stinger have developed a bunch of combo skills, and they are getting familiar with each other's cooperation during this period of time. The Stinger strengthens Tony's constitution. What he needs now is melee skills. To put it bluntly, the current team can fight the US team head-on all day long, without the use of stingers and battle suits. Sir, a new invitation. Jarvis interrupts Tony's workout. Okay. Tony stopped what he was doing out of breath. Taking a towel to wipe off his sweat, Tony sat in front of the computer and clicked on the invitation letter on the screen. Territory, Twister Authority. Tony frowned, feeling bad. Sure enough, when he saw the first page, Tony's face darkened. I couldn't help holding my forehead, and sighed. I was really afraid of something. When Tony read all the text patiently, his face was as dark as a stinger. There are really people who are not afraid of death. Who else received the invitation? Throwing the towel on the table, Tony asked Jarvis. Sir, all members of the Avengers have received it. There is an email sent to Mr. Lin Feng's mailbox, but Mr. Lin Feng is not currently in Blue Star. Lin Feng. Tony's eyes flashed. This invitation letter is a signal, which means that what was shown to Lin Feng last time has started the process of putting it on the table. Jarvis, call Lin Feng. Tony ordered after thinking for a while. Last time, Lin Feng gave Tony and Susan a communication device for communication. As long as Lin Feng is still in the Marvel Universe, he can be contacted, and the speed is extremely fast. Chapter 189. Sitting in the office for a long time. The butt can be used as a head. As for Lin Feng, he has been wandering around the barren planet for 3 days. Of course, not loitering. After 3 days, Lin Feng became more and more proficient in the development and application of new abilities. What? Control ice, control fire, become bigger and smaller. Transform into Iceman, Fireman, half ice and half fire. Lin Feng was having fun, completely letting himself go. Dianen becomes as big as Ultraman, and Xiaonen becomes as small as an ant, which is not the limit. And it can also zoom in on a certain part of the body individually. After being amazed, Lin Feng tried the giant elephant whip without hesitation. Cool. What's more, the capabilities developed are completely unlimited. As long as Lin Feng believes in its rationality enough, there is a great probability of obtaining the corresponding ability. Lin Feng even achieved invisibility and space travel within a certain range. Now you don't need that ring to be invisible, and there is no time limit. Thinking about the battle scenes in the future, it is simply not too beautiful. A giant with a height of tens of meters to hundreds of meters, the left half of his body is made of ice, and the right half of his body is made of fire. The extremely huge dragon came up with a move, and the ice and fire giant elephant swung its whip violently. TSK. Lin Feng died on the spot. Don't talk about this. Lin Feng plans to adjust the ability of a clone next. The previous abilities are more for entertainment. After all, Superman's fists and heat rays are almost the most direct means of attack. The clone ability is the ability to actually increase combat effectiveness and combat methods. Doctor Strange can achieve clones through magic, and Lin Feng thinks he can too. There is no need to care about theories or science at all. Silver Superman is just so unreasonable. It smells so good. But just when Lin Feng was about to believe that he could create a clone, the communicator rang. Lin Feng stopped thinking, took out the communicator, and connected it. Tony, what's the matter? Is something wrong with Blue Star? Lin Feng asked. This communicator was given to Tony to prevent Blue Star from going wrong. Under normal circumstances, Tony would not contact himself. Okay. Tony pondered for a while. There is nothing wrong with Lansing. But there is one thing involving you. If you have nothing to do in the universe, come back. Tony felt that it was better to talk about this matter face to face. Lin Feng couldn't solve any problems in the universe. It involves me. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, not quite understanding. Okay, I'll pack up and go find you directly. Lin Feng didn't refuse, and he wasn't busy right now. Okay. In Stark Tower. Tony reported the address. Become. Lin Feng hung up the communicator and stood up. The planet in front of him has already been blown up by himself. These are all the havoc he caused when he experimented with new abilities. Gently twist the time gem to quickly restore it to its original shape. Mama said, be a responsible and good boy. After tidying up, Lin Feng set off the Blue Star. Doppelganger ability. Activated next time. Tony's tone seemed much more dignified than usual, and he didn't know what happened. Thinking about it, Lin Feng returned to Blue Star. This time, he didn't use the ability of the space gem, but used the ability to travel through space that he had just acquired. For this ability, Lin Feng thought hard for a long time, but almost failed. When he came to Blue Star, Lin Feng didn't go home. and flew directly to the top of Stark Tower. There is also an entrance at the top to enter. Lin Feng jumped straight to the big room on the top floor. It was Tony's private space, with large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling street below. "Hi, Tony." Lin Feng didn't even look at it, and said hello as soon as he entered the door. After walking 2 steps inside, he realized that there were a lot of people today. Not only Tony, Black Widow, Captain America, Dr. Banner and Hawkeye are also there. The members of the Avengers seem to be there. At this time, Natasha and Hawkeye were holding a tablet and looking at something, frowning. Captain America was also sitting alone on the single sofa, assuming a posture of thinking. Banner, on the other hand, was discussing in a low voice with Stark and Rhodes. Judging from the atmosphere, it should be quite serious, because the expressions of several people are not very good. "Hey, everyone is there." Lin Feng looked around and said with a smile. Everyone is an acquaintance, and knows Lin Feng. Lin Feng's appearance diverted everyone's attention. Seeing Lin Feng, several people smiled and stood up to say hello. "Lin Feng, long time no see, welcome back." Although Lin Feng is not a member of the Avengers, everyone is a superhero protecting Blue Star. We also fought side by side in the Chitauri incident. Besides, Lin Feng's ability is the strongest among them, which is enough to gain everyone's respect. Tony walked over with a glass of whiskey. "The matter of the infinite gems, is it resolved?" Lin Feng nodded, took the wine glass, and sat down on the sofa. "Isn't this a matter of course? I still have times when I miss it." When he snapped his fingers, Lin Feng deliberately avoided Blue Star, so Tony and others still knew what Lin Feng did in the universe. Lin Feng lay on the sofa, a little lazy. "Still at home. Blue Star's crisis has been resolved. Tell me what happened. Why are you all frowning?" Hearing this, several people looked at each other in blank dismay, their brows furrowed. Together again. Seeing several people who didn't know where to start, Natasha stood up, walked slowly to Lin Feng's side, and stuffed the tablet over. "Look, this matter is being discussed now." "Huh?" Lin Feng put down his wine glass, turned his gaze to the tablet, and looked at the reason that made several people frown. Enter a line of big characters. 117 Lian's Hong Bureau signed, Superhero Control Plan. Lin Feng. That's enough. The first line made him no longer want to read. When you see these words, you know what happened. Tony had shown Lin Feng this thing last time. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing a little. When he saw it last time, he thought that the authorities could stop their horses from a precipice and find their way back. Now it seems that he really gave too much face, and started to jump up and die. The gathering of the Avengers here is enough to prove one thing. That is the plan, which has already begun to be implemented. These gangsters really dare to make this kind of thing? It's true that after sitting in the office for a long time, the butt can be used as a head. Chapter 190. Don't men like to watch excavators? After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows and sighed as he looked at the bustling street scene below. I have to say that no matter in which world, there are some fat-minded Z-guests jumping around. They try to take everything in their own hands, regardless of whether they can control it or not. In the end, it ended up with a broken family. But there are still countless people rushing forward, like moths to a flame. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak anymore. Everyone, look at me and I look at you, but I don't know what to say. Although Lin Feng is not in their team, his strength is so dazzling that everyone will unconsciously regard him as the backbone and the one who makes up their minds. Now he stopped talking, and after everyone looked at each other, they could only focus on the sitting Captain America. The American team has the qualities of kindness and dedication, and they are stable in both missions and life. Lin Feng didn't speak, and several people subconsciously looked at him. The US team also waved their hands when they saw a few people watching. What do you all think? More than 100 members of the United Public Security Bureau represent almost the vast majority of kingdoms on Blue Star. And even Wakanda has signed. Not going, maybe it's not the way. Captain America didn't want to go either, but the situation forced him. so he felt it was better to go. Tony agrees with Captain America that he knows about these Z guests. Indeed, there is no way to avoid going there. They're nothing more than a fear of superhero powers beyond their control. After all, we have something more threatening than nuclear bombs here. While Tony was speaking, he glanced at the back of Lin Feng standing in front of the French window, meaning something. The heat rays of this guy in the Chitauri incident are like killing gods, and anyone who sees them will have their hearts tremble. This kind of extremely destructive human-shaped weapon is released, and it is not just talking about destroying a small country. He has dealt with those Z guests in the Grey Palace more than once, and he knows what they are thinking and what they are afraid of. What? Lin Feng was too scary. There is almost no existence on the Blue Star that can restrict him. Judging from Lin Feng's current performance, even nuclear bombs may not be able to pose a threat to him. So these lunatics tried to exchange a few pages for their own peace of mind. But if he really wanted to anger Lin Feng, Tony felt that these few pages were just a decoration. I'm surprised why such a serious matter is discussed at the dinner table, Natasha interjected with a little doubt on her face. When I received this, I thought it was a prank. Who would bring such a serious thing to the dinner table? Captain America and the others nodded in agreement, but they didn't understand. This is the first time that the plan to be promulgated is put on the dinner table, which makes people feel that it is a bit of a joke. Tony gave the answer after thinking about it. I think it might be because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Several people looked at Lin Feng and then at Tony. Lin Feng is from the East, and Jarvis's database shows that Orientals like to talk business at the dinner table. Good atmosphere, easy things to do. Lin Feng's strength makes them have to pay attention to it, which may be the reason why this plan was issued through the invitation letter. What you said is reasonable and well-founded, and Natasha gave Natasha a blank stare. But it's not as simple as talking about business. Tony shrugged. You're right, 80% of those guys, they didn't do their homework well. You know, they always have problems here. Tony nodded his head, metaphorically. So, let's go. Hawkeye, who had been silent all this time, asked the most important question. Several people looked at each other in a circle again. Since you can't hide, let's go. The US team stood up and said with determination, see what they have to say. Besides, the plan will only take effect if we sign it, won't it? Several people nodded in agreement. You can't hide from hiding, so let's see the trick. Lin Feng. Natasha called out to Lin Feng by the window, wanting to ask him if he would go. After all, Lin Feng does not belong to the Avengers. If Lin Feng does not go, no one can say anything. But Lin Feng didn't seem to hear Natasha's call. He continued to look downstairs, with a smile on his lips, full of interest. Obsessed with something? Natasha stepped forward suspiciously, and followed Lin Feng's gaze. You can only see pedestrians and vehicles the size of ants, and they are so densely packed that you can't see clearly. Hey, Lin Feng. Natasha couldn't help but patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and then called Lin Feng back to his senses. Huh? What's the matter? Lin Feng looked away reluctantly, and looked at Natasha suspiciously. What are you looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the excavator. Lin Feng replied subconsciously. Natasha? ? Excavator. The tone was full of disbelief. Did you just look at the excavator and get distracted? Natasha's face was extremely strange, and she even plucked her ears to make sure she heard correctly. After reacting, Lin Feng licked his lips in embarrassment. When I was about to speak, I realized that everyone in the room was looking at me. Good guy, did the superhero get distracted by the excavator? They were discussing such a serious matter here. But Lin Feng was looking at the excavator. PFFT. Tony laughed first. Sorry, I can't help it. In Lin Feng's eyes, those Z guests who co-authored the Grey Palace are not as attractive as excavators. Lin, if you like that thing, I'll buy one for you later. Captain America and Hawkeye also showed expressions that everyone understood. They understood Lin Feng unexpectedly. Men love to see diggers, and they are no exception. From a 99-year-old man to a toddler, there is no one who doesn't like looking at excavators. For a moment, The originally serious atmosphere became relaxed by the word Lin Feng excavator. Lin Feng couldn't bear so many teasing gazes, and scratched his head with a sneer. Okay, let's get down to business. What do you want me to do? He had just seen Central Park, and there was an excavator digging. I was fascinated by watching it. Sure enough, a man is a teenager until he dies. As strong as Silver Superman, I also like to watch excavators work. Will you go there? Dinner party. Natasha gave Lin Feng a hygienic kick. She couldn't understand why men liked to look at excavators. I just think they are weird and childish. Chapter 191 Spaceship Temple 2. Are you interested? Dinner? Lin Feng muttered something. Go. Why not go? Like Steve said, look what they say. I hope they can recognize themselves, otherwise I don't mind helping them. Lin Feng said in a flat tone, but his smile was a little creepy. Although he was looking at the excavator just now, Lin Feng still remembered what the US team said. It's just a momentary distraction. After a little recollection, I know what everyone said. Seeing that Lin Feng also agreed to go, Captain America seemed relieved. Now that it's decided, let's go to the appointment on time. 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Don't be late, everyone. Oh, there is more. After the US team finished speaking, they suddenly looked at Lin Feng and gave a special reminder. Lin Feng, promise me, don't be impulsive. He was afraid that during the dinner, Lin Feng would be impulsive and give those Z customers a heat ray, but he wouldn't be able to stop him. Don't worry, I have measure. Lin Feng nodded and gave Captain America a reassuring look. Of course he won't kill those old guys. This will set off huge public opinion and make people question the existence of superheroes. And it is likely to affect Tony and others. We are all friends, and Lin Feng will not be so selfish. In the world of adults, sometimes it is necessary to compromise some things. Of course, what kind of bullshit plan? Lin Feng didn't decide to sign him. Although it is not enough to kill them, some severe lessons are indispensable. This time, we must give them a warning and let them know their tough attitude, so as to avoid similar things from happening in the future. After making a decision, several people went back to their respective homes to find their respective mothers. Go back and do your homework, so that you can use it to deal with the plan for tomorrow night. After everyone dispersed, Lin Feng nestled down on Tony's sofa again. He was in no hurry to leave. Compared with the others, although Lin Feng did not join the Avengers, his relationship with Tony is indeed the best. After all, he saved Tony from the beginning and brought Tony so much help. To be honest, in the Marvel series of movies, Lin Feng's favorite character should be Iron Man. It's a pity that I don't know if I can see Iron Man movies in the future. Tony also shrugged indifferently, poured himself a glass of wine, and sat not far from Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, this plan was released. He looked out the window. The sun had risen. Time gradually came to night. When he showed Lin Feng this plan last time, Tony had already prepared himself mentally, but when it was actually released, Tony also felt uncomfortable. After all, no one likes to be restrained by others. Who can guarantee that they are really for the people? Yes, Lin Feng continued. It's perfect to describe those guys with lard blindfolded. But I won't sign that bullshit plan. I hope they don't get entangled tomorrow. If you don't sign, can they let you go? Tony laughed. Hey Superman. Do you know what they're thinking now? Controlling Superman is equivalent to controlling the nuclear weapons of the new era. Tony didn't bother to mention the source of the information. They are all invisible. Lin Feng sneered, but was not annoyed. They never thought that this nuclear weapon would fall on their own heads. I don't know about that, you know. Maybe they think they have the ability to control you. Tony waved his hand, with disgust in his eyes. Those guys are hypocritical and mercenary, and Tony looks down on them. Lin Feng didn't care. Wanted to control Superman? 80% is to catch Susan. They can do anything for their own benefit. But Susan has a bunch of self-defense props given by Lin Feng. To put it bluntly, once the special kryptonite is activated, no one on Blue Star can beat Susan except Lin Feng. If those Z customers really think it is so simple, then they will cry. Come on, don't talk about these annoying things. Lin Feng resolutely put an end to this topic. Talking too much makes people upset, and all the results will be announced tomorrow. Tell me about other things. I have a super large spaceship here. Are you interested in studying it? Lin Feng changed his smiling face and said mysteriously. Hearing the spaceship, Tony's eyes lit up immediately. How big is it? Lin Feng thought for a while. It must be at least 2 kilometers long. Lin Feng did not calculate the exact length of temple number 2, but when that thing drove up to Blue Star, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and the sun. It came from a cosmic overlord. You can also perform space jumps. I don't need to tell you about the technological content inside. Lin Feng gave Tony a look that you understand me. Can you still space jump? Tony smiled and couldn't help rubbing his hands together. Interested, very interested. In terms of technology, he has the most say. And with the addition of the Stinger, Tony's brain has reached a whole new level. 2,000 meters, it can't be called a spaceship anymore. It should be called a cosmic fortress. Can Tony not be interested? Lin Feng laughed and said, all right then, where can I put it for you? Does Stark Industries have such a large factory building? How about putting it in the universe for you? Lin Feng asked. This temple number 2 ship, I wanted to study it for Tony when I came back last time, but a series of things made Lin Feng forget that there was still this. He is going to let Tony study and understand the technology, and then share it with the Eastern Spear Bureau. As for why not directly give it to the God Spear Bureau? Of course, at present, Tony's scientific research strength is relatively strong, although it is decided to help the fellow villagers. There must be a suitable method. It is not unreasonable to put it in the universe. Temple 2 is too bulky to hide easily. If you put it on Blue Star for research, you will inevitably be targeted by some mice in various regions. Among other things, Lin Feng let it go today. It took less than half an hour for the news to reach SHIELD. This group of people can't do anything else. Their intelligence ability is 6 to fly. Tony rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then shook his head. The universe is not good. It is not very convenient to study. Well, I'll build a factory in the suburbs under the name of Stark Industries, and you put it there. As for safety, don't worry. Tony waved his hand. He understood what Lin Feng wanted to put the spaceship into the universe. But the technological power under him is not vegetarian. I have a pile of idle battle suits now. Although it is not as powerful as the Mark 85, it is still no problem to deal with some malicious things. Lin Feng let Tony see the wider universe. Tony has also always been someone who likes to plan for a rainy day. So in his spare time, he spent all his spare time building armors with countless special functions. Rescue, engineering, security, medical treatment, various functions are countless. Yes, Lin Feng had no objection. Then you should build the factory first. It won't be too late to talk about it until after the pre-plan tomorrow. With Tony's current defense strength, it is almost impossible to remove such a large thing from him. At most, it is to share a part with the Grey Palace. Chapter 192. The beginning of the confrontation. The next day, the venue was set at the Jotun Hotel, a beautiful mid-level hotel. Only the rich and elite are accepted here, the kind that most people can't even come to. So the environment is very comfortable. After 5 o'clock, people from Fulian arrived one after another. Lin Feng was not late either. Lin Feng would not play with such a childish trick. I haven't seen Secretary G for a while, the original secretary of the bureau. After thinking about it, I changed it. Everyone didn't care. They just went to the reserved big room in advance. The room was luxuriously furnished with a square dining table. At the end of the dining table, there is a huge screen covering the entire wall. It can be used for meetings, and can also be used to play some comfortable natural scenes during meals to enhance the dining experience. Lin Feng found a seat and sat down next to Natasha. After all, she is the only woman here. It's better than sitting with a bunch of big guys. Opposites attract. Tony was sitting next to Lin Feng, and Captain America was sitting on the other side of Natasha. After the few people were seated, they began to chat with each other. Lin Feng was also in a good mood. and chatted with Natasha about some interesting things in the universe. No one seems to take tonight's plan too seriously. The main reason is that there is no good way for a few people. They can only talk about tricks. Not long. 6 o'clock. At the entrance of the hotel, a black bulletproof customized Chevrolet was ushered in. Several security personnel in black suits quickly greeted him. The car door opened, and Secretary G stepped out. This time, he will preside over the plan, sir. The security personnel greeted him and handed out a document. With both hands, Secretary G straightened out his dark suit, and there was a hint of mischief between his eyebrows. Is everything here? He took the file, opened it, flipped through it, and walked vigorously to the hotel. All here, sir. Has Lin Feng come? Here we come, sir. Very good. Secretary G closed the document after signing it, then turned to ask the assistant behind him, how is the preparation of the materials? The assistant ran 2 steps to keep up with Secretary G. All uploaded. Rogers, Stark and Lin Feng are still the biggest obstacles to the signing of this plan. Secretary G nodded, not surprised. His team has predicted and analyzed countless times. It is a difficult problem for Lin Feng and Tony to carry out this plan. However, for these 3 obstacles, the group also discussed the corresponding solutions. If it doesn't go well, let them mess up inside first. For the people, some things should be sacrificed. Secretary G thought, and his smile became a little sinister. He wanted to see how Lin Feng and Tony Stark would react when they got to that point. Walking to the foyer, he adjusted his suit again, and Secretary G pushed the door open and entered. The originally lively declamation came to an abrupt end because of his arrival. Several eyes gathered on him one after another. Secretary G was not in a panic. He walked in and said hello. After a period of unnutritious mutual bragging, they began to enter the topic. Secretary G reached out to the waiter and ordered the dishes to be served. Then, everyone must know that this invitation is for one thing. It is the signing of the superhero control plan. Secretary G looked around for a week. Except for Lin Feng, everyone else's expressions became more or less serious. This plan is tailored based on your long-term performance and future development. And I'm here to tell you why this plan was introduced. After Secretary G finished speaking, he nodded to the guard by the door. The guard immediately handed over a remote control. In the restaurant, the entire large wall of the screen also lit up following the operation. The emergence of the Avengers is undoubtedly a good sign. The Twistralian, the Hulk, and all kinds of small events and so on. The world owes a huge debt to the Avengers. You fought for us, risked his life to protect us. Secretary G's speech was sophisticated, focused on the key points, and praised everyone in the Avengers. But all the veteran superheroes present, no one will be happy because of his 2 words. Just quietly watching Secretary G's performance. Oh, of course. The most dazzling one is Mr. Lin Feng. Although Mr. Lin Feng rarely makes shots now, but that doesn't take away from the contributions he's had all along. Secretary G smiled all over his face and looked at Lin Feng sincerely. Natasha teasingly elbowed Lin Feng. Tony was fiddling with something, shaking his head and laughing. Lin Feng yawned, curled his lips secretly. He didn't feel this flattery, because he knew Secretary G would have nothing good to say next. Secretary G didn't care either, and continued talking on his own. Many people regard you as heroes, but more people prefer to use the word vigilante. Having said that, Secretary G's smile stopped, and he became a little serious and depressed. And I prefer to call you dangerous. You are more like superhumans living in the United States, often disregarding regions and borders, imposing your will on anyone at will, and completely disregarding the consequences. These words are naked, serious, and cruel. From this sentence, the atmosphere of the scene seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Captain America glanced at the others subconsciously. Most of them continued to look at Secretary G blankly. Secretary G held a remote control and reached out to press the button on it. The huge wall screen began to flash pictures one after another. Clear and bright, They are all scenes when members of the Avengers perform their tasks. But unlike the fight against criminals, the perspective of these images has been switched to ordinary people who have been victimized. Let's take a look. Secretary G called up a video. The Chitauri incident. Banner's transformation into the Hulk wreaked havoc against the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Falling buildings ruthlessly smashed into innocent people. Numerous people were injured, and more seriously, even died on the spot. Iron Man Tony destroyed the building while flying the Leviathan kite. It is clearly visible on the screen that the people in the building are screaming in despair. There are even close-ups of their desperate eyes. Tony continued to fiddle with the ornaments in his hand with a blank expression, while Banner couldn't bear to look directly, and turned his head away in shame. Hulk is really out of control. The Hulk incident. Secretary G seemed not to let the ashamed Banner go, and continued to press the button. Video of the Hulk and the Abomination wreaking havoc on the street was released. Another group of screaming desperate people, as well as soldiers who had to bite the bullet and look frightened. Banner's head is almost hidden under the table. Seeing the scenes of these ordinary people being victimized, several people at the scene frowned and remained silent. Where there is war, there will be casualties. Secretary G seems to be deliberately avoiding their achievements and magnifying the consequences of war. Chapter 193. The widowed sister is speechless, but Lin Feng speaks out. Part 1. Wharton DC incident. The scene changes again, and the huge SHIELD space carrier falls from the sky. The scene was shocking and brutal. It is the scene in US Team 2. In this time period, the US Team 2 incident had already happened a while ago. Cap also knows that Bucky is still alive. Seeing that everyone fell silent, Secretary G was very satisfied, but his face was still serious. In the past few years, you have acted recklessly without any supervision and control. The kingdoms cannot tolerate this situation happening again. That's why we have the current control plan. Secretary G put the thick-eared superhero control plan on the table. 117 kingdoms signed together. It stipulates that the Avengers are no longer a private organization. All your actions must be supervised by the special team of the United Public Security Bureau, and only if the team deems it necessary to take action. The plan was passed around, and no one wanted to read it. This thing has been seen in Stark Tower. Everyone was silent for a while, and Lin Feng didn't speak. He just watched Secretary G's performance, but there was disdain on the corner of his mouth. The purpose of forming the Avengers is to make the world safer. Captain America didn't look up, and stopped when the plan was passed on to him. He patted the plan, but didn't open it. I think we've already done it. Secretary G shook his head. He didn't think so. So, can you tell me where Thor and Loki are? What would happen if I misplaced the 30-megaton nuclear bomb? He compared Thor to a nuclear bomb, an uncontrolled nuclear bomb, which magnifies the danger of Sol. Compromising at the right time and providing guarantees are the best way to do things. Secretary G yelled at the US team and continued to move forward. Only the nuclear bomb in your hands is safer. Believe me, this is the most compromised method. Secretary G pointed to the thick plan and said in conclusion, in 3 days, the United Public Security Bureau will meet in Vienna and approve the plan. Now, let's talk about your opinions. Secretary G blocked the words, without giving everyone a chance to refuse. During the speech, it was completely telling everyone that this plan must be signed, and if it is not signed, it is against the 117 Kingdom Lian's Hong Bureau. After a moment of silence, Natasha took the plan from Duo. What if we insist on not signing this plan? She asked tentatively. When Secretary G was bawling, everyone had already thought about a lot of things in their minds. Secretary G undoubtedly wanted to mislead everyone, and the purpose was to sign this plan for everyone. Not to sign? Secretary G's face turned cold, and he said in a strong tone, then you all retire. The widowed sister who had said a word was speechless, and could only forcefully pull out a smile. Even superheroes must abide by the law and the decisions of managers. After all, Superheroes may be able to fight 10 or 100, but when faced with thousands of hot weapons, they will be helpless. And no matter how you look at it, starting a war is not the solution. As everyone thought, this plan is not so easy to solve. The widow lowered her head in embarrassment, not knowing what she was thinking. Her face was a little far-fetched. Lin Feng sighed. He couldn't stand it anymore. Retire? It's good to retire. Lin Feng chose to break the deadlock, and applauded while talking. Everyone sitting here does not have enough confidence and strength to fight against the authorities. If Lin Feng does not stand up, the matter will fall into a stalemate. The better thing is that everyone signs the plan. The bad result is just like the US Team 3, Civil War. Moreover, Secretary G, an old fellow, is also very capable of secretly changing concepts. In the Marvel Universe, the people in the Great Palace don't have the concept of life, only the victory and defeat of war. What if superheroes are assigned to perform very inhumane tasks under the slogan of serving the people? Holding a superhero in your hands is like controlling the outcome of a war. In the final analysis, it is still for power and selfishness. Take a look at the so-called superheroes controlled by the black-robed picket team. They seem to have become a plaything for entertainment and Q-power. In the movie, the American team did not sign the plan because it ran counter to the equality and true freedom he pursued. Since Secretary G is going to mislead everyone, Lin Feng is going to spread all these out one by one, and lift the veil of their hypocrisy. To be honest, I have long wanted to live a retired life, lying on the beach all day, picking up girls, drinking a little wine. Isn't life beautiful? Lin Feng leaned back seriously, crossed his legs, with a relaxed and yearning expression on his face. He poked Tony. Am I right, player Tony? I remember you living like this before, didn't you? Faced with Lin Feng's raised eyebrows and teasing, Tony also rolled his eyes helplessly. Can you not mention his past affairs? He just wants to see little Morgan as soon as possible. But Lin Feng is his best friend, so of course he has to praise Lin Feng. Yes, that's right. Tony nodded, turning into an echo worm. Secretary G looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression and didn't speak. He expected Lin Feng to make a sound. Oh, that's right. Lin Feng stared at Secretary G unceremoniously. I'm not a member of the Avengers. I wonder if there is any retirement salary? To be honest, although I have no organization, I feel that I should be given a share of my retirement salary. Lin Feng didn't want to hide his strength. He casually reached out and pointed at the screen, and a red light shot out. The pictures on the screen changed rapidly, and the perspective came to the universe. Although the division of labor is different, the Avengers deal with the threat from the Blue Star, and I deal with the threat from the universe. I personally think that although the territories are different, the work is similar, isn't it? With Lin Feng's adjustments, the picture turned into pictures of interstellar wars. These include Thanos destroying the life of the planet, and the Predators wantonly smashing, looting and burning the living planet. There are also some terrifying forces. The big blue star on the battleship target makes people tremble with fear. Sign the control plan? Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. Let's not talk about it. When commanding a superhero, will there be selfishness? After all, there are some things that are not visible. You and I understand. There are no children here. Don't try to hide it from Superman's eyes. Also, let me ask, what will the joint team do when dealing with these dangers? Lin Feng asked while pointing at the screen. Their brains are more developed than superheroes. Their predictions are more accurate than superheroes. Come on. Tell me, how can the wolves under the command of Ares exert their combat effectiveness? Chapter 194 The Second Plan, Lin Feng Speaks Out, Part 2. Lin Feng pointed his sword at Secretary G every word, without any intention of showing mercy. In my opinion, your so-called control will only become a bondage for the Avengers to save the world. And I don't know, are you avoiding it on purpose? Or you can really forget it. Superheroes, just keep the casualties down. Instead of saying that there were no casualties at all. Am I right? Lin Feng stood up and patted Secretary G on the shoulder. The ridicule and sarcasm in his eyes were undisguised. and Secretary G's face was almost blackened into the same style. With so many warriors under his command, how could he not know that casualties are inevitable? You should know better than me, right? If a disaster happens, there will be unavoidable casualties. Recall, countless warriors are controlled by you. Which battle did not cause casualties? Look at what they are fighting for. Is it really the safety of the people? I don't think so. Money, minerals, all I see is plunder. Only struggle. Everyone has selfishness. How dark are those people in the Grey Palace? Do you need me to give you a special document? How can you guarantee that the Lian's Hong team must supervise the Avengers from the perspective of the public? Lin Feng shot like a cannonball, spewing out all the things that could be said but could not be said, avoiding the important and taking the light, secretly changing the concept. These insane tricks of the Grey Palace in the United States were uttered by Lin Feng. The veins on Secretary G's neck were all up, but he had no reason to refute. It's just that Lin Feng is too bold to dare to say such things. No way, others don't have the courage to say it. But Lin Feng is different. He can resist a kingdom by himself. For anyone who disagrees with these views, Lin Feng can throw out evidence that he can't read all his life. Lin Feng didn't intend to let Secretary G go, and directly delivered the final blow. What I admire even more is that you still have the nerve to release videos of Hulk and Abomination. TSK. If I remember correctly, these two behemoths seems to be the result of Jay's research, right? Every time something like this happens, just randomly kick out a scapegoat. I think you guys spent more time playing than I imagined. So in my opinion, this plan is completely formulated to shirk responsibility. Shift your original faults to superheroes. What I said, right? Lin Feng looked directly into Secretary G's eyes with a shocking coldness. It was clearly his own fault, but he released it and planted it on the Avengers. This move is so fun. Captain America and the others looked at each other, the meaning in their eyes was self-evident. It was really almost led astray, whether it was the Hulk or the Abomination, or the super physique of the US team, weren't they all products created by the J side for victory? Secretary G's Adam's apple wriggled for a long while before he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Feng's deliberate breath made him break out in a cold sweat. The sense of oppression was really too strong. As if facing thousands of muzzles, with Lin Feng around, the Sokovia incident would not have happened, so most people still refused to sign the plan, including Tony. Perhaps only Rhodes from the J side thought more comprehensively, hesitating there. What he considered more was the consequences of disobeying this plan. But just like Lin Feng thought, there is no big problem with the plan itself, although it violates some free speech, but for the future of the people, some restrictions need to be modified. But the biggest problem is that these guys did not really revise the plan for the sake of the people. Everyone has selfishness, and Lin Feng is not a child, so he will not believe the fair and just remarks of the Lian's Hong group. Moreover, Lin Feng was not empty talk. Regarding the joint team formed by 117, Lin Feng had heard all about the secret calculations. For these guys in the Grey Palace, Lin Feng can only express he. Even the American team didn't believe them, let alone convinced Lin Feng. Secretary G took a deep breath, and kept telling himself to be calm. What Mr. Lin Feng said may be right. Secretary G spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Lin Feng's coercion made him feel fear from the biological instinct level. But for many years in a high position, the psychological quality is not comparable to that of ordinary people. He also knew that with so many people present, Lin Feng could only scare him, and would not actually do anything. Thinking about it this way, Secretary G's condition finally eased up a bit. He coughed and became more courageous. Then continued to output to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, there is a saying in your East, which says that those who are in power are obsessed, but those who are bystanders are clear. The joint team to control the Avengers is not just to reduce the tragedy. More importantly, they will not do what Mr. Lin Feng said. They will abandon their personal feelings. More precise and quicker solution to problems, or impending disasters. I can guarantee this because they are all elites from 117 kingdoms. Secretary G was there to make worthless promises, but because Lin Feng's words fell to the front, they have already turned everyone's thinking, and now no one wants to believe his nonsense. All of you here have more or less dealt with various high-level positions, and know what kind of existence this group is, especially when Natasha and Hawkeye have been agents for so many years. What they have seen is only darker, not the darkest. Secretary G also knew that his 2 words would not have much effect, but he did not panic, and launched the second plan without hesitation. Let them first. Chaos inside. I don't deny what Mr. Lin Feng said, and I also think they have more or less selfish motives. In this case, wrong judgments are often made. It's not just us, it's superheroes, no exception. There was something in Secretary G's words, and he even took a special look at Captain America and Tony, implying something. Lin Feng frowned and sneered. What do you mean? Secretary G made a fool of himself. Look at what I got a while ago. I think Mr. Tony would be very interested. And I think this thing also fully demonstrates that superheroes really need to be controlled. Secretary G said, and pressed the remote control in his hand again. The screen changed after a burst of snowflakes. Lin Feng looked at the screen to see what Secretary G was up to. What appeared on the screen was the scene of a car accident. December 16, 1991. Chapter 195. Secretary G's operation. Tony who knows the truth. The picture time is a bit long. It seems to be taken by the camera. The technology at that time was not as advanced as it is now, so the monitoring screen was a bit blurry. But it's not hard to tell what's happening in the picture. It is a straight road. On the highway, a luxury car belonging to that era emitted blue smoke under the violent impact. It looks like a normal car accident scene, or a loss of control of the vehicle. After a while, a middle-aged man with white hair but neatly groomed opened the car door with blood on his head and climbed out. Boom! Tony slapped the table. His eyes narrowed. His eyes flickered, and within a short time, he recognized the characters in the picture. It's his father, Howard Stark. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and screamed inwardly. He also recognized this scene. It's Bucky killing Stark's parents. He glanced at Secretary G like a knife. Lin Feng figured it out instantly. This old guy. Let's stir up conflicts between Captain America and Tony. On the screen, a locomotive stopped next to Howard. Get out of the car with a muscular soldier comparable to the American team. It's just his left arm, but there is a reflective metal arm. It's Bucky. Save my wife. Please, save her. In the picture, Howard Stark is struggling to crawl on the ground. He didn't care about his injuries, but begged the soldiers in front of him to save his wife. Bucky didn't seem to hear it. His face was cold and expressionless. He grabbed Howard's hair with one hand and lifted him up. Howard called out Bucky's name in some surprise. In exchange, it was Bucky's violent metal fist. Boom, boom. One punch, another punch, like hitting Tony in the heart. Tony was so floored that he wanted to close his eyes and not watch this cruel scene. But how could he let go of the truth? After a few punches, Howard was dead. Throwing him back into the car, Bucky walked unhurriedly to the co-pilot of the vehicle. Under Tony's fire-breathing gaze, he slowly climbed up to his mother's neck. Then with a force, the picture stopped abruptly. Tony finally closed his eyes, clenched his fists on the table, and trembled uncontrollably. Uncontrollable disorder of breathing. Boundless hatred and anger bred in my heart. It turned out that his parents did not die in a car accident. He has never known, has been kept in the dark. Knowing the truth made Tony even more unable to control his anger. It's Bucky. Secretary G was very satisfied when he saw Tony's performance. The one in the picture is Bucky, he repeated, looking at Captain America. By the way, Captain America lowered his head, with embarrassment and guilt on his face, not daring to look up at Tony. Bucky, Roger's friend. And it's funny that Rogers knew about it, but he didn't tell you, Tony. It's just because he's afraid of your revenge, making him lose his best friend. After all, Bucky is still alive. I think this is what Mr. Lin Feng said. Selfishness, right? Secretary G's words pierced Tony's heart like spikes. Honestly, I feel so sorry for your parents, and you, Tony. When your teammate's friend is your enemy, what would you do? Secretary G acted with regret on his face, and kept fighting. As soon as the words fell, Tony suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at Captain America with murderous eyes. Angry and disappointed. Upon closer inspection, there were some tears in the corners of Tony's eyes. What he said is true. Tony gritted his teeth, and asked the US team for confirmation word by word. Captain America opened and closed his mouth, with a look of guilt and embarrassment, not knowing what to say. His character made it impossible for him to tell this lie. Tony, I can explain. Boom. Tony got up straight away, knocked over the chair, and walked quickly towards the door. He ignored Captain America, whose words had proved what Secretary G had said. Tony. Captain America stood up and tried to call Tony, but Tony, who had been completely occupied by anger and hatred, couldn't hear his call. There is only one thought left in his mind now. Bucky's not dead yet. Find him and kill him. Watching Tony leave, everyone present looked at each other with complicated and bewildered expressions. Secretary G's second plan seemed to have caught them off guard. Everyone can predict what will happen next. If nothing else, Tony would go after Bucky. As for the American team, hey, Lin Feng also sighed. He is capable of preventing Secretary G from broadcasting this video. But by the time he realized it, the footage had already started playing. Although Lin Feng can cut off the broadcast of the screen, Lin Feng has no reason to prevent his friends from knowing the truth. And even if he stops it, Secretary G can show Tony this video at any time. He reached out and patted Secretary G on the shoulder again. His eyes were cold, like looking at a dead person, which gave Secretary G a chill in his heart. I'll come to you after I've settled Tony's matter. Lin Feng's words pierced Secretary G's heart like ice thorns. He couldn't bear it anymore and shivered. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, and Secretary G felt a sharp pain from his shoulder. If there is no accident, it has been bruised. Without killing him on the spot, Lin Feng had taken care of the overall situation. Go back. I'll go see Tony. Lin Feng said something to everyone, and he didn't care about anything else. He walked out of the hotel and jumped into the air, chasing after Tony. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and finally look at the Secretary of State. Then, they left without saying a word. This kind of thing happened, and the pre-planning thing is obviously impossible to deal with today. Natasha walked up to Captain America and patted him. At this time, the American team looked disappointed and worried. It's not your fault, Steve. Tony, Captain America was still worried about Tony. On one side is the comrade in arms guarding the blue star, and on the other is his best friend and comrade in arms. Any accident between the two of them is not the result that the US team wants to see. Don't worry, Lin Feng persuaded Tony. Natasha comforted, but at the same time, she was also worried. In SHIELD, Lin Feng's personal model shows that in this case, Lin Feng will most likely choose to help Tony. Captain America had no choice but to nod and leave with Natasha. Lin Feng used his ability to position Tony. At this moment, he is wearing a black battle armor, flying towards the Stark Tower, at an extremely fast speed, flying very violently. I even left the car I drove when I came here. Hotel. Sighing again, Lin Feng flew up to follow. Jarvis. Search people, Bucky. Range, global. Priority, the highest. I want to know his whereabouts now. Chapter 196. Knowing the truth, Tony's choice. Tony fell into the Stark Tower, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gave Jarvis the order to hunt down Bucky directly. Knowing the truth, he couldn't wait for a moment. He wants revenge, and he wants it now. Received, sir. Searching. Although he didn't know what happened, Jarvis could feel that the boss's state was not right, so he quickly started working. Tony. Lin Feng also landed. He stood not far from Tony and yelled softly. Tony didn't turn his head, His eyes were fixed on the screen, constantly retrieving Bucky's location. But Lin Feng's powerful eyesight could see the vengeful flames in his eyes, the kind that almost lost his mind. Forrest. Tony's lips were a little chapped, and his voice became a little hoarse and low. I'm going to kill him. Tell me you didn't come to stop me. He had a reason to kill Bucky, reasonable and competent. Stinger plus Tony. The US team can't stop him, Natasha can't, even Hulk can't. The only thing that can stop him is the nuclear bomb and Lin Feng. In Tony's heart, Howard is an irresponsible old father. In Tony's eyes, he was cold and calculating. Never expressed any liking or love between relatives to Tony. He paid far less attention to his family, or himself, than to his research career. At least, he had always thought so before. But after knowing Morgan's existence, he has countless fantasies about how he will get along with Morgan. He will give her the best growing environment and the safest life path. He understood that in order to do this, he had to make himself stronger. This is one of the reasons why he accepted the Stinger, an alien parasite. Combined with the image left by Howard. The last paragraph. In my life, the greatest creation is you. Tony has gradually understood Howard's dark. Like himself, he is paving the way for future generations. It's just that the hurdle in my heart can't get over it for a while. To put it bluntly, it means that you are having trouble with yourself. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Howard is his father. No matter how dissatisfied he was, it was his father after all. How could Tony remain indifferent after seeing the truth? Lin Feng could understand Tony's mood. He has no intention of stopping Tony. Nor does he have the right to stop Tony. Of course I won't stop you, Tony. I'm just here to tell you some truths, and I respect all your decisions, Tony. Lin Feng just wanted to tell Tony the truth. As for Tony's choice, Lin Feng was telling the truth. Even if Tony did kill Bucky afterwards, Lin Feng would not stop him. Tony finally turned his head this time and looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were red. It will take a while to search for the location. Lin Feng understood what Tony meant in seconds. If Lin Feng wants to say something, it is best to say it clearly within this period of time. Lin Feng organized his language and explained the Howard incident. Howard's death was indeed murder. But I think you should be able to figure it out. Bucky is just a weapon. Just like guns, they are tools for killing people. Bucky was controlled by Hydra at the time, and he couldn't make his own choices. Your father killing enemy is, in a real sense, a Hydra. To be precise, it should have a lot to do with a guy named Zola. Lin Feng explained a few words, concise and to the point, but Tony was still a little unmoved. Sighing, Lin Feng continued, Tony, I just want you to know who your real enemy is. I just hope you don't fall into the trap of Secretary G. He obviously wants us to mess up first. Lin Feng could clearly see Secretary G's tricks. Tony is also a smart person, and he can see it, but it is difficult for the authorities to control themselves. Do you remember the twins Wanda and Pietro? Lin Feng suddenly mentioned the pair of hard-fated twins. The missile with Stark on it is an indelible shadow of their childhood. They also blamed you for the death of your parents. Remember, Tony? Tony didn't speak. Of course he remembered the twins. Even though the bomb had Stark on it, it wasn't Tony's fault. It's just a weapon, and anyone who controls it can cause damage. That was the fault of Obadiah, who secretly sold weapons to terrorist groups. The twins, the real enemy, are terrorist organizations. Fortunately, the twins finally chose to forgive him. Tony understood what Lin Feng meant. It is not weapons that kill. It is the man who controls the weapon who kills. You're smart, Tony. I think you can understand what I'm saying. Of course, I still say that, no matter what choice you make, I will respect you and will not stop it. After saying these words, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer, and walked out of the room directly. Tony is indeed smart. In the movie, Tony didn't kill Bucky until the end. Although due to various reasons, there have been conflicts with the US team for several years. Out of the room, Lin Feng was taken aback. There were several people standing outside the door. Natasha, Captain America, Banner, and Rhodes are all there. The conversation between Lin Feng and Tony only took about 10 minutes. Did this group of people come here on a Kun-style fighter plane? Lin, Tony, what's the matter? Natasha asked with worry on her face. Lin Feng smiled. These guys came here obviously worried about Tony and Captain America. What should be said, I have already said. I'm sure Tony will figure it out. Go back first, he needs to be quiet now. Trust Tony, trust me. Everyone was silent for a moment, then nodded. There was still some worry on their faces. All they can do is to come and see the situation. They couldn't help Tony much in this matter. After some hesitation, they followed Lin Feng's suggestion and chose to leave. Only the US team remained in place. His face was still full of worry and guilt. Lin Feng. Captain America called Lin Feng with some hesitation. Can I ask you one thing? SHIELD has profiles on Tony and the Stinger. The US team also knows that he can no longer beat the current Tony. If Tony really wanted to kill Bucky, he couldn't stop it. Captain America is a person who advocates freedom and equality. But when facing Bucky, he still has some selfishness. Chapter 197 Pretty Boy's Troubles. Someone always says I'm handsome behind my back. Lin Feng knew what the US team was thinking. It should be to save Bucky himself. He shook his head directly and refused. Any choice Tony makes, I won't stop it. Hearing this sentence, Captain America's eyes were a little sad. But Lin Feng patted Captain America on the shoulder and comforted him. It was Hydra who really killed Howard, and Bucky is just their tool. I've told Tony the truth. You should believe him, shouldn't you? But Lin Feng increased his strength, and patted Captain America on the shoulder again, preventing Captain America from continuing everything to Tony and time. After doing all this, Lin Feng left. He flew straight into the sky. He has done what he can do, and what he has to do now is to go home and sleep, and then go to Secretary G. As for why not look for it now? Because Lin Feng has already heard it. Secretary G will report the situation of the night to the General Affairs separately tomorrow morning. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Captain America was helplessly discouraged. Looking at the door in front of him, after some hesitation, Captain America finally chose to leave. Inside the door, Tony sat slumped on a chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The Stinger slowly protruded a head from behind him. Shall I bite his head off for you? Stinger looked at the picture of Bucky on the screen. He could feel, but couldn't understand Tony's complicated mood at this time. Humans are truly amazing creatures. He couldn't figure out what Tony was struggling with. Isn't it easy to bite off the head? Sir, it has been located. Jarvis' voice sounded. On the screen, Bucky's location was displayed. Tony opened his eyes and looked at the screen. He stared at Bucky's head, but didn't act immediately. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. The truth told by Lin Feng and the picture of his parents' death were constantly intertwined in his mind. He was trying his best to control himself to be calm, to be more calm. After a while, Tony finally calmed down a little. New file, Revenge Plan. Time of the incident, December 16, 1991. Character, Howard. Next. Let's see if there is any information I want at S.H.I.E.L.D. Sleepless night. Those who can't sleep are not only Tony, but also Captain America. The next day, Secretary G came to the Grey Palace early. After a tedious verification process, he arrived at an office with bright windows. There is only one person in the office, General Affairs. A document was sent to him, and Secretary G also sat down. He had already reported once last night. As they imagined, Lin Feng became the biggest obstacle to the plan. After the general manager reached out and flipped through the documents, he had a strange expression on his face. Tony, why didn't you go looking for Bucky? According to the predetermined plan, the second set of plans should trigger internal conflicts among the Avengers. And the intensification of this contradiction requires Tony to kill Bucky. Although according to the character of the US team, Tony will not seek revenge, but the Avengers will fall apart. When the time comes, they will break through one by one, and the plan will be much easier to sign. Yes. There was an accident. Secretary G explained. We've pretended to accidentally reveal Bucky's location. and Tony has the coordinates. But it's strange that Tony didn't act. After a pause, Secretary G continued. Our latest news shows 95% of the reason why Tony did not act is related to Lin Feng. After Tony left yesterday, Lin Feng went to see him. We can't monitor Lin Feng. This made Secretary G a little helpless. It's not that I haven't tried to monitor Lin Feng's information, but since Lin Feng smashed several satellites, they have restrained a lot. Even the spies around Lin Feng's villa would disappear inexplicably. The kind that can no longer be found. These general affairs all know. He patted the table angrily. It's Lin Feng again. In general affairs impression, Lin Feng is extremely difficult. Orientals with great power. Generally, if such a person cannot work for the Grey Palace, they will be eliminated. But judging from Lin Feng's performance in the past 2 years, nuclear bombs may not necessarily work. That's why it makes them feel so tricky. As soon as the voice of the General Affairs fell, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in the meeting room. You looking for me? The tone is lazy and clear. The general manager suddenly looked up, and the cold sweat broke out in an instant. It was Lin Feng who, at some point, sat across the table. The General Affairs gasped, and subconsciously, he was going to press the alarm button hidden in his cuff. But how could these small actions escape Superman's eyes? In the next second, General Wu found himself unable to move. Together with Secretary G, they were frozen in place as if by magic. There are always people saying that I am handsome behind my back, and I am also very distressed. Lin Feng stood up with a smile, but there was a coldness in his eyes. What? Is it so hot? Sweating so much? Lin Feng came behind the general manager and supported his shoulder. Mr. Lin Feng, you have something to say. Something to say. General Wu's plump body was stiff, and his lips were trembling constantly. The security level of the Grey Palace can almost be said to be second only to the bunker. However, in this case, Lin Feng still invaded without anyone noticing, without even triggering the alarm. He thought Lin Feng was here to kill him. After finally climbing to this position, he didn't want to just die like this. Don't be so nervous. Lin Feng swaggered around the office. He walked to the window and looked at the green plants outside the window. The guard hiding in the dark outside looked numb as if he hadn't seen him. Bright meeting room with such a beautiful view from the window. It must be a good mood to work here, Lin Feng said lightly. At the same moment, a huge coercion emanated from him again. Compared with when he was in the hotel, it was colder, full of blood and chill. You said, why do some people, instead of enjoying life, always try to control something beyond their ability? Is it really like the one in the movie? Will you wake up when you come to the end of your life? Lin Feng stood by the window pretending to be puzzled, looking at the general affairs. The sun shone on Lin Feng's shoulders, and for a while, he couldn't see his face clearly. But in the eyes of the general affairs, Lin Feng's face had already taken on the face of a devil. Threat. This is a threat. Mr. Lin Feng. If you have any requirements, just ask. We will do our best to satisfy you. Secretary G couldn't take it anymore at first. The thick oppressive feeling of almost frozen air made the blood flow in his body slow down, and even his voice was trembling. Oh, can you really ask for anything? Lin Feng slowly approached Secretary G, the smile on his face, in the eyes of Secretary G, was like a devil's smile. Chapter 198 A Day Trip to Space. Confusing General Affairs. Yes, you can ask for anything. The General Affairs echoed from the side, and in a state of fear, the two nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, and they almost didn't pee. This kind of performance made Lin Feng very disdainful. After all, he was a high-ranking existence, so he was so unintimidated. Shouldn't the Mind Stone be used to amplify fear? Forget it. Lin Feng withdrew his gem ability, and then opened a portal. This is not a place to talk. How about we change the scenery better? Without waiting for Secretary G and General Affairs to agree, the next moment, he dragged the two of them into a dark space. A strange sense of weightlessness came. Secretary G and General Affairs felt themselves floating. The scene in front of him suddenly darkened, and then a huge ball of light appeared in front of him. The General Affairs suffocated. His eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With Lin Feng's action, they directly brought the two of them to space. The huge blue, white and yellow planet in the distance is not the blue star. For a long time, the two had only seen the huge blue star on the screen, but now, they were honored to come to space to meet this miraculous existence in person. However, neither of the two wanted to get this honor. This is fatal. Doubt, shock, and disbelief. The chair under the ass is still they came so easily. Universe? Isn't it beautiful? Lin Feng spoke first, breaking the silence. No matter who it is, when they face Blue Star for the first time, they can't help but marvel. The huge and beautiful planet of life bred countless species and thrived. But you have to have a life to appreciate it. Secretary G and General Affairs are obviously not in the mood to appreciate Lan Xing at this moment, and they start to tremble. This is the universe? What do you think? Lin Feng asked back, then grabbed the backs of their chairs and turned around. Not far from the three, is a huge satellite. On the body of the satellite, engraved with a few English words, Stark Industries. Come on. Do you want to take a photo? Lin Feng smiled and broke the fingers of the two into scissors hands. The scene in front of him is self-evident. Lin Feng somehow brought them into outer space. The two of them were so stiff that they couldn't smile, and they didn't even have the brains to think about such weird things as why Lin Feng could make a sound in the universe. Seeing that the two couldn't help laughing, Lin Feng no longer made things difficult for them. That's it. This is just an appetizer. Lin Feng thinks the scene after waiting for a while it can directly scare them to pee. Turn the two of them to Blue Star again. Come on, let's see what is behind the superhero management plan. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng zoomed in on certain areas on Blue Star. At the same time, scenes are reproduced using the time stone. He understands the stubbornness of a dead duck. Without evidence in front of you, you can't expect them to admit what they did. In front of the three of them, countless large screens were still flying, and on the screens were the reactions of the general affairs of many kingdoms when they faced the plan. The screen was playing fast, as if fast-forwarding, and countless words were clearly transmitted to the ears of the three. Are you really going to sign this plan? After signing, will we have the corresponding right to speak? Can superheroes really agree on the content of a mission? What if America wants superheroes to go to war? Don't worry, the United States has made a corresponding commitment. This is another agreement. This runs counter to the concept of equality and freedom. Tell them, the East will not sign. Mysterious East, Northern Europe, Western Region, Island Kingdom, Desert Kingdom. The behind-the-scenes dialogues and real thoughts of each kingdom are revealed one by one. There are those who are worried, those who are fortunate, those who are gloating, and those who have begun to premeditate. The screen stays on an undisclosed agreement for a few seconds. Action plan for superheroes united. Lin Feng also read the contents inside. Specifically, how to control superheroes, and when facing war, the restrictions and channels for calling superheroes, etc. In this undisclosed agreement, superheroes are like commodities, and the task price is clearly marked. Lin Feng clicked his tongue twice. Is this the equality and freedom that the General Affairs Office of the United States said? It's just a big joke. Secretary G and General Affairs began to sweat again, but this is not over yet. The screen changes again. This time, it was General Affairs and Secretary G who became the protagonists. It was the scene when the two of them were discussing the plan in the conference room. Rogers and Lin Feng are the biggest obstacles to the plan. Are you okay? Since there is no problem, then research the corresponding plan. In addition, give me another copy of Lin Feng's latest combat power estimate. In the picture, after giving the order, the two left the scene one after another and came to the General Affairs Lounge. Secretary G took out a report and began to report to the General Affairs. The East does not agree to sign the superhero control plan for the time being. The West raises questions about whether it can expand the content of superhero missions. Also, the Island Kingdom feels that the mission rewards are a bit too high. They think that superheroes should be free. Free? General Affairs interrupted Secretary G's report with a wave of his hand. as if hearing some big joke. His fat body shook, and he sneered, "Is there anything free in this world? Send a document to the island kingdom. If you don't want to sign it, you don't have to sign it, but you have to weigh the consequences yourself." Secretary Jean nodded, and then turned to the page of the Eastern Kingdom. "What about the Eastern Kingdom? They insist that superheroes should not be restrained, and even supervision should be replaced by an open and transparent one, decided and voted by the will of the people." The General Affairs sneered again, not paying attention to this opinion at all. "It seems that the blockade of their technology is not enough. This is it. What is his purpose in supervising superheroes? It's control. It's victory. It's chips. I remember that I prepared a sharing agreement 2 days ago. Although it was made more than 10 years ago. Since you don't know the fun, then cancel it." Secretary Jean nodded, "Understood. But Dongfeng has already delivered the materials for sharing and exchange. And Superman is an Eastern face." Secretary G very much agrees with the handling of the general affairs, but raised 2 questions with some concerns. "Then give them the technology of 20 years ago with additional requirements. Lin Feng can't know about this. As for the proposal in the Western region, I think it is very good. As long as the money is enough, Natasha can dance for them in t-shirts. After all, it's also for border peace." After saying this, the 2 shameless old guys looked at each other and laughed loudly. Scenes were played in front of the 2 of them, full of darkness and interests. Chapter 199. Only give one chance. Stop the plan. Lin Feng was also amazed to see it. As I said earlier, there is no darkest, only darker. On the surface, there are 5 people and 6 people, but money and sex are operating behind the scenes. Okay. Superheroes are busy saving the world every day. But you are busy every day how to control the world with money? After the screen was almost played, Lin Feng waved his hand to remove all the screens. There is basically no control plan that is really agreed to reduce casualties. The selfish side is vividly interpreted by them. "Don't you want to know my combat power?" Lin Feng said, grabbed the chairs of the 2 of them, and instantly activated the shuttle ability of the space gem. The scene in front of him changed again. In the blink of an eye, he left the solar system. Immediately afterwards, under Lin Feng's manipulation, the 2 experienced an unprecedented scene. In the true sense, a space war like a sci-fi war. A group of battleships with a length of up to a kilometer broke out in the universe. For profit, for survival, countless cannonballs and lasers are flying in the universe, like an extremely gorgeous like fireworks. They bloom in the dark. Secretary G can even feel the heat blowing towards his face. Countless warships and lives exploded and fell right under their noses. The scene was extremely cruel and shocking. Shuttle came again. This time it is from the perspective of God, seeing how planet will perish under a powerful force. The original happy smile filled every corner of the planet. The battleships that cover the sky and the sun descend, loot, kill, sell. A symphony of profit and brutality, just like the dark hearts of the 2. However, if the strength is not enough, it will become the party that is persecuted. The 2 of them were chatting in the office every day, and had never seen such a scene before. Even the battlefield of Blue Star, neither of them has been there. For a moment, shock and fear filled the hearts of the 2 of them. They didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do, but they had to watch it. There's no way. Now Lin Feng is still controlling the 2 of them, they can't even move. Lin Feng didn't intend to show the 2 too many scenes, just these 2 were enough. After watching the disappearance of the living planet, Lin Feng directly found a barren planet about the size of Blue Star. His eyes were red, and as soon as the heat ray went down, the planet was fragmented, evaporated and melted, directly showing a wave of power. Of course, it was intentional, and the purpose was to let the 2 of them have a preliminary understanding of their current strength. The effect is also remarkable. The hearts of Secretary G and General Affairs can almost stopped beating. For a while, Lin Feng was wandering the streets in the universe. The specific personal strength model is still the value of more than a year ago. when Blue Star was in disaster relief, but now it seems that it is obviously too much stronger. Let's not talk about taking people to shuttle in the universe. Even if all the nuclear bombs of Blue Star are fired at the same time, it can only plow off the skin of Blue Star. It is impossible to cause any destructive damage to Blue Star. Only life is hurt. Lin Feng's strength directly exceeded the cognition of the two of them. Just one blow made them understand what Lin Feng meant. He alone can destroy Blue Star. Seeing that the demonstration was almost done, Lin Feng brought the two of them back to Blue Star. Back to the meeting room with bright windows. The two breathed heavily. The experience just now was like a dream, but it was extremely real. Now, see what I mean? Seeing that the two of them had almost eased up, Lin Feng said lightly, climbing to such a high position requires a brain. He worked hard to do these things. If the two of them still don't know what Lin Feng wants to do, they can directly prepare the coffin. I understand, Mr. Lin Feng. The General Affairs responded bravely. The superhero control plan will not be implemented any longer. It's an interesting answer. Under such circumstances, if you still want to carry out the plan, it will be difficult for your own life. But Lin Feng was not satisfied. He chuckled. Is that the only way? The flat tone made the General Affairs tremble. Dongfeng's technology sharing. We will implement it according to the agreement. No, we will share advanced technology with the East. It must be advanced. The Avengers will still be the same as before, we promise. We will never interfere again. After some guarantees, like a primary school student admitting his mistake, he gave various promises before Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. His purpose in doing all this is to let the General Affairs know how powerful he is, and to warn them not to be too jumpy, whether it's showing the interstellar war, or being able to easily destroy the Blue Star. It's just so that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Only by doing it right once can they avoid the mentality of jumping queue again in the future. There is a high probability that Lin Feng will travel between various universes for a long time in the future. He didn't want to see Lan Xing turned into a mess when he came back. Take Avengers 3 as an example. If Tony and the US team hadn't gotten into a stalemate over this matter, even if things got to that point, the process would be completely different. At least everyone will fight side by side without leaving any regrets. Everyone is a species of Blue Star. Lin Feng doesn't mind giving it another chance. If the two don't know each other well, there will be a next time. Lin Feng doesn't mind directly using the Soul Gem to puppet all the high positions in the Grey Palace. After finishing all this, Lin Feng clapped his hands and left the Grey Palace in a very happy mood. The remaining General Affairs and Secretary Ji were in the conference room, looking at each other, and they didn't recover for a long time. Although Lin Feng didn't actually threaten the two of them, they both knew about it. If Lin Feng is not satisfied, there is a high probability that the two of them have already stayed in the universe. After a long time, Secretary Ji said hesitantly, "Do you really want to cancel the control plan?" The General Affairs officer was straightening his dripping trousers, and couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this stupid question. "Do you want to experience it again?" Secretary Ji shuddered. His heart had only been operated on 2 years ago. Who knows if he can survive the next time? Under Lin Feng's simple means, the superhero control plan was urgently stopped. There is no such thing as yin and yang in movies or novels. Still the same sentence, those who can climb to this height are all desperate and have normal brains. If Lin Feng was provoked again, something more terrifying than a nuclear bomb explosion would happen. However, the General Affairs did not give up. He was going to approve the funds to increase the research on Blue Star's unknown items and some high-energy items, so as to see if there was a way to limit Lin Feng. Among them, including obelisks and other items. After all, no one wants to have a nuclear bomb hanging over their heads every day. These are things for later. Chapter 200 Encountering Ant-Man Little Spider. After solving the two General Affairs, Lin Feng ran to the Golden Arch. He's going to buy 2 hamburgers and go see Tony. The whole night passed, and there was no movement from Tony's side, obviously no action yet. Lin Feng guessed that he was thinking about it. But don't worry about these things. Just wait and see. There are not many customers in the Golden Arches. There were probably 3 or 4 people in the front line. Lin Feng was quietly at the end. Although his identity has long been exposed, everyone knows that Superman is Lin Feng. But with the help of the ring, as long as Lin Feng does not put on the Superman uniform, people will subconsciously ignore the existence of Lin Feng. Of course, acquaintances can still recognize it. After all, they usually come into contact with Lin Feng under normal circumstances. This should be the charm of magic. While queuing up, 2 more people came behind Lin Feng. A beautiful woman with a good figure leads a young man. Peter, promise me you won't screw up the next quiz. The beautiful women lined up, raised a finger, and asked the young man for a guarantee. The boy seemed to be malnourished, very thin, and his small t-shirt looked a little too big. Understood, Aunt M. Trust me, this time it was just an accident. The boy patted his thin chest confidently, promising. Peter, Aunt Me? Lin Feng moved his ears, and the conversation between the 2 fell into his ears verbatim. He had no eavesdropping habit, but the familiar voice of the 2 caught their attention. And the name reminds Lin Feng of another chatterbox in the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng's mind was weird. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned his head to look. What a coincidence. Sure enough, it is the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and his Aunt May. Lin Feng raised his brows and chuckled secretly. The current Peter is half a head shorter than in the original book, and he is also more immature than in the movie. Lin Feng counted the time. Peter has not been bitten by a spider yet, and has not turned into Spider-Man. But it is estimated that it will be soon, probably in about a year. Peter will become a good neighbor Spider-Man. Lin Feng didn't intend to say hello to the 2 of them, so he just took a look and turned around. Aunt M was talking to little Peter and didn't notice Lin Feng's movements. Instead, it was little Peter who looked at Lin Feng's back in surprise. When Lin Feng turned around just now, he saw a very familiar face, but Peter was sure that he didn't know him. Aunt May's words came in one ear and out the other, and Peter began to search his memory, where he had seen this person. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave after buying the burgers, Peter was shocked, as if he had thought of it. Aunt M, lend me your phone. Mobile phone? Aunt M was a little puzzled, but she still took out her mobile phone. What are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, Peter took the phone and ran out. Peter, where are you going? I'm right at the door. Peter replied without looking back. I wanted to chase him out to see what this kid was up to, but the order was already at her. Forget it. Anyway, Peter should not go far. Let's order first and then talk. Aunt M withdrew her thoughts and ordered. Peter chased Lin Feng out of the glass door. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to open the car door and leave, he mustered up his courage and shouted, Sir. Lin Feng stopped moving his hands, and turned his head with a smile on his face. He knew that Peter was calling himself. After all, there was no one else around. What's the matter, boy? Peter swallowed, a little excited. Excuse me, are you Superman? Huh? Lin Feng was a little surprised by Peter's straightforward words. What did he think it was? That he was recognized by the little spider. Lin Feng wouldn't be so surprised if it was Spider-Man in the future, but now Peter is just an ordinary boy who has never had contact with him, and he even wears a ring. Can you recognize this? Could it be that the legendary protagonist Halo? Peter waited expectantly for Lin Feng's answer. His feeling told him that the big black-haired brother in front of him must be Superman. He's watched it countless times on YouTube. With great strength and the ability to fly, Peter was very addicted to him when he was a boy. Superman and Iron Man are his favorite superheroes. After all, children of this age have many fantasies every day. Peter is no exception. He often fantasizes that he can become as powerful as Superman, be an existence that destroys evil everywhere and protects the weak. Lin Feng laughed a little, but he didn't intend to deny it. Although the little spider was a bit talkative, it was not annoying. And coincidentally, when Lin Feng watched movies in the past, his favorite superheroes were also Iron Man and Little Spider. Lin Feng squatted down slightly. Peter was not tall and was still in the stage of growing his body. Do you want to ask me, Peter. No denials. Peter was so excited that he was about to jump up, and he didn't notice that Mr. Superman called out his name. What fairy luck. When I went out with Aunt May, I met Mr. Superman. Excited, Peter stuttered, "Liv, I. His face instantly turned red. Embarrassing. In front of his idol, Peter felt that he was a little disappointed. Lin Feng chuckled. He looked at his watch, and patted little Spider on the shoulder. "Don't worry, take your time, we have plenty of time, don't we?" Yes, sir." Peter tried to calm himself. "Yes, can we take a photo together, Mr. Superman? You without knowing it, I have always admired you so much." Peter stumbled to express his purpose, and at the same time, he was a little strange. He used to be very eloquent, but now he saw Superman. He couldn't even say a few words. So just asked Aunt M for a mobile phone just to take a photo with Superman? Of course Lin Feng would not refuse the little spider's request. "Of course it's no problem. Do you want me to change into a Superman uniform?" For the movie superheroes he liked before, Lin Feng can still satisfy him for small things like taking a photo together. Hearing that Superman was willing to take a photo with him, Peter became even more excited, and quickly waved his hands. "No need, Mr. Superman." He hurriedly turned on his phone and called up the front camera. Lin Feng bent down slightly again. With the operation of the little spider, Lin Feng's sunny smiling face and his slightly restrained expression combined into a photo. Good guy. He wants to print a large size of this photo and hang it in his room.